Hello! Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? We're live! We're here! 12-hour charity stream, let's go! Hi Armand, hi Ember, I hope you're both well. Yeah, apologies for the very late start, we still had some stuff to sort out. Turns out one of the things I didn't bother to check was whether or not my computer needs to do any kind of Windows update. Turns out it does! Hopefully, fingers crossed, that's not going to cause any issues, but if there are any problems with the stream at all, please let me know, and it just means that we might have to restart it while I restart my PC and then come back to it. But, you know, that's worst case scenario. I just sincerely hope it doesn't happen whilst I've got a guest on. Speaking of, we've got a full, fun-filled evening ahead of us. Good luck, LD. Oh, thank you, Armand. Thank you so much. Yeah. I'm excited. This is going to be good. So, yeah, we are raising money for Mermaids. Always those damn updates. Yeah, they never come at any kind of convenient time as well. And it's always right when I need to be doing stuff. So yes, we're going to be raising money for the charity Mermaids. They are a UK-based trans youth support network. At the moment in the UK, things are bad. Things are pretty precarious as far as trans rights in general go, but in particular for trans youth, they seem to be kind of what's the word for it? Flavor of the month, as it were. They appear to be mainly the red meat of the moment, alongside migrants and refugees, because you know that's just how our government is. They're despicable and disgusting like that. Like, there's an election looming on the horizon. It's election year next year. The current incumbent government know they don't have a hope in hell of winning, so they're literally using every possible underhanded tactic and are pretty much resorting to culture wars as a way to try and keep themselves relevant and keep themselves going. And the issue being with that is that trans people, pretty much, we've become the target of the moment as regards to that, and trans youth in general, things are looking bad on that front. Definitely things are looking bad on that front. Like, it might be hyperbole to say that Section 28 is looming on the horizon again, but it seems very likely that Section 28 is coming in a big way as far as transgender youth goes and transgender youth services in this country go. For those who don't know, Section 28 was the law that was in place shortly after homosexuality was actually legalized in this country in the early 90s, which effectively amounts to the Florida's Don't Say Gay bill. It was a law that was put in place effectively banning schools, public services from promoting LGBTQ rights, interests, lifestyles, that sort of thing. So if you grew up in the UK anytime between the early 90s to about the mid-2000s, chances are you would...
Shame.
Yes, shame. Shame on them all,
Shame.
definitely. Chances are you grew up during that period of time where you probably didn't know LGBTQ people existed, and if you did, they were pretty much a source of derision, a source of comedy, a source of abuse, and all kinds of horrific things. And of course, nobody in power or with any kind of authority would have had any way of correcting you because they weren't legally allowed to talk about it. Thankfully, it has since been repealed, but it looks like things are kind of heading that direction. So, political rants aside, it effectively means services like Mermaids are now more important than ever. And specifically, Mermaids themselves have actually came under attack in the public by the gender-critical crowd, by TERFs, and even to a lesser extent, members of the government as well. for completely unjustified reasons, for completely unfounded and baseless accusations, and for a little period of time towards this time last year, I do believe it was, they actually had to close down the phone lines for a little while because they were being inundated with death threats. Like, that's how bad it had gotten. And they're like any charity. They operate off of volunteers. Like, the people working... Yeah, this is Turf Island, after all, absolutely. The people working, like, for them and carrying out their services are just normal, everyday folk. And they were effectively being threatened with their lives for the sheer goal of being affiliated with Mermaids. And it was absolutely disgusting. So the more we can do to try and support a charity like that, and the more we can do to try and support the people that it directly affects, the better we can do. And ever since I started getting a little bit of a platform here on Twitch, here on Instagram, like I have almost 625 followers as it currently stands here on Twitch. I have just over 1,000 followers on Instagram. I've been doing this all for about 3 years now. I've been trying to use my platform for good, for trying to raise awareness and trying to raise a little bit of money and give back in terms of charity. So every year we do a big annual charity stream where it's usually 12 hours long. Last year it was 24, and that was a mistake. I'm apparently far too old to be doing stuff like that. That's what you get for the audacity of thinking trans people are humans! !/s. Just to point that out, yes, of course, Armand is being sarcastic there. I know. How dare I think that, you know, human beings should have rights? Anyway, yes, so every year we do a big annual charity stream. We raise a load of money, and then we don't cancel me. I'll cancel whoever I damn well please. Hi, Pete. How are you doing? Afternoon, it should be. So, yeah, every year we do a big annual charity event. We try to raise money for either a cause that's quite close and near and dear to myself, or that's relevant to things that are happening at the current moment in time. So, it is what it is. This is what we're doing this year. And yeah, goal is £500. I always deliberately set the goals about that level. Reason being, I have close to about... I have over 500 followers. I have 625 followers, as I mentioned, here on Twitch. If every single one of them donated just £1 to this cause, we'd smash that goal straight away. So it's achievable. It should be relatively achievable. And we do have goals. We do have milestones to hit along the way. For every £100 raised, I will be putting myself through the Bean Boozled challenge. We might have to wait a minute or two, because I'm actually expecting it to arrive today. I had to order it last night because I didn't get paid until yesterday. So I've had no money whatsoever until, like, yesterday morning. So that's coming later on this afternoon, so fingers crossed. Effectively what I mean, so if we manage to hit any of those milestones between now and when it arrives, I'm just going to go put myself through a load of them in one go. Oh no. It's not the spicy beans, Armand. No, it's regular Bean Boozled, which is infinitely worse. People know my track record. People who've been through my charity streams know my track record with spicy stuff. Like the first 12-hour charity stream I did a hot sauce challenge, ranging from like fairly mild all the way up to what was like listed as like Inferno sauce. It came as part of a set, which I still have downstairs, by the way. And yeah, like I have quite a high spice tolerance, so not a thing. But having said that, if we hit that £500 goal, I will be doing the one chip challenge, which, you know, is supposed to be like, oh, big, scary, spicy thing. I kind of want to see what all the fuss is about. So please make us go through that, because it'll either be amusing for you to see someone who can actually handle the one chip challenge, or it'll be amusing to see somebody who supposedly has quite a high spice tolerance utterly break down. So yeah, that's that. And of course, there will be like stretch goals and things like that if we go above the £500. But for now, we'll just keep it at this level. Big thank you to Dave Hammer 40k for your £30 donation. That does entitle you to be entered into a bunch of prize draws. So here's another incentive for you to open up your wallets and dig deep. There's going to be some pretty amazing prizes. We'll be doing the giveaways at the end of the night, so about 11:30 GMT. As in the one with the 5 million Scoville or some ridiculous shite. Yeah, it's Carolina Reaper, which is one of the hottest chilies in the world on the Scoville scale. Oh. Thank you. Yes, I've got stuff to show off in a moment. So yeah, if we smash the £500 goal, I'll put myself through that. Again, it's on order. It's going to arrive today with the Bean Boozled stuff. So yeah, we'll be putting ourselves through that before long, I would imagine, and it's gonna be fun. Oh, honey, no. Is that a sense of, oh, you're gonna be eating your words quite literally later? So yeah, you want to see me suffer? Please donate. Please help us hit that goal. But yes, prizes wise. So, going from the least up to the highest value rewards. At any donation of £10 or more, will enter you into a draw for one of 4 vouchers. That's 2 vouchers for Games Workshop, redeemable direct on their website. As people have been hospitalized from that stupid challenge. Well, okay. You know what? Tell you what, for any of the TERFs out there who might be watching, if you want to see a trans person suffer, hit that donation goal. Come on, £500. Let's do this. But yes, if any donation of £10 or more will enter you into a prize draw for one of 2 Games Workshop vouchers valued at £25 each, as well as one of 2 vouchers for Element Games, who we are very proudly affiliated with. ! EG down in chat if you want to use my affiliate link. So tomorrow morning. I mean, that's if we hit that goal. We might not. You never know. So, yes. At £15 or more, you'll be entered for a prize draw of one of 2 goodie bags from our 3D print store at Vixen's Miniatures. Again, ! 3D down in chat on Twitch if you want to go straight to our Etsy store and see the sorts of things that we have on offer. Jay worried for you. I mean, I'm no longer your responsibility. That's all I can say. But yes, so... Sorry, there's some paint that's leaked through on my wet palette. Anyway, so yeah, £15 or more will enter you into a prize draw for one of 2 goodie bags with our 3D print store for Vixen's Miniatures. You'll get a bunch of basing and scenery materials, so that's mushrooms, bottles, lanterns, things like that. Anything you could possibly want along those lines for adding little bits of flair or little bits of basing material to your minis, as well as a randomly printed, we will pick this, so you don't get to, unfortunately, D&D miniature. We have a bunch of commercial licenses for a load of D&D themed stuff. You'll get 1 D&D miniature, as well as each of those goodie bags. So there's 2 of those up for grabs. The theory that arseholes have taste buds, because I swear I can taste hot stuff coming out the same as it did when it went in. I'm sure there's probably some science behind that, and I dare say it's probably something to do with the amount of nerve endings that we have down there, because there's a lot. Like, strictly speaking, it's one of the highest concentrated cluster of nerve endings anywhere in the human body. There's a reason why sometimes when you're really straining for a poo, it really fucking hurts, but it also is the reason why people quite enjoy butt play, to put it bluntly. Anyway, that's getting massively off topic. Also okay, so Ember does a thing, who is my co-partner with Vixen's Miniatures. We're now licensed to work with them, and they've sent some files. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. So we will also be including a random figure from, let's see if I can pronounce this right, HuttArmouries? They effectively do a bunch of stuff for one-page rules, which is 40k proxy, kind of, with its own rule system. But wait, there's more. Any donation of £20 or more will get your name on an orc. So I'm painting up the full combat patrol of orcs tonight. There's 25 miniatures in total. So £20 or more, you get your name on an orc. Brilliant. And if you can orcify your name, fantastic. Please do so, because, you know, that's all the more amazing. So Dave Hammer 40k, one of the orcs that I'm going to be painting up tonight is going to be named after yourself. I'll probably start from lowest to highest, so lowest on the totem pole to highest. So congratulations, Dave Hammer. You're going to get a boy named after you. Enjoy. They're part of one-page rules. Oh, brilliant. Fantastic. Also, at £20 or more, you can be in for the running to win a bag of 50 Citadel paint swatch caps. Again, I should have one or two to hand. Oh, yes I do. Here they are. These wonderful things. And they are, at the moment, one of our most popular items on our web store. Like, we are selling these by the hundreds at the moment. You'll get a bag of 50 of these if you win that particular prize. Again, you'll be entered into a prize draw for it of if you donate £20 or more. They're really, really handy to create like little paint swatches for your Citadel pots. They fit on the top of Citadel paint pots perfectly. They're designed exactly to do that. Also available at £20 or more is the chance to be entered into a prize draw for the Steam key for the Alan Wake Collector's Edition. Now, I know it's a pretty old game at this point, but for one thing, it's spooky season, and it's quite a famous spooky themed game. But also, Alan Wake 2 is coming out shortly. So if you want to see what all the fuss is about, and want to play it right from the very start, including all the DLC, you could have a chance of winning the Steam key for that. When that wasn't in focus, it looked vaguely penis-shaped. I see what you mean, yeah. I suppose it could be seen that way if your mind is in the gutter. But wait, there's more. £50 or more, and you'll be entered into a prize draw for one of 2 Warhammer Fest event exclusive miniatures. So, like, these are still in there, like, shrink wrap and everything. I paid for the upgrade pass at Warhammer Fest, like the premium entry for Warhammer Fest, which meant I got 2 of the commemorative series event exclusive miniatures, the Commissar's Duty, and Talgor. Oh, second came out yesterday. Ah, right, okay. Even better timing then. And Tolgar Split Eye? Sorry, can't really pronounce his name. Either way, these will be up for grabs if you donate £50 or more. And there's still more. If you donate £100 or more, you'll be entered into a prize draw for a 40k combat patrol of your choice. Only stipulation is it has to be available through the Games Workshop web store. So if it's out of stock on there, and there's like one of them that is, I can't remember which one, then sorry, pick a different one. But otherwise, you pick a combat patrol, and I will pay for it and get it shipped out to you. Could it possibly get any better than that, you ask? Oh, believe me, it could. Also, if you donate £100 or more, you will be entered into a prize draw for Eons of Battles Patreon exclusive Orktober vehicle collection, printed by ourselves, fully usable in game. Like, they are they're perfectly usable as proxies for some of the bigger vehicles in game, including the grot tanks. You'll have to bear with me a second on this one whilst I pull up exactly which ones they count for. Donate 1,000 or more, you get Elder directly to your door. I mean, if you're willing to pay for the travel, I don't come cheap. No, I might again. If we hit any kind of stretch goals, we might do something. That's it. I think one of them's the battle wagon. I think one of them counts as the battle wagon. Not the Boomdacker Snaz wagon, no. There's a couple of cars. Cars specifically. Not the War Trikes. Not the Death Copters. I'm actually painting those up tonight. It's not the Hunter rig. Or the Kill rig. God, there's so many things. I figured this out myself because I was quite tempted. I was quite tempted to print them off for myself to sort of create a 1,000 point worth of Orc army. But I've got other ideas for that now, so. It's not the Squig Buggy either. I did manage to figure out more or less exactly which ones in game that they're meant to be. Of course, I think one of them's the truck. There's like 7 vehicles in total. You know, I'm just going to show them. I'm just going to show them to you. That might be easier. I mean, they're all in bits at the moment. Yeah, so you've got the War Wagon. We will be transporting them like this because they're more likely to survive transit that way. It does mean you'd have to assemble them yourself. But they will be completely unprimed, so you can do whatever you want with them. Got like a mini dozer. The Dakar car. A low rider, which is kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's some fantastic stuff here. As well as big bag of grots for you to decorate the outside of them with. So that is by far our biggest and most valuable prize. It took us about 2.5 to 3 bottles of resin just to print all of it. So that should kind of give you, and at 20 quid a bottle, that should give you some kind of rough idea as to how much we're talking about here. And we did actually manage to get Eons of Battle's explicit permission to do this as well. They have absolutely signed off on that. Contacted them myself and everything. Right. We also have some fantastic guests. First one coming at 2 o'clock. We'll have JamieDaggers, who is a full-time trans streamer here on Twitch, making a bit of a name for herself here in the hobby painting community. She'll be coming on to join me at 2 o'clock. Where is the schedule? There it is. And then at 5:30 till 6:30, we'll have Supergirl Stephanie Burton, cosplayer extraordinaire, joining us to talk about her experience as a trans cosplayer in the community.
Charge!
Yes, charging! We'll actually have Ember Does a Thing possibly joining us to fill in a little bit of time between 3 o'clock and when Supergirl Steph comes on. At 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. we'll have HuttArmouries. Only recently-ish came out as trans, but she's absolutely phenomenal. Really super talented blacksmith, which is kind of awesome. She'll be joining us. Then at 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. we have TinnedVoid, as they go by the name of on Instagram. Really fantastic painter. Quite an avid wargamer as well. Like, she'll actually be coming fresh from a tournament, which is quite cool. So we'll get to talk to her about that. We'll have MangoSmasher on at 9:30 till 10:30. Long-time friend of the channel. Fun fact that the shame sound alert thing from Game of Thrones. Oh. And then closing off the night between 10:30 and 11:30, we'll have Autumn Roxy, otherwise known as RoxyDaRiveter. Really heckin' talented painter, orc-themed kit basher, and just generally all-around really awesome person. So, yeah. Some fantastic trans guests on this evening. Please, by all means, check them out on their various channels and socials. We'll be plugging them out, plugging them as each guest is on. And yeah, it's going to be great. The actress who played that part, Hannah Waddingham, also played the Witch Mother in Hocus Pocus 2. I thought I recognised her. I remember when I watched that, just like the entire time, thinking, I'm sure I know her from somewhere. Course of Eurovision 2023. See, I didn't watch Eurovision this year, so that doesn't really mean as much to me, I'm afraid. Right. Without further ado, let's get some orcs painted. And I think it would make sense, because I've got 12 hours and I want to try and get these done within the 12 hours if I can. what we'll do is we'll start off with the vehicles, and I'm just going to do a quick dry brush across all of them in some gunmetal. So we've got the 3 death copters. Three death copters and the death dread. I missed out, it was so good. I wasn't really that fussed. I had kind of more important things to worry about at the time. Just one of them things. So I'm just trying to make sure I can get all this stuff on camera because they're pretty bloody big. Oh, and a big thank you to everyone who has recently followed me here on Twitch as well, off the back of us doing this event. So that would be Wilhelm Hyatt, Pale Saber, Upcost Games, and Tiltzar. Thank you all so much. Full shows on, and they're slowly announcing that for Eurovision 2024. Full shows on YouTube for free. Fair enough. Like I say, I'm not really that bothered, but thank you for letting me know. Like, I'll watch it if Ember is bothering with it this year, but I'm personally not really all that fussed. I realised I don't actually have as much space as I thought I did on this desk. Oh yeah, that'll do. What was the winning colour scheme? Ah, that's a good point. I need to double check that actually. Unless anything's drastically changed, I think we're still going to be painting them Bad Moon style. Yep. So it's going to be Bad Moons. So lots of yellow. And Trans Pride as well. So I'm going to have to try and incorporate the Trans Pride flag or Trans Pride colours into these minis somehow. That's going to be interesting. That's definitely going to be a fun challenge, to say the least. Right. Onwards we go. Get some gunmetal. Just Bad Moons or Trans Moons? I guess it'd be Trans Moons. Get a nice big brush out. Drag Queen War Boss. I'm still tempted. I'm still tempted by that. We'll see. We'll see how we get on. Ooh. Okay, that's a little concerning. Not quite. Feels like it's not quite stuck down properly. Rename the streamer Trans Moon Rises. I As fun as that would be, it's best if I keep it as it currently is, just because it makes it a bit easier for people to find it. Because, let's face it, discoverability on Twitch is dog shit. Like, even Twitch themselves have admitted that they don't have any real tools to help with discovery. Not that it's something they couldn't very easily fix. They just, for whatever reason, don't bother to. Admittedly, I'm finding YouTube's not really much better, but at the same time, I only have, like, maybe a slack handful of subscribers on YouTube, so it kind of doesn't really make much of a difference. And I still haven't quite, like, figured out the ins and outs of how discoverability works in terms of live streaming on YouTube. So I've not really had the time to sit and figure it out yet. Gonna need more, yeah, definitely need more paint out here. Makeup brush for dry brushing. Yeah, absolutely. Makeup brushes actually make the best dry brushes. Set of cheap makeup brushes. Better dry brushes than almost any you can buy. Having said that, I have heard the Artis Opus ones are fantastic, but honestly, they don't really look that much different from makeup brushes, so I question what exactly is so great about them. I guess I'd have to try them for myself and figure it out. I am kind of in the market for some new actual paintbrushes, so I might treat myself soon. But again, it's all, as it always is with these sorts of things, it's a case of just trying to find ones that fit my personal style. Oh, that's much better. Yeah, I didn't have anywhere near enough paint out on the dry brush there. Does that mean you do your makeup with Citadel? I mean, does it look like I do my makeup with Citadel? Don't answer that. I'm out of practice, goddammit. I haven't done makeup for bloody ages. I'm aware it looks a bit of a mess, but you know, I tried. I at least made an effort. And who knows, I might make more of an effort I might make an effort more often. Grand scheme of things, it didn't take that much extra time to do it. Like about 15-20 minutes. And that's whilst also having to do a whole bunch of corrections because I absolutely cocked up my eyeliner. And then for the first time in my life, stabbed myself full on in the eye with my mascara. Like, I feel like I've hit some kind of, like, milestone as a woman now. That pretty much never happens with me. I'm usually really good and really careful, but, like, all it took was just one, like, little brief dyspraxia moment and then straight in the eye. Don't know enough about makeup to answer that. Fair. Don't mind me, just getting Discord ready for when I get all of the... when I get all the guests on. Because we have our first guest, JamieDaggers, coming on in about 40 minutes. Building exocrine and Ong so much. Yeah, it looked like there was quite a lot of it. Definitely quite a lot of bits to it. No, we're absolutely getting there. Think about the man in the van strategy of Phasmo playing. It's definitely viable. I wouldn't rely on it too much, and it's a strategy that mostly works when you've got 4 players. Anything less than that, and as a player you miss out on quite valuable experience in terms of like learning how to gather items, learning how to gather evidence, learning how to use items, learning what photos to take and things like that, and how to get the best kind of shots, stuff like that. One person is van and monitors for orbs and dots. Yeah, again, it's perfectly viable. Some investigations you'll kind of you'll kind of be left with not an awful lot to do if you stick to that strategy. And sometimes having like another set of eyes just in case like the other players have missed something immediately obvious is really, really handy. But yeah, if you're not super confident and not a little bit worried about some of the more scary bits of the game, then it is a fairly good way of going about it. And heck, even when it's like myself and Ember playing, we'll usually end up in a situation where like one person will stay behind in the van to monitor certain things at certain times anyway. Because it's really handy having somebody like keep an eye on the activity chart or average sanity, things like that. On the bigger maps like Prison and Sunny Meadows, it's mostly Prison and also Prison actually, because I don't remember if Sunny Meadows has the multiple security cameras around or not, but definitely Prison. It's quite handy having somebody to flick between the different camera feeds, because that map's a bit of a nightmare sometimes. Found something epic on eBay that I'm super excited about. Ooh, what did you find? If you don't mind me asking. I've done a little bit of eBay shopping myself. Because I'm apparently this much of a nerd, I've kind of been getting back into watching Yu-Gi-Oh! Of all things. Mostly just to have something daft on in the background whilst I've been like sorting through all my Magic cards, believe it or not. And then I realised, you know what, I actually kind of weirdly miss the game. I used to play it when I was a teenager. like before I got into Magic the Gathering, and yeah, I ended up with this sort of like weird kind of nostalgia for it. And it's like, huh, I wonder how expensive it is to actually get into. Turns out, one, not very, and two, for some of the things I would want to do, like, it wouldn't be that difficult. Whether or not I'd actually have a good time or be any good at the game, who knows? But, you know, it's nice to have, like, a little collector's thing, I suppose. So I found some of the original structure decks on eBay, placed a quick little offer on them, and I've got them on their way soon. So we'll see what happens. Probably paid to some of my cost of living payments. Okay. Set of all the experimental tokens for Blood on the Clock Tower that are indistinguishable from the official tokens when blind drawing items. That's really cool. That's awesome. Well. Accidentally opened up Steam there for no reason. This is going to be tricky just because of all these really spindly connection points. Like, seriously, the only thing keeping this thing upright is that one piece of tree there. That's doing me a serious concern. Some of the best rules are currently still experimental and therefore don't have an official release yet. Ah, fair. Okay. That's good to know, I suppose. Like, once I have them, I can add the Balloonist to games and the Cannibal and the Leech. What does the Balloonist do? Is that like a hot air balloonist? Or is that a very sort of thinly veiled It reference? I kind of hope that's the case, because that's way more awesome. Not sure what it would mean or what it would do, but it would be kind of fun, I guess. Ooh. I wonder if somebody's done a It-themed scenario for Blood on the Clock Tower. That could be quite entertaining. Could also be incredibly horrifying, like, but, you know, that's more thematic somehow. Just as a reminder, we'll have JamieDaggers joining us in half an hour. If you're familiar with her stuff and also think she's awesome, then it'll be a fun time. Come check us out. Balloonist gets told a player each night. One of them is a townsfolk, one an outsider, one a minion, and one a demon. Ah, but I'm guessing he doesn't know which is which, though. Ooh, That's interesting. Not sure what any of that has to do with being a balloonist, but I still like the idea of it. God, this feels like it's going to break any second. I'm not a fan of that. 4 nights of info the balloonist can solve the game. I mean, provided they make it that far. Provided they aren't just horrifically murdered in the first night. Because I would imagine knowing that that rule is in play would make them a pretty big target for the demon to try and kill, I would imagine. See them from their vantage point high above the town and sniping the balloonist is hard. Oh, fair. Still too wet. Might need to make a bigger one of these. Hi, Jamie. How are you doing? Speak of the devil. Just mentioning how you're going to be joining us in about half an hour. Unless you're dealing with the king or the lunatic. Ah, right. Okay. I really should play Blood on the Clock Tower again sometime. I had a lot of fun the first time I did it. Peachy, thanks. How are you? I'm doing quite well. I'm doing really well, thank you. Trying desperately not to break these death copters as I'm getting some very quick initial dry brushing down on them. There we go. Let's do the element on the base as well. Just want to include any kind of like bits of scrap and such and things like that. This will be a good, nice, quick, early hit of those. Just trying a little bit of a twisting motion, trying to get into some of these really harder to reach places. That does it. Two down, one more to go. And then what we'll do is we'll set up the airbrush and tackle everything else. Oh, with maybe the exception of the war boss, actually. I might hit him with dry brush of gunmetal as well. Him, her, or they? I don't know yet. I don't know yet. We'll find out. We'll see how the night goes. I know you're determined for me to paint the war boss as a drag queen, but we'll see. I'm not making any promises. Bear in mind, I want to try and get as much, if not all of this done within the 12 hours that I've got. And we're already, what, like an hour and a half in? Admittedly, we did have to start a little bit late. And the first, like, what, half hour was spent me sort of waffling about how this whole thing works and how this whole thing's going to work. Perfect excuse to needle Pete about a donation. Yes, absolutely. Just saying, if you want to donate, !donate in chat. Or if you're watching on YouTube, there's a link down in the doobly-doo below. Or, if you're feeling really extra fancy, there's a QR code on screen, literally right there. That'll take you to the donate link. There's some amazing prizes on offer at all different levels of donation. All you need to do is donate as little as £10 and you'll be entered into a couple of prize draws for some gift vouchers. And the prizes only get more exciting the higher you go and the more you donate. Just so people are aware as well, I will be going off of max donation amount. As in max single donation amount. Donating like an amount total to any of the amounts required to be entered into the prize draws doesn't count. I'll be picking your names based off of maximum singular donation. And no donating extra does not get you extra entries. What we don't want is for one person to come away winning everything and for people to be left with nothing. There's like almost a dozen prizes up for grabs. It would be nice if it could go to a varied amount of people. Food is done, so we're back later. No problem, Armand. See you soon. And say we're going pretty much all night, so plenty of chance to catch us. And if you donate £20 or more, you get to name an orc. I'll put your name on an orc. That's shiver to me. Problem with that link from the donate command isn't linking properly, is it not? Let me have a look, see. Oh, I see. Right, give me a sec. I can quickly fix that. That's just Nightbot being an idiot. I swear the machine revolution is only going to be as effective as our smartest humans, which isn't very, let's be honest. Right, commands, custom, should be page 2. Donate. There we go. Submit. I'm going to check the one for Mermaids themselves as well. Oh, no, that one should be fine. And it'll be in the timers as well, won't it? Dimitri for Loop, want to make sure you're getting those donos. No. Thank you for pointing it out. Honestly, it's a good thing. Thank you so much. Ideally, I want that to go down there. Right. Submit. Right. Let's see if it works this time. The one in the timer, I'm just going to have to wait till that rolls back round again. Right, ignore that stream elements one. There we are. Yeah, that one now works. Oh, thank you, Ember. Thank you for doing that. Right, anyway. I'm going to need some more paint. Fix the typo. Thank you. Thank you so much. I mean, there should be a typo in the link itself because I copied it directly from the shortcode Tiltify gave me for it. So it is what it is. I'd say I'm just super glad the pending Windows 11 update that's sitting in the background ready to install hasn't caused any issues so far, touch wood. There we go. Right. And it'll just be the Mega Boss to do. Pop those over there. I am so surprised I didn't break any of those. I was certain I was going to. I should lay a nice foundation for some of these machinery bits to the armor. Right. Yeah, that gives us a nice starting point. I'll probably do as well, just to save a little bit of time, because all that stuff is going to take a bit of time to dry once I put some washers on it. So if I do that now, and then come back with the airbrush, and I've just realised I've been using the wrong water pot, that's fine. Right. For those who aren't aware, we will be having JamieDaggers joining us in 10 minutes to talk about all things streaming and how she's found being a streamer in the trans community and also the hobby community. And just random stuff. I think that's as good as that's gonna get. There we are. I'm like, what? A tenth of the way of becoming Ferris Manus. Yay. I reckon that's what actually happened to Ferris Manus. He just accidentally dry brushed his hands silver but was too embarrassed to admit it. So made up some gumph about having valiantly fought a metallic dragon and sticking his hands in like a bunch of liquid metal and all that nonsense. He just had a lot of Necrons to paint, that's all I think. Right, washes. I could use my piddly little bottles of Vagrax Earthshade, but no, I think I'm actually going to go straight into the pot with this, because it's just going to make my life 1,000 times easier. I actually bought this quite recently as well, so this will be my first time using the air quotes new formula of Agrax, which I've heard is a lot glossier than it used to be. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to feel about that, but I guess we'll find out. Just as a reminder, we do have some fantastic giveaway prizes as part of the charity event, ranging all the way from Games Workshop and Element Game Store vouchers, all the way up to our top 2 prizes of a Combat Patrol box of your choice if you donate £100 or more, or the Eons of Battle Patreon exclusive Orktober vehicle collection, 3D printed by ourselves. Again, if you donate £100 or more. And there's some fantastic prizes in between as well, including some of the Warhammer Fest exclusive miniatures. As well as a Steam key to the Alan Wake Collector's Edition. And some 3D printed goodies from ourselves at Vixen's Miniatures. And in 5 minutes we'll have the first of our many guests in the form of JamieDaggers. We're very much looking forward to having her on board. And of course, if you donate £20 or more, I'll be writing your name on the base rim of one of the orcs that we're painting up today. donation links are, of course, in chat if you're on Twitch, or in the description of the video if you're on YouTube. Or if you're feeling extra fancy, you can scan the QR code on screen and that'll take you straight there as well. All of the proceeds of today's stream will be going to support Mermaids, the UK-based trans youth support charity. An incredibly amazing and very worthwhile cause, which, given the current political climate, as far as trans rights go here in the UK, is incredibly important. Remember, every £100 we hit of our donation goal, I'll be putting myself through the Bean Boozled challenge. So if you just want to see me suffer instead, you can always just go ahead and donate. Support an amazing cause. And as an extra spicy little add-on, if we smash that £500 donation goal, I'll also put myself through the infamous one chip challenge. Oh god, the dreaded Bean Boozled. Yeah, see, JamieDaggers knows exactly what's coming. I don't know if it's down to the size of the model or the size of the brush that I'm using, or if it's this new formula of Agrax, but I'm finding it much harder to get it to adhere to the model. It doesn't seem as like super concentrated as it used to be. I don't know if anyone else has ever noticed that. Again, it's been years since I've needed to buy Agrax, so I'm somewhat surprised by it. Right. Now we're done with that, I'll take a moment to get JamieDaggers into the stream. Filling up water bottle and then I'll be ready. Awesome. Going to move the chat box along as well. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Right. got the Discord call volume set up ready. We have just started a call on Discord with you there, Jamie. Yeah, I don't know quite what it is they've done to this, but this consistency feels very different. It's like sort of stickier for one thing, which is weird. It seems it acts a little bit more like Agrax Earthshade Gloss, which I was never a big fan of anyway. And despite all that, it still seems super thin. Don't quite understand it. The gods didn't want to jump scare by saying hello. Oh, hi! Hi!
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. I don't like to. I didn't want to scare you while you had a paintbrush in hand.
Oh, it's all fine. Don't worry about it. Let me just turn you up a little bit. There you go. Do you want to be on camera?
I'd be more than happy to, actually.
Yeah, no problem.
There we go.
Hi, right. Give me a sec.
Hello, hello.
I'll get that all sorted out. That's my keyboard. There it is. Right. So how are you today anyway?
I am pretty darn good so far. I've only been up for about an hour, but I'm doing great. I've got kind of a long day, but I'm looking forward to it, to be honest. It's a lot of fun stuff, so I can't complain too much.
Fantastic. Are you streaming yourself later as well?
No, I won't be streaming today. Luckily, I stream every day from Monday through Friday. So, and it was a recent change to my schedule. So I'm still kind of, my body's still catching up with with the hectic pace of that I've set for myself.
Oh, I know that all too well. And so I keep half joking that after 3 years, I still haven't quite figured out one that works for me.
It's an art. I don't get it. I mean, I decided to take a more regular schedule so that my life was just a little less chaotic.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that.
I'm a much bigger fan of Xenos than Chaos, but you know, that's just a personal preference. And not entirely true. I do actually love Chaos.
Yes, fellow
I just couldn't
heretic,
help but
love it.
Make the joke. So, I'm a filthy Nurgle worshipper.
Ooh. I dabble with Nurgle from time to time. More of a Zinch girl myself.
I also love Zinch, yeah. I guess I don't really have a strict affiliation.
For me, it's basically any of them except Korn. It's really as simple as that.
Actually, I think I can agree with you on that completely.
It's like, I kind of understand the appeal for some people, but not for me personally.
Right. I've decided to join you in spirit today. I'm building squigs while we hang out today.
Ooh, so. Nice. Do you like squigs? I've got to admit, the Beast Snagger box is the only one of the 40k Christmas boxes I'm even half tempted by at the moment.
I haven't gotten to take a look at them yet, but inevitably there will be a number of them that I'm way too tempted by. I already want the new Belthanos box.
Ooh.
And that's not even a Christmas box, so...
That's fair.
I'm more of a... Well, I guess it's probably more accurate to say I started as an Age of Sigmar player. And, I mean, I haven't really played anything. I basically only paint. But, I guess not that I wouldn't play. It just seems to be the way that my life has gone at this point is painting all the time.
No, I totally understand that. I'd like to play more Age of Sigmar than I actually get the chance to, definitely.
It's a really fun rule set, and I haven't played 10th yet, so I don't really have a comparison. But yeah.
Have you played any of the previous editions of 40k?
I have. I played mostly 9th.
Okay, so it's kind of like a halfway between 9th and Age of Sigmar. Like, they've simplified 10th edition down by adding in bits that from Age of Sigmar that make sense.
That makes me excited, because I've always preferred the Sigmar rule set, which I know is not an incredibly popular opinion, but I just feel like, while it doesn't have the really like happy-go-lucky like kind of wild rule set that Old World does, Sigmar still has a lot of, you know, rules for fun.
Every great ad tells a story.
Crunch.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I've mostly a Tyranids player. I love my
Ooh.
Tyranids. I just love those terrible little aliens.
My partner's really getting into Tyranids at the moment. She's having a fantastic time with them.
I got the Leviathan half a while back, and it's almost fully built. And I did paint a handful of them to play one-page rules with a friend of mine,
Mm-hmm.
and it was quite a bit of fun. I painted 6 of them on stream in just a couple hours
Nice.
in advance of a con I went to.
I really want to get into one-page rules. Definitely, I just don't know anyone else around who actually plays it.
It's really, really fun, and genuinely, it sounds like a gimmick, like the one-page rules concept. But truly, you can sit down with somebody who's at least played a war game before, and they can learn it like pretty quickly.
Oh, that's fantastic. To be honest with you, that's what I personally want in a war game. Like, I don't really have the time or patience to learn like an entire 200-page book of rules for another game, if that makes sense. Like, as much as I like the big scale war games like 40k and Age of Sigmar, I'm actually more comfortable in smaller scale skirmish games. Like, 9 times out of 10, the rules are a lot simpler to learn, a lot quicker to pick up, and the games themselves go by a lot faster too.
Yeah, which means more opportunities to play with different people.
Oh, I was just about to ask what your pronouns are, but you've got them in your Discord name, she/her. That's okay. Fantastic. There we go. There we are. Just sorting Nightbot out as I go.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, it's I'm much more a fan of the skirmish style myself. It's just, I don't know. I think you put it best. I think it's more comfortable.
Oh yeah.
There's just something about it that I like better.
So what game did you start out with originally then? Like what got you into the hobby originally?
I would say my true entry point was 40k, at least visually. My friend showed me a beautifully painted Space Wolves model that I was like, oh, you paint these? Okay, cool. So I looked into it after I left his house, and the rest was history. I just started buying into mostly the dual boxes that they start each season out with, basically.
Oh, right.
I bought in around the time Soul Wars was happening in Sigmar, so
yes, I remember that.
and so I started with the Stormcast half, and then from that point forward, it's just been successive sales and trades of armies that I buy and then get tired of and just sell.
Nice. To be honest with you, I like that way of doing it. It means you can still dip your toe into different armies, but it's not cluttering up shelf space if you find one that doesn't really quite hit the mark for you.
Yes, and it's you're reinvesting in your hobby. So
no, that's smart.
I wish I could say that it wasn't cluttering up shelf space, but I currently, the joke I make is that the closet I came out of is now full of Warhammer.
I love that. That is brilliant.
I used to I owned a game store for about a year.
Oh wow.
I bought into my local game store, and after a few months I realized I really kind of just wanted to paint full time and not own a game store.
That makes sense.
So I held on for about a year, and then found my way out, and now I paint full time. So
see, I'm sort of in the opposite way. Like if someone were to ask me, like, if you had just a giant lump sum of money tomorrow, what would you do with it? I would probably open up my own game store. Like, I'd probably still be doing this as well at the same time, but like I'd probably take Vixen's Miniatures to a brick and mortar kind of situation, and open up the kind of game store that I would love to see myself in the area.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
it's cool to see someone come from the opposite direction.
It's kind of funny. I took a extremely roundabout way to get here. And probably a way I could have probably found a way that didn't require, so much investment.
Mm.
But nevertheless, here we are.
Oh,
Um,
definitely. Totally understand that.
and I don't think, I think as hard as I worked running the game store, I don't think I've ever worked as hard as I do now. But I've never been happier with the work that I do.
So
So
is the game store still around? Is it just under different ownership, or?
I'm actually, yeah, I'm very pleased to say that it's still around. It's still my friendly local game store.
Oh, that's fantastic.
One of the members ended up. So I sold back to the original owner,
Mhm.
and then he ended up selling it to another club member after a while. So I'm happy to say that it's in very good hands now.
Oh, that's phenomenal. I love hearing that.
I actually think I might be stopping by there later today.
Ooh, oh, brilliant.
I'm gonna pick up I'm gonna pick up a piece I think I'm considering for Golden Demon.
Ooh. Any hint as to what that could be, or are you keeping it under wraps for now?
No, I kind of don't. I don't keep. Well, I do keep secrets pretty well, but I don't find it's not as fun for me to keep secrets about what I'm painting. So I'm gonna either do one of two things. I have a dark elf assassin whose sculpt I'm just extremely fond of,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd like to either do a kind of a diorama, maybe turn it into a duel. Although I guess according to the new rules, it doesn't matter what I call it.
Right.
But my goal was to basically put him on a plinth and make a background to look as if he's diving through a shattering window.
Oh, that's
'Cause he's just got
fantastic.
this really beautiful dynamic pose that I love. And then the one that I'm hopefully planning on picking up today. Well, I guess it's not hopeful. I did order it, so if it's not there, I'll be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, Kato Ezekiar, the
Oh, the
Midnight
vampire
Dawn
guy.
leader. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So he was just another sculpt that I really was fascinated with. That I was really really hoping would inspire me when I pick it up to just really put a lot of work into it.
Ooh, see, now you've given me ideas as like a possible second option for my own Golden Demon entry for next year, if
Are
I
you
do
keeping
decide to
yours
enter.
close to the chest?
No, not really. I'm thinking. I was thinking of going for my second option for this year, which was Kairos Fate Weaver. I would have done Kairos originally for 2023 Golden Demon, but I couldn't actually get a lot of change kit for love nor money, because apparently there was like one specific guy in my local area who's just buying them left, right, and center from every local game store he could get, which,
That's no
okay, fair enough. But yeah, it looks like I might have better luck this year, so I'll probably be looking at doing that. Alternatively, Lauka Vi, Mother of Nightmares.
Yeah, another great choice.
I absolutely adore that kit, and yeah, just yeah, hearing the idea of somebody doing something vampire related, I hadn't literally thought of that until just this very second. So thank you for giving me that inspiration.
You're very welcome. It's nothing. I don't know what I was going to say there. It's my job, if not to inspire, then at least to encourage bad ideas.
Love it.
I mostly I heard you talking before I came on about streaming, and that is primarily what I do at this point. And I like to try to encourage people who tune in to get the courage to enter competitions and just
definitely
paint more in general. And I'm excited to say that at my most recent con, one of my community members entered her first competition, which was really exciting.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and I had a few people come up to me and mention that they watch my stuff, my content, and they were encouraged to do it. So that's like the highest compliment I think I can get, and
wow.
making things happen, you know.
I managed to meet up with one of my community members, mostly someone who follows me on Instagram rather than on here, at Warhammer Fest. And he's been in, like, one of the ultimate hype men for my stuff for a little while now. And he ended up with a finalist pin after entering Golden Demon himself. And I was like, that's so proud of you. That's awesome.
That's amazing. That's so cool. I just love that. I love those kind of people too. I know exactly, the spirit of the person that you're talking about. I don't know. I guess from my perspective, a big part of why I started streaming and why I started doing this the way that, with as much fervor as I do is, I wanted to see more people like us up there at the, the prize ceremonies and stuff. And I figured, well, if not me, then who? So I started to, push my work to its limit and continue to do so. And I also do a lot of teaching through my content. So I love to, that was kind of part of my idea with the game store too, was like, I don't know many trans people who run an FLGS, so what better way to signal to other trans people that, like, this is a fun, cool place that you can, just exist in and just enjoy the hobby in, than just owning the store,
No, that would be at least a good half of the motivation for why I would want to do that myself, to be fair. Like that, it's quite weird because in my local area there's actually a few of us making waves in terms of the trans community. Like, there's one person who is hilarious enough, kind of a competitor on the 3D printing side of things on Etsy. But she's trans and was for the longest time one of the main tournament organisers for 40k events in the local area. And then there's myself, recently started doing painting classes at a local game store in the town I grew up in, which itself has a few trans members of staff, and it's just, it's fantastic being able to see us out there in the wild just making a difference.
I couldn't agree more. And, like, it's something I noticed. I was at Nova this year, and just to walk around the game, the play floor, and just see so many people just of all different backgrounds coming together over, silly plastic soldiers, just kind of confirmed, the feeling I had about why I love to do what I do, and, like, I don't know, I think Warhammer still has a pretty bad rap as far as things go, but I've been very lucky in that I would say that I've gotten almost no negative attention from the hobby itself. If anything, it's just from Twitch and just, the virtue of being a trans person online that I've received any negative response. And even then, it's been extremely, extremely limited. Now, that's not to say that my experience is common, but nevertheless, I like to think that it's indicative of a larger, more positive trend, let's say.
That's good. That's really, really good. I'm really, really glad to hear that. Mine's been very similar, I will freely admit. IRL, I've had almost no issues whatsoever in the hobby community as a trans person. Everyone who's ever met me has been very respectful, used the right pronouns and things like that. And, thank you for the honk there, Ember. Just reminding us that you're still there. That's fine. And yeah, I don't want to say that it doesn't happen at all.
Sure.
IRL, just because it hasn't happened to myself and hasn't, by the sound of things, hasn't really happened to yourself, doesn't mean that it doesn't. But it does seem very much so that a lot of it seems to pretty much just be online, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I'm kind of okay with that, because online is not the real world. Let's be honest here.
Correct.
And I've yet to come across anybody in person who would even so much as have the, not even guts, but audacity to say to my face anything that I've seen directed at trans people online.
Absolutely. And I would go so far as to add to your statement about, online not being the real world, that it's also not the real Warhammer, I would say.
It's really not.
I found nothing but just honestly love for the hobby, in real life. And I love to say that. I would never claim that it doesn't happen.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Means. I've seen it happen, but I would say that of the enthusiast hobbies that exist in the world, I would say this is probably one of the more friendly ones to trans and queer people, weirdly enough, because it had such a bad rap for not being that.
Yeah.
I think due to some, Zinchian twist of fate, a lot of us queer people have ended up in the hobby, and as a result have become kind of a significant portion of it,
It's, I mean, let's be fair, the Venn diagram between LGBT queer people and nerds is almost a complete circle. It's not exactly a complete circle, but it almost is.
I would say it's more of an oval, almost like egg-shaped,
Oh, that is brilliant.
So I do work in the board game industry as well, and one of my best friends in the board game space is a fellow trans girlfriend of mine, and she just kind of introduced me to the space as an enthusiast, and then eventually I got to a point where I've been fortunate enough to cobble together somewhat of a career out of all of it. It's mostly just a lot of small odd jobs that I do that between streaming and teaching and all the other things.
Same, to be honest.
That have kind of, it's been my attempt to turn it into full-time work. I mean, it certainly is time-wise full-time work.
Oh, absolutely.
But not pay yet. I wouldn't say pay-wise it's there yet, but we'll get there. So it's, anyway, all that to say, I think you're right. I think regardless of if it's Warhammer or board games or anything like that, there's a lot of enthusiast spaces where there are a lot of queer people.
Oh, definitely. Definitely, and it's a good thing, too.
I think to take a more pragmatic approach to it, too, if, let's say, as somebody who, I don't know, has some really... Are you cool with me cussing on here?
Oh, go for it. Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Go right ahead.
So if you're somebody who has some absolute dumbass takes about queer people in general, and you need a pragmatic, reason to advertise or target, marketing-wise, target queer people, we tend to be childless in some cases. We tend to have the money to engage with these hobbies because they are luxury hobbies, in a lot of cases. So again, if there's no other reason, taking a pragmatic approach is always a good way to talk to people who otherwise can't seem to, put their own pants on. So I mean,
absolutely, it's if you want to look at it any other way, we're helping to fund the hobby and keep it going. These kinds of businesses like Games Workshop, even as one of the bigger ones, live or die by whether or not they can sell little plastic toy soldiers. If the second they stop being able to sell little plastic toy soldiers is the second they cease to exist as a business, or at least a viable one. And even beyond that, I've always argued, admittedly, though there is a small subsect of people where this argument just does not work with whatsoever, and they quite frankly can't be helped no matter how hard you try, is it's more people to play with. how is that a bad thing?
Absolutely.
It means I can get
Absolutely.
more. It means you can get more games in against brand new people who you otherwise probably never wouldn't have even given the time of day to. And how is that in any way, shape, or form a bad thing?
And in the spirit of the conversation, what could be better than playing with somebody with whom you share little in common? Because
Mm-hmm.
at least you come to the table knowing you have one thing in common. And it gives
Absolutely.
you another opportunity to understand people better, to learn more about the world and expand your horizons,
Mm-hmm.
just by playing Warhammer.
Yeah, it's why
Because
gatekeeping as a concept never really made a massive amount of sense to me.
no, exactly. I mean, especially from a business standpoint. Like,
No.
again, if we have to take the most pragmatic approach, I think that's the clearest one. But
Mm-hmm.
I find that again through my content and otherwise, I really try to make an effort to because okay, so let me preface this a little bit. But like,
Mm-hmm.
as we both know, it's nobody's job to educate people, especially not as a queer person. No one's obligated to do that. But
Oh, definitely not.
um, I do find that like one of the joys of being a visible queer person online is getting to educate people, like getting the privilege of
Mm-hmm.
um, sharing my space with people who are truly just engaging in a sincere manner and
Yeah.
just don't know any queer people or trans people. Like I find that the majority of people that I encounter that don't know any queer or trans people simply just haven't had the opportunity to engage with them, or maybe they've
Mm-hmm.
avoided it. Let's be honest. Like there's
Yep.
ways that whatever, but um, the fear comes from a lack of encounter, lack of understanding, and then
Yeah.
that fear can kind of take a bad turn, and that's where you get a lot of that negative interaction. So
Oh,
trying to create a
definitely.
space where people can come in and ask questions or interact the without the baggage of concern, I
Mm-hmm.
guess, is something that I strive for with my platform, to try to, I guess, more or less act as an online lightning rod for some
Mm-hmm.
of that attention to help try to redirect it from other spaces that where it might manifest in a negative way.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
So
Again, I feel quite fortunate in that even online, I've not really encountered a massive deal of, or a massive amount of transphobia directed at me, myself personally.
hmm
But
agreed.
I'd still like to think, even if that were the case, I would want to take it with more of a kind of okay, well, let's stop and actually have a dialogue kind of approach
Right.
to it. And yeah,
Absolutely.
there's some people you're never going to be able to reach out to, never going to be able to
Sure.
convince otherwise. And
Sure.
those are the sort of people you don't, yeah, you can usually tell quite quickly whether or not if anything they're saying is in good or bad faith, and whether or not you're
hmm
just going to be wasting your time or effort. But I find like the approach is still best treated with kindness, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, to be honest, and let's be clear that again, that's not
Hmm.
something that is owed anybody,
No,
but
definitely
it
not.
is certainly something, if you have the privilege and the space to grant somebody that kindness, it is truly the best way to engage, because you
Hmm.
need to sometimes handle it with kid gloves, just
Yeah.
because they're coming from a place of fear and misunderstanding, and so there's already this apprehension. The temperature of the room is already kind of elevated because they're entering into the I guess the boundaries of their understanding, which is an
Yeah.
uncertain place to be. So I agree with you wholeheartedly in that, if you have the luxury of treating it as such, that
Hmm.
kind of like leading with that kindness is the way to go.
Oh, definitely. Okay. mind me. I'm just doing a bit of a quick turnaround because I'm going to be setting my airbrush up in a bit.
No worries, no worries. How are you feeling about your prospects of finishing the combat patrol box today?
Considering I started a little late with it, I don't know yet. I think it's a bit too early to say.
I have full faith for what it's worth.
Oh, thank you.
I've always wanted to do something like this, like what you're doing, like just a combat patrol challenge. It just seems like a lot of fun.
This is probably one of the biggest of these sorts of things I've done. Like, when I did my 24-hour charity stream, it was just one miniature that I challenged myself to paint in that entire span. And I managed to, but it was still... what's that particular model called? It wasn't a Wraith Knight, because it wasn't as big as a Wraith Knight. I want to say Wraith Lord? Eldari Wraith Lord? So I managed to do that, but that was one model in the span of 24 hours. This is 25 models in the span of 12, so we'll see how it goes.
I think you can do it. I've developed a bit of a reputation for painting quickly, just by virtue of, I usually bring out a new model every stream, and it's usually painted by the end of every stream.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So it's just something that... with practice has become kind of a bit of a thing that I do, and so I have full faith that you can do it for what it's worth. If I can do it, anyone can do it.
Be right back. Just need to go fetch something.
Sure, no problem.
There we are. Old spare UPS postage bag just for protecting my work surface from what's going to be quite a lot of spraying.
Do you have a color scheme planned out for your orcs?
Yes, I actually left it up to a community vote.
Ah, okay.
And the most popular choice was actually a two-way tie between Bad Moons, because apparently people really want to see me suffer by painting all of the yellow. As if the first time wasn't enough when I spent it painting nothing but yellow. And Trans Pride. So I somehow have to incorporate Trans Pride elements into Bad Moon's orcs. It's probably not impossible, but it's going to be fun to try it.
That sounds like quite a challenge.
Definitely. And I've got at least one person in chat who's very insistent I paint the war boss to be a drag queen. I haven't committed to that.
Chat as I was getting ready to come on today, and I don't mean to encourage chat and their proclivity for making us suffer, but I also would love to see that.
I might. It depends on how much time I've got towards the end, because I would want to do it justice. I wouldn't just want to slap a bunch of so-called makeup on an orc. I would want it to make it look as though the orcs tried to make an effort.
Oh yeah, you want a seasoned, drag orc for sure.
Absolutely.
I think the other thing that I'll be doing for competition coming up here is part of why I'm building these squigs.
Mm-hmm.
If you're familiar with Brush for Hire, he is...
I am.
He is encouraging, whether or not he'll admit it, he's encouraging the community to enter Squigicorns at Golden Demon.
That's brilliant. I love it.
So as I would say protest, but I don't know if it's actually truly a protest concept, but just in tongue-in-cheek, so I'm building all of these so that I have the option if there is also the time, but knowing myself, I guess we'll have to see.
I don't know so much about it being a protest. Like, this is kind of the thing I don't quite get. For whatever reason, Games Workshop, when it comes to their painting competitions, seem to take themselves way too seriously with it. Like, I don't know about the ones in the US. I don't know if they've had the same problems or not. But here in the UK, there was a bunch of things that got entered that were absolutely phenomenally done, but they were sort of tongue-in-cheek joke entries. Like Warhatter, who entered her Great Unclean one that she'd converted to be Oogie Boogie from Nightmare Before Christmas. Looked absolutely phenomenal. The work she put into that thing was just absolutely stunning. My partner, Ember, does a thing. She has an idea of doing a diorama of Von Ryan's Leapers and one of the Apothecary Biologists, but with Nigel Thornberry's head, because she came across a meme that apparently Von Ryan, who discovered the Leapers, is just the 40k equivalent of Nigel Thornberry, and I think that's fantastic. But yeah,
I love that. Games
Workshop don't accept those kinds of entries. Like, you can submit them, but apparently they'll just DQ them because it doesn't fit the spirit of Warhammer or something like that. And I think that's such a shame, because they're missing out on some really fantastic work by doing that.
I suppose it comes down to whether or not, if it's DQ'd, if they will still put it in the case, because
I think they do still.
I've started to try to come to terms with the idea that regardless of how my work performs, getting it in a case in front of people is truly a victory.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because then no matter what you do, you've won.
Oh, absolutely. That's the best way I would see it.
Well, right, and I've had I only started competing this year, really. I started with Resin Beast at Adepticon this past year, which was kind of a lofty goal, but I managed to enter, and I didn't place or anything like that, but it was still a really massive achievement for me to do that, to go from not competing to entering into the large model category there. This year I'll be doing diorama, I think.
All right.
Potentially more, but I'm only setting my sights on diorama for now. Nevertheless, that kind of I fell in love with the painting competition aspect of our hobby at that point. And yeah, I mean, in the year that I've been doing this, there have been upsets. Like this past month at Dragonfall, I didn't place or anything, but I did put a lot of work into my entry. But I definitely saw things about it that I would have liked to improve before I entered it. Nevertheless, again, it was just nice to get my work in front of people again.
Oh yeah,
because
definitely.
it had been a while since I had been able to compete. So I'm starting to try to adopt that mindset.
Oh, absolutely. Like, for me, yeah, I agree. I agree with kind of like your earlier statement of, if you get it into the cabinet, then it doesn't matter if you don't get a finalist pin. Doesn't matter if you don't get a Slayer sword or a crystal brush or any of that. You've still won, because you've got your model in front of the eyes of other people. Right. And at the end of the day, that's kind of more what I'm interested in. I just want people to be able to see my work for themselves, like whether or not they like it, or whether or not they think it's worthy of any kind of special accolades or anything like that. I just want people to be able to see it for themselves, and even maybe give me honest feedback as to what they think about it.
Well, and certainly as content creators, teachers, etc., it definitely helps if we, if we're able to place or get some sort of official recognition for the work that we do. But definitely. I mean, otherwise, I mean, in the situation of like you said with Ember, like, I'm sure you could or Oogie Boogie for that matter. You could enter something that's absolutely beautiful and objectively well done that doesn't score anything, and that can be enough to, to get. I mean, you're talking about it months later, so clearly, it made an impact, and I'm sure it's not the only one. I don't know how closely you follow, the U.S. Golden Demon, but this past year, there was, I guess not surprisingly enough, but I guess positively we'll say, there's a trans person who entered this Sunday night. So it was a night with this massive dollop of whipped cream on its head, and it had all these candy colors and just so beautifully done.
That's fantastic.
And of course it was DQ'd. It was DQ'd, but it won fan favorite.
I love that.
There's still ways to earn some sort of recognition, regardless of what GW thinks.
To be honest with you, I wish GW had something like that. Like, I know they have their own dedicated team of judges at their events, but have being able to put things up to a community vote. I think that could be really, really cool, because it would give opportunities for stuff like that to really, really shine. Because, Oogie Boogie wasn't by any means the only one there. I didn't realize it at the time until I saw the video after the fact, but I managed to get a look at... I always struggle to pronounce his name. Zemitko Miniatures on YouTube.
Zemikito, yeah.
Yeah, he entered an entry as kind of like a tongue-in-cheek joke entry, which was Iron Father Pharaoh's, the special Iron Hands character, as if he's serving up a plate of pizza. I don't know how he came up with that idea, but it was brilliant, and I loved it. And I've got to admit, when I saw it in the cabinet, I stopped. I had a nice little chuckle to myself, took photos of it, and then moved on. And to find out that got DQ'd because it wasn't in the spirit of Warhammer, I was, it's such a shame. GW don't know how to have fun.
My best friend's also a content creator, and she tends to do a lot of toy bashing, kit bashing, that sort of thing, and I'm always really, really inspired by just the sheer creativity that people like her and other content creators, especially on YouTube. The vision that they have is just something that I feel like isn't necessarily missing in our hobby, but it is missing from the competition scene because of how limited the scope of these allowances are.
Definitely. Are you talking about Witty by any chance?
I am, yeah.
Yes, I love Witty. She's fantastic. She's such a sweetheart.
She was speaking very highly of you as well when I told her I was coming on yesterday. She was like, I wish I could catch more of her streams.
That's the problem with us living on opposite time zones.
Yeah, she and I, we met at Adepticon after just kind of talking online mostly, and that's the one time a year we get to see each other. But still, it's just like we've been best friends since.
That's fantastic.
The hobby has really, really introduced me to some of the most amazing people I've gotten to call friends.
Same, 100% same. And one of these days I'll get to go to Adepticon myself. There's so many people over your side of the pond, as it were, that I would absolutely adore to meet in person, Witty definitely being one of them. Hopefully I'll get to one day. It's just, plane tickets are expensive.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to flip it and reverse it, I keep saying the same thing, is like I would absolutely love to get overseas. I personally have never never traveled to Europe at all, so it would be a double bonus for me. My partner, while we were in college, she spent time in France, so she lived in France for about 6 months and used the time to go all over Europe, and so it's always been something that I've been a bit jealous of, and I would love to go someday.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What would be a better reason than Warhammer,
Oh, absolutely. That's why I was quite astounded by Warhammer Fest, because it was just seeing all of the people who came from all the way across the world to attend it. That was absolutely mind blowing.
and it's interesting to me because even though Warhammer was my entry point for miniatures, it's probably one of the least common things I paint on the stream. I tend to go for more independent or at least smaller studios, things like that. I love to I paint a lot of stuff from Blacksite.
Nice.
I'm pretty close with the team there. And recently I've been painting Malifaux. I love Malifaux.
Ooh, I keep meaning to get into their stuff.
They're so finicky, but honestly, they're so worth it. Some of the sculpts they have are just even if they're not your cup of tea, they are just so unique in just the space that we inhabit that they just, I don't know. As a painter, it's so much fun.
Oh, definitely. It looks like such a fun game as well to actually get into.
Yeah, the card activation system, I think, is just some of the most clever, design I've seen in a long time.
Oh yeah,
it's just
definitely.
very fun to engage with. So I keep glancing over at this this box I have behind my recording setup here. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Chronicle Cards, the brush company.
I'm not.
They do a lot
actually.
They're from Australia, and they come to a lot of I mean a lot of of events. They were at Nova this year, and they happened to be giving away a Warhound Titan.
Oh wow!
And I actually was the beneficiary of that particular giveaway.
Oh, that's fantastic! Well done.
And I've never ever done anything that large before. Have you ever worked on anything like that?
I do actually have a regular segment on my stream schedule called Massive Mondays where I work specifically on really big miniatures. So I've done everything from the likes of Magnus the Red to the Shard of the Void Dragon to a few like 3D printed sculpts of really big things. I have still behind me, ready to go for when I bring it back, the Norn Emissary. I've not done anything quite as big as a Titan, but that's not through lack of wanting to, if that makes sense.
No, that makes total sense. I have kind of a I won't say secret, but I do have a fun idea for it. So I do Fabulous Marines every year.
Yeah, same.
This past year I did 7 different Hormagaunts with different Pride flag themes.
Love it.
And so my goal with the Titan is to basically, I've talked to a couple other creators that have agreed to it already, but I want to send off panels to different painters that are in the YouTube and Twitch space and have them paint a panel, ideally in a Pride theme, but it could also just be something that's really eye-catching and whatever. And then get it built and painted and assembled, and then just sort of, I guess, unofficial mascot of Fabulous Marines. My goal is to have it travel to conventions and sit at booths if there are companies willing to kind of babysit it.
That's fantastic.
And have a collection, like a collection box with it everywhere it goes, so people come to expect to see it at cons and want to drop a couple bucks in there or something like that.
Definitely. It might be worth getting in touch with. There's a group specifically in the UK called the Titan Owners Club. They were there at Warhammer Fest this year. It might be worth getting in touch with them, see if it's something they could help you out with.
I may just do that. I actually met a guy at Nova who brought all 25 of his Titans.
Wow.
And he gave me his number. He's like, if you need help building that or anything or advice, just reach out. So I'm like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, the people, as niche as Warhammer gets, you look a little deeper and there's even more niches within niche.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And Titan owners are one of those niches, it seems.
To point, Ember has the Tyrannid Biotitan, the Hierophant,
Oh.
and that thing is, oh,
I'm
it's a
I have
big
to admit,
thing.
I'm kind of jealous.
I mean, it's not an official GW model. Just want to point that out
That's
there.
neither
But
here nor there.
yeah, we have it. It's on the shelf in her background, and she keeps threatening to actually field it on the tabletop against me, and I keep saying yes when we get around to playing a 2,000 point game.
Right. Hey, it could be a good apocalypse game, right?
Oh, 100%.
It's nice to know that your partner has such good taste as well.
Got a jar of cake. I got a jar of cake, and guess what's inside it? Did you by any chance get the lemon and lime one? I wonder. Well, this has been absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for joining me today.
Yeah, of course.
It's not
of
night
course.
yet.
It will be before you know it, though.
Oh, probably.
Time flies when you're hobbying, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No, it's just been great. I really appreciate you having me on.
Definitely, and hopefully we might get to collab again sometime in the future.
I would absolutely love that. Honestly, I'll keep you posted as to the fate of the Titan.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been known to host a charity stream myself here and there, so I may call the favor right back in if that's all right.
Ah, fantastic.
So yeah, I usually raise money for organization. I don't know if they have it in the UK, but over here it's called PFLAG.
Sorry, what was that? Couldn't hear over the sound of the airbrush.
PFLAG. It's PFLAG.
Oh right, not one I'm familiar with. No.
So it's an older. I guess it's not that old, but it's a organization. Parents and families of lesbians and gays is what PFLAG stands for.
Mm-hmm.
And it does a lot more. I guess what you might consider like grassroots fundraising and activism. It's like community based, so there are chapters all over the U.S. in cities and in smaller areas. So I tend to raise money for them because there's like a much more local impact aspect of it that I really appreciate.
Yeah.
So I tend to do fundraisers for those too. There are definitely organizations over here like the Trevor Project and
Oh yeah.
I wish we had something similar to Mermaids as well.
I've often said the Trevor Project is kind of the closest thing. Like they do more or less the same things, except Mermaids focuses specifically on transgender support rather than LGBTQ as a large umbrella.
Right. I've always honestly admired that about Mermaids, and I wish we had something like that over here because it's I don't know, it's just such an important role to fill, I think, in that support category. So
oh, definitely.
From my perspective, and I don't want to speak for everyone else, but for the other queer folks who might be watching or will tune in at some point, I appreciate that you're doing this. So.
No, I completely understand that. Well, yeah, this hour's absolutely flown by. Again, thank you so much for joining me. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, whatever it is you end up getting on with. Please tell people where they can find you.
So most of my work can be found on my Twitch. I'm there from Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. So actually that's like perfect timing for my UK friends, right around dinner. I guess it depends on how late you eat dinner. But otherwise, I actually have recently launched my YouTube channel. I just posted a video yesterday.
Brilliant.
Very, very proud of how it turned out. I have another trans friend who helps me produce my videos, so it's like kind of a for us, by us, but not explicitly relating to queer things, just being another queer voice in our space. So if you guys are interested in that sort of content, I would love to have you check out the videos over there. I can be found basically on every platform under JamieDaggers. If you search JamieDaggers, my name usually is the only one. So I guess unless you mistype it and you spelled JamieDaggers, but That's
Doesn't happen as often as you think over here.
yeah. But yeah, so like basically any platform I'm most active on, I would say Instagram and well, just Instagram. I have other accounts elsewhere, but I'm not quite as active on those. And then yeah, so Twitch every day and YouTube. So that's where you can find me.
That's awesome. And yes, I'm with Armin on this one. Now I'm kind of craving JamieDaggers after mentioning that.
I actually had JamieDaggers for the first time this year. A friend of mine brought them to a con so that they could say they had JamieDaggers with JamieDaggers.
That's brilliant. What did you think of them?
They were wonderful. They were super, super good.
I love them, but they can be a bit too a bit too crumbly at times. But so worth it.
Definitely not one you want to eat while you're kind of lounging and playing games, because
Oh
otherwise
no,
you'll end up
definitely
wearing
not.
them.
Oh well, thank you so much for joining me, and yeah, I hope we get to do this again sometime.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you, Sophie. I appreciate it. And goodbye to your chat. It was lovely to meet you all.
Bye.
Bye.
There we go. So that was JamieDaggers, and as she said, you can catch her stuff over on Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube. There will be links floating around, I dare say. I will be going on a quick little break in about 15 minutes, and then I'll be joined by my partner, Ember Does a Thing. So, yeah. And again, just to remind everybody, we do have some other fantastic guests lined up tonight. We have Stephanie Burton, otherwise known as Supergirl Steph. One of the most fantastic Warhammer 40k cosplayers out there. She'll be joining us at 5:30. We have HuttArmouries, TinnedVoid, MangoSmasher, and RoxyDaRiveter joining us throughout the course of the evening as well. So plenty of opportunities to catch some fantastic people. And also, still plenty of opportunities to win some amazing prizes. Again, the donation link is around in chat or in the description below if you're watching on YouTube. Or you can scan the QR code. As a reminder, ignore that Stream Elements one. I'm going to have to find some way to turn that one off specifically for today. It's that top one, the Tiltify one, Trans Wargamers for Trans Rights. And there are some amazing prizes up for grabs. Remember, if you donate £20 or more, you'll get your name on an orc. If you donate £10 or more, you'll be entered into a giveaway for one of 2 Games Workshop vouchers, as well as one of 2 Element Games web store vouchers. £15 or more gets you where are we at? There we are. £15 or more gets you a goodie bag from our 3D print store, Vixen's Miniatures. There's 2 of those up for grabs. £20. How long will the link be live? I'm LeBroke. It depends. If we hit our donation goal of £500, then it'll be live probably up until Monday. I'll keep it going over the course of the weekend to try and raise as much as possible. If it doesn't, for whatever reason, if we don't hit that goal by the end of the night, I'll keep it going for a full week. I can't guarantee the prizes will be available at that point still, but it's at least a chance for people to still support an amazing cause. But £20 or more gets you in the running for a giveaway prize of a set of Citadel paint swatch caps, a bag of 50 of those. or the Alan Wake Collector's Edition. That's fine, Armand. It was more for anybody else out there who might have wanted to know. Oh, thank you, JamieDaggers. Thank you so much. That's greatly appreciated. Halfway there towards making me do Bean Boozled. Just want to point that out. We hit another £100. We'll be doing the Bean Boozled challenge. £50 or more, and you'll be in the winning for one of two Warhammer Fest exclusive models, Commissar's Duty or Tolgar Split Eye. £100 or more gets you a Combat Patrol box of your choice, as well as the possibility to win the Eons of Battle Orktober vehicle kit. Just the record, I wish my donation wouldn't get you closer to a Bean Boozled. I mean, the one time I managed to do it, last time we had that as an option on the charity stream, I got lucky. I actually got one of the nice ones. But because it's the only thing that we're doing today, apart from the one chip challenge if we hit full 500, there's every possibility that fortune might not be quite so favourable for me. Yeah, see, Armand gets it. There's a reason that Bad Moons was the most requested. Yeah, there's a reason Bad Moons was the most requested Orc clan for me to paint this lot in. I am really having some problems here, and I'm not 100% certain why. I think... it's probably possibly down to the paint I'm using. Chimera paints, for whatever reason, shot through an airbrush, even if you thin it down, often still causes problems. There we go, that's better. Just had to pull the needle back a little bit. Hi, Princess Cushy. I picked Bad Moons because I was thinking of the AOS ones. That's fair. I mean, it's more or less the same. It's still just a load of yellow. To be honest with you, they look a little bit more like Iron Jaws. Lots of yellow armour. No stranger to suffering for charity. I respect that. I still fear it. Still think. I think I can still taste old Band-Aid. Honestly, the one I'm looking forward to the least is Vomit. I know there's vomit-flavoured beans in the Bean Boozled. I have a phobia of vomit. Like, legitimately, even just the smell of it is enough to set me off. So, yeah. Never let it be said, I'm not prepared to suffer for a good or worthwhile cause. Be careful, these were really badly getting stuck there for a second. Wish I knew what's up with this airbrush. It's really having problems at the moment. Well, guess we'll find out if there's a worse flavour. I guess we will. Not in favour of suffering unless it's a charity, then it becomes hilarious, and doubly so if it's a friend of mine like Alti. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's kind of like a standard thing, really, here in the UK. I think those of a certain generation can probably still remember the old charity fundraisers you used to do in school, where it's like, oh, you'd sit in a bathtub full of beans or something stupid like that. Just pay my Discord, so hopefully I'll have lots of friends in the community come through during today's stream. Oh, fantastic, thank you. I'll probably do the same as well. I'm going to go on break in a couple of minutes, just for a quick 15 minutes. Mostly just to sort of stretch my legs and everything like that. Maybe get a quick bite to eat. So I'll probably post links in various Discords as well soon. I know I probably should have done that before I went live, but yeah. We had a bit of a mad rush trying to get everything sorted out last minute here. As I've often said, I'm pretty much a one-woman show. Most of what you see is here and with this whole channel is largely just me doing it all by myself. Call this part of one, definitely. Don't spoil your bean appetite. I mean, again, let's see if we get that far. £100. We just need another £50 and then we're there. Still, it's 12-hour stream, so we've still got like another what? I want to say 9 hours to go. Plenty of time. I know we're sort of in the middle of the afternoon, so for a lot of the UK-based audience.
This is a reminder. It's time for a drink.
Yes, I have deliberately set reminders on Alexa because I know what I'm like. I'll get a bit too in the weeds of painting and completely forget to take a bit of time away. So I'm just going to quickly finish off this one orc and then go from there. I wonder. Draining some air out of that might help. Not really. No, that's not helped at all. Yeah, so we'll be going for a quick little 5 minutes, 5, 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll be back, where I'll be joined by my partner, both romantically but also in business things. Ember does a thing. Will help get me through the next hour and a half or so. Right. Just gonna pop that there. and I shall be back soon. Hello, we're back again. Sorry, I got some bickies stuck in my teeth. I know, super attractive. Oh. Hey Hut, how you doing? HuttArmouries is actually going to be one of the guests tonight, joining us. Do believe I have you down for, is it 6 p.m? One second, I'll know for certain. Hi Noah JB. 7 p.m, that's when I've got you down for. 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. we'll have HuttArmouries joining us on stream. Another absolutely fantastic creator in the trans community. Thank you for the donation, Anonymous. Sadly, because you've put yourself down as an anonymous donation, it means I can't name an orc after you. But also means I won't really be able to put you in for the running for any of the giveaway prizes either. But on that note, there are going to be some amazing giveaway prizes later on. We'll be doing the draw about 11:30 tonight. And they range anywhere from at £10 or more. You can win the chance at getting one of 2 Games Workshop web store vouchers or one of 2 Element Games web store vouchers. £15 or more. We'll put you in for a prize draw for one of 2 goodie bags full of 3D printed gubbins from our 3D print store. £20 or more, we'll put you in for a prize draw for the Alan Wake Collector's Edition on Steam, as well as a prize draw for a set of Citadel paint pot toppers, which is one of our currently most popular items. Like, literally, we are selling them by the hundreds at the moment in our 3D print store. £50 or more will get you in to a prize draw for one of these 2 specifically Warhammer Fest event exclusive miniatures. There'll be 2 drawings, one for each of them. £100 or more, get to a combat patrol box of your choice. And also at £100 or more, the chance to win the full Eons of Battle Orktober Patreon exclusive vehicle collection. So if you want your orcs to be trucking around in some absolutely fancy snazzy wagons that are perfectly usable in-game, then by all means, that is an opportunity for yourself. And £30 more, and I'll be doing the Bean Boozle challenge as soon as they arrive. We're expecting them anytime between now and 6:30, so we'll see what happens. Largely depends on how busy our Amazon driver is. I'll be getting back on with some painting in a moment. I'm just going to... There we are. Going to do a bit of plugging around the various Discords that I'm in. So if you just bear with me a moment. In fact, I think that's our... I'm guessing I'll have to go see that myself. I will be right back. Well, that was timing. Package! Hi, social alien. How you doing? Ooh. Oh boy. Here it is. One chip challenge. We smashed that get out of you. We smashed that £500 donation goal. I'll be trying this out. So if you want to see me suffer, let's get us there. If you also want the possibility of seeing me suffer, 30 more pounds and we'll pull from this. Yeah. We are £30 away from doing Bean Boozled. And I'll be taking a hit from that once every £100 we raise. So, if that wasn't enough incentive for you, have I mentioned enough times that we have some amazing giveaway prizes? that you can be in the running for at various levels, depending on how much you donate. Right. I'm gonna put those to one side. I dare say I'm gonna be needing these later. Live up there for now. Just in the background as a little constant reminder. Right. I've got some links to plug. Then we'll get back on with painting. And I will call in my absolutely amazing partner, Ember Does a Thing, to join me for an hour or so on stream before we get our next guest, which is Supergirl Steph. Okay, I don't think I can really promo it in that Discord. Almost there. Last one. There we go. Awesome. There we are. Right. That's that. Now we can get back on with stuff. Hello.
Hey all.
You still up for joining me for a little bit?
Yeah, can do.
Oh, let me just turn you down.
Oh, you're just fighting with one Ryan.
As opposed to his leapers?
Same difference.
Right.
Yay.
Let's Marquid and Eldy gets the beans. Yes.
I hear you like to throw beans.
I'm gonna be getting beaned. Right. Actually, that works okay, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you should have seen it, Almond. We actually put little teddy bear faces on all of Oscar's toe beans.
Yeah, he wasn't best happy about that.
He looked adorable though, with all them little faces on his toe beans.
That's true.
And what are cats for if not to look adorable?
Being cats, generally.
That is true.
There we go.
Ah, fuck. Hey.
Yeah, I've got you on stream, and now people can see the absolute chaos and madness that is our 3D print room.
Yeah, that is because it's busy.
It really is.
I've currently got about 12 plates of stuff to go through the washing queue at the moment because of how many things we've got packed up.
Oh god, yeah. And we've noticed a lot of Americans as well who've been placing orders by accident, which is certainly something. I don't think they quite realise that the whole free shipping deal that we do is for domestic only, because it costs us a fortune to ship abroad.
Oh yeah, it's like 19, 20 quid just to get over there. That's for your basic shipping.
Mm-hmm. It's still endlessly amusing whenever we see people who've placed orders for like £4 worth of stuff. We look at how much they've spent, and most of it's just on the shipping.
Oh yeah. They'll
Those
spend
are
£4 on mushrooms and 20, 30 quid on postage because they want fast postage.
Those just goes to show just how popular we are at the moment.
Yeah, let's run with that.
Not necessarily a bad thing. So many
Yeah.
lovely things I want on Etsy that are sold from UK creators. I mean, the opposite's also true. Lots of things I'd love to buy from overseas creators. It's just the shipping is so expensive. But that's why it's all the more cool if you can go ahead and donate, because we have a whole bunch of our stuff up for grabs from our Etsy store as giveaway prizes. Even shipping from the EU is shit expensive. Got mod sober since Brexit. Oh yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah, it's like 17 quid to ship to Amsterdam.
Mm-hmm. Used to be so much cheaper than that. Like I will freely admit to us potentially giving preferential treatment here, but yeah, I was about to say Nash, perfect example. Long time friend, viewer of the channel, and one of our mods in both here on stream and in Discord. We would have, by all accounts, sent him all kinds of 3D printed goodies by now, free of charge, if it weren't for the fact that the shipping to the EU is just so expensive.
Oh, the joys of swarm armying.
Yeah, absolutely.
God, I don't like the pose of this termagant.
Oh, what's up with it? Yeah, there's a little awkward. Once I buy the
Little
Blood and
suggestive.
just a tad. To buy the Blood and the Cocktail Totems mentioned earlier, I need a box of them. But some of the 3D prints, can I commission that? You can, once we get our filament printer back up and running, because at the moment it's broken. We're still waiting for a replacement part from Elegoo on that one. Ooh, which is actually a thing I've not really announced on stream at all, because we're not really ready to do much with it just yet. We do have a filament printer. We will very likely be including stuff printed that way on our Etsy store once we sort it out. At the moment, though, we're kind of stuck dealing with trying to fix some of the faults it's got. Well, before I got the tokens anyway, and just asking in general. Yeah, definitely. It's something we can look at doing for you.
I mean, we could see about printing them in resin. I've got away with doing a few tokens that way.
She's got the they've got the tokens. Apologies, Armin. It's the box they're wanting to commission us for. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a filament thing. I mean, those Tyranid boxes came out nicely.
They did, but as I say, filament printer's out of action at the moment whilst we're waiting for
The new hot end.
the new hot end to come. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Armand, have you not thought about asking Steve, see if maybe he can do something, maybe with an MDF on his laser cutter for you? Commission you with tokens, I need to commission you for the lots, so there's no difference between base 3 and experimentals. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, we're not saying don't commission us for tokens. If you wanted to, it's something we could look at for you. You can be printed in such a way that you can't tell what roll it is by touch. Ah, right, okay. Not much point in being printed in resin then, really. Awesome idea. I think it'd make the game too heavy. that's fair. Okay, so the nozzle's not clogged. It's not. That's not the issue I'm having. That's fine, I suppose.
To be honest, filament or resin, it's gonna leave a ridge or something
Yeah.
that you can feel.
Yeah, so there's no real perfect way around it, to be honest with you.
Only way would be to like print on,
Mm-hmm.
like use screen print or something. Or use transfer sheet onto MDF and then laser cut.
Yeah, that's what I would be thinking. Experimental token pack I'm looking at is 70 tokens just by itself. Amount's not the issue. It's just more how you want them doing would be the thing you'd need to look at. Oh, there we go. Oh great, I got like 5 seconds of good spraying out of that. What the heck? It's like 1 or 2 print files out there for the TV tokens. Oh, fair enough. So how are you getting on with all your mids at the moment anyway?
Alright, Exocrine's coming up soon.
Mm-hmm.
Also just waiting on the legs printing off.
Mm-hmm.
Just done a few TinnedVoid, which are hard to see in this light, because my lights are really not set up for streaming. The more so I can actually physically see the models, because you know what we're like for our eyes. And the way our lights are set up, the camera hates it.
Right.
I think I'm just washed out on the model section right now.
Oh yeah, but to be honest with you, that's all fine. It's not the end of the world.
But yeah, Von Ryan's Leapers are being assembled right now. I'm hoping to get about 150 to 200 of them done today.
Ooh, okay. And here's me.
Gotta get that shame golf down.
Here's me barely managing to handle the 25 models that I've got to paint just in this one sitting.
Yeah, but I'm not a sadist who likes yellow.
I mean, that wasn't my choice.
You put it up as a choice.
Yes.
So you are aware that it was a possibility.
I absolutely am aware it was a possibility. I just wasn't entirely prepared for it being the main possibility.
That's a you problem.
I say I'm hoping the Bad Moon's yellow contrast paint I've got is going to make quick work of it.
Yeah. What, do like a speed paint effect?
That's pretty much what I'm aiming for. I mean, at the moment I'm just getting some green undershading down on everything. Then I'm going to... hopefully if this airbrush survives long enough.
I mean, you've got the spare one.
I do, but I was hoping to use that one purely for shooting primer through.
Yeah.
Whereas at the moment I'm thinking maybe I might have to do it, either do it the opposite way around, or either strip this down completely or retire it. I don't quite know what's up with it.
Because you've not long had that one in use, have you?
No. I'm a little concerned at how full that moisture trap's getting though.
Do you think it's the humidity in the room?
I don't know. It's not airbrushing as well as it could be airbrushing. I'll put it that way.
Sorry to hear that. And here's me just doing a quick dry brush and everything's done.
I mean, I was tempted to do it that way. But I figured airbrush would be faster.
I mean, it usually is, let's be honest, because you're pretty on point with it.
Yeah. I wonder if it's because I've not used it in a while.
Yeah, what was it you used it last on? That Necron dude, was it, or something?
No, I think it might actually have been the Morn Emissary, you know.
Oh. Oh, priming it up, was it?
No, actually spraying it.
Yeah, sorry, I can't remember where you were up to with it now. Been a while since we've seen a massive Monday with you.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
the problem, though. It's been with us being in hospital and that, isn't it? So.
Exactly. We've had a lot going on, to be fair. Hey, it's good to be back.
Oh, yes. Good to see one of our favourite streamers back.
No, you're just saying that. Biased.
Not really, no.
Biased.
Just... Okay, you're a shit streamer.
There we go, that's more like it.
Oh no, my nose has just grown. But yeah,
I'm sure they
that's
have
my
ointments for that.
exocrine that's growing right now.
That's big. I didn't quite realise just how big those things are.
That's what she said.
Oh my. Now, let's try and keep it relatively safe for work.
I am. That's literally what you just said, though. So you're being technically correct, the best kind of correct. Yeah. I'm always technically correct, you know this. It's what frustrates you.
I wouldn't say frustrates as such.
I would.
Should I take a nap? I don't know. Should you take a nap? Naps are good. I encourage naps. Whew.
Yeah, nap could be good in like a little bit. I might go for one myself.
That's up to you. You don't have to stick around if you don't want to.
Well, apparently I think you're just a shit streamer, so... I guess there really isn't a reason now, is there?
Hey. Really put my foot in it there, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Just because you're the only streamer that I actually pay for.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. See, I don't even pay for Linus's streams.
I mean, why would you?
I mean, come on, why wouldn't you? Have you seen him?
Fair enough, I suppose. Weirdo won't wake up for clock time or tonight, and I'm the one with the games, so without me they can't play. I mean, that sounds like you're the one with all the power here. That's all the more reason for you to take a nap, I think.
Damn. Kinda really want to play Blood on the Clock Tower now as well.
I was saying that earlier, I do kind of miss it.
Yeah.
You need to make a point to try and get down for the next one, I think.
We'll have to find out where a load of nerds hang out and we can sort it out.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's the place we do our painting classes on Tuesdays. They run it from time to time as well.
Yeah. And it's actually quite a nice place to be about in.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the reason you weren't allowed to back when, Armand, is reasons I'm not going to get into on stream. Well, let's just say it would have made absolutely zero sense for you to.
But yeah, just for reference, son, all them tubs are full of termagants to continue putting together.
Fun.
So, yeah. 2 big grey tubs and a little creamy tub.
Then you won't have me running it. I mean, that's true, but that still sounds like you have all the power there. I feel like that's a problem with a fairly easy solution.
Are you trying to poke Charmond for our painting class clock tower nights?
Maybe.
Well, you know our stance on it. We are Lucy. Do it, do it, do it.
Isn't it like super expensive to hang out at Geek Retreat? I mean, only if you buy food and drink. If you don't, it's not. And even then, it's still a better atmosphere than that other place. I've heard they bother you about buying food and drink when you're in there. I mean, I wouldn't know. They've not bothered us about buying food and drink whilst we're there, but then again, we do tend to occasionally splash out on food and drink.
Yeah. They've never bothered any of the people attending the painting class.
Yeah. But again, they often buy food and drink, so... I imagine, and this is a reference mainly Armand is going to get, I imagine if you were to go and try and pull a Fred, then yes, they'd have something to say about that. But quite frankly, any business in their right mind would have something to say about that.
Oh. Right, there we go.
Oh, yes, shade, well and truly. It's just gotten several shades darker in here with the amount of shade I've just thrown at that particular person.
God damn, we need a version of shame, but just with shade. You know it would work.
I do need to go and take another look at the sound alerts and have a think of some fun new ones to add.
I still vote on why.
Yes, I should have got one set up for today. Ooh, actually.
That's on you.
I think I might still be able to.
Can you set it up for like just 20 points so we can just spam it the whole stream?
I don't know about 20 points and I don't know about spamming it, but I'll definitely set it up so it doesn't cost much.
Oh. Just imagine all your little orky friends joining in. Wah, wah, wah. The more wah, the more belief. Another print's nearly done. We've got to get them skulls printed.
That works. Well, we're adding that one. Channel points. Let's set it at 1,000.
Oh.
That is loud. I know, right? Thousand channel points for Wah.
Wait, damn it, I'm right.
There you go.
70 points short.
I mean, that won't take long for you to get those. You're a subscriber for one thing, so you get more than everyone else does.
Yeah, just impatient. I want a war now.
I mean, there's nothing stopping anybody from declaring a war.
Okay, I declare war on you.
You just got to get together some of your biggest, toughest lads.
Oh, I only know pups and soft lads, sorry. Nothing tough about them.
Oh, cripe. Oh dear, the hose on my airbrush has gotten itself twisted. That's not good. That's not good. Can I do this without spilling paint all over my skirt?
This is where we need Morgan Freeman narrating. Can she do it without spilling paint? No, she could not.
Well, I managed to, so suck it.
I'm not responding.
Probably best if you don't.
But can I offer you an egg in this trying time?
I mean, you're always welcome to try. There's a guy saying, "Wow," makes me think baby's crying. Yep. Wow. Okay, that was lucky.
Oh, fuck my back.
Twisting itself around. What? Oh,
You got
it's twisted further down.
You got a kink in the hose.
Yep.
Ooh. You should have a spare hose there as well. Or
Hose?
can it be sorted?
It's sorted now. Hose is fine for the most part. It's just the gun itself I'm having issues with, and I'm not. Without dumping all this paint out and tearing it apart, I don't actually fully understand why.
So it's not the models that are going to defeat you today. It's the feckin' paintbrush.
It might
The
very well.
airbrush.
Yeah, it might very well be my airbrush that screws it for me.
Screws it or sprues it? Also, yeah, I can't believe I've done the unthinkable and actually buying GW models now.
Yep. You're going to be buying more on Monday as well.
Yeah.
Right, okay, I'm going to have to sort this out because this is getting to be an issue. Right, didn't want to have to do this, but I think I've got no choice.
Technical stream time? How to disassemble an airbrush and maintain it?
Something like that.
In the style of an orc, hit it with a hammer and believe. See, all my orc knowledge I learned from the great man, David Attenborough.
I know. God, I'm still salty about that.
Is it still down the channel, like, for good?
As far as I'm aware, I've not checked.
Hmm.
In all fairness, channels like that are on pretty shaky ground as it is. It's a bit like that D&D channel we were watching for a little while, the President's Play D&D one. Similar situation with
I've
those.
not found his videos. I'm assuming he got taken down.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think YouTube
We
are
were
doing
in the middle of watching it.
I think YouTube. Yeah, I was wondering why we stopped, but I'm guessing that makes sense. I'm guessing YouTube are doing a huge crackdown on stuff that makes use of AI voice replication.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, back's just going.
Ooh.
I said I need to get a better chair. I'm gutted that my old one broke.
Something I need to look at investing in as well, actually.
Yay, we're getting there. Just picking out little details.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay.
Hmm?
Yeah, this airbrush has had it, I think.
Really sorry to hear that.
It was only cheap.
Are you gonna go for a Squigma one?
Probably not, no.
Heads up, there's gonna be a loud beep down the headset in a sec.
Guessing one of the printers is finishing up?
Yeah. That wasn't as bad as I thought.
No.
Sorry, thought that was gonna be way louder. You know what the Saturn can be like at times.
Yeah.
Good in a way, because it means I actually hear it.
That's true.
I mean, I just have to be bothered to go and sort it out now.
Okay. At least maybe try and salvage that needle. I really should empty this slot bucket at some point. Just can't be asked. It's my only issue.
We'll get that. It's why we've got like 14 bottle, 2-litre bottles of IPA that's really full of resin. We just can't be bothered. They really need tipping down a drain or something.
Don't need to do that. You just need to stick them outside with the lid off and they'll evaporate on their own.
No, they won't. Not with how condensed these are, hon.
Oh, right. I was going to say they should do that. That's what they're supposed to do.
It's that sloppy now. That works to an extent, but not when you leave it to get as saturated as this.
Yeah.
The IPA binds too much with the resin and other stuff.
Fair.
And you know that forbidden milkshake we keep getting?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's all you get.
Ah, fair enough then.
Like, all that stuff on the windowsill, we tried to evaporate. It's even been over the radiator, and all we've got is forbidden milkshake. God, we could just go for a milkshake.
I mean, there's plenty of Nesquik downstairs.
That's true. Nesquik is the best quick.
Mm-hmm.
Should come in a hexagon tub though.
Because that way it can then be the bestagon.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
It's why all the GW have made dumb decisions. Because they're all on round bases.
I mean, Citadel paint pots used to come in hex pots, just saying.
Yeah. And that is why Citadel are no longer the best paint company.
Ha!
Because
You
they
know
lost the
what?
way.
Yeah, you could be onto something there.
Yeah. They forgot about how to be the bestagon.
Yeah, absolutely.
So now they're just gonna be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, there's too many
Never.
idiots like me that still buy them.
I mean, their stuff is kind of good still. Whoa, that's really caked in there. What the heck? What the heck did I have in this one? Jesus.
Have you not emptied it out?
Glue. Sorry, I stumbled across my tub full of IPA that I used to use to deep clean the airbrushes with. I forgot that I'd stuck all of my little metal dishes in there, and they've been in there for ages. I mean, having kind of fun because now my fingers look all kind of weird and glitterescent, I suppose, because I must have used some of the colour shift paints in this stuff at some point. But what the?
All I can say is well done.
That whatever the heck that is really caked in there, even after several months of being stuck in a tub full of IPA. It's what the heck was this shit?
Looks like something one of the window lickers had put together.
Yeah, it's got like the consistency of chewing gum. Ugh.
Ew.
You know what? I'm just gonna bin that. Fuck it.
Yeah.
There's no saving
Something
that.
should not be saved.
Nope.
Do you really want another COVID pandemic caused by you experimenting with weird shit?
Maybe.
COVID-2 electric boogaloo.
Okay,
I
whatever
miss
that
COVID.
whatever that was, that's kind of fun. Except it's like completely rusted the heck out of this on the bottom. Jesus. So that's another one that's getting binned. Good job I can buy these in bulk. Right. Go.
You know what else you can buy in bulk? Segways to your sponsor.
I mean, I was half debating tagging this stream as a sponsored stream because we are using our own shop's stock as giveaway prizes. So does that mean we're technically sponsored by ourselves?
I mean, your stream is sponsored by the stock and all the time it's took for me to get that sorted, yes.
True, true.
That's been a solid few weeks of printing to get this far.
Mm.
So I hope whoever gets it, I want to see pictures of it all painted up.
Oh, definitely. Well, it's down to whoever ends up donating 100 quid. At this moment in time, at the very least, because it's looking likely that... unless we get a whole bunch of donations for over 100 quid, it's going to pretty much straight away go to whoever manages to do it first.
Wait, so if I donate 100 quid, can I win it? Or one of the combat patrol boxes?
I want to say no.
Damn.
Because that would look sus. That really would look quite suspicious. Although, having said that, it's still money being raised for charity, so fuck it. I don't care at this point.
Oh, I mean, why it didn't work?
Wait, did it not? You sure? Try it again.
I can't, I've not got enough points now. It's fine.
Oh no, it's come through in the activity feed. It's just not come through on stream. That's really weird. I wonder if it's because it's still fairly new.
Yeah. Might be one of them things where Streamlabs or whatever has to restart for it.
Oh well,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Might set up a Toxicrene next. Once the Exocrine and that's done.
Right, I'm gonna have to pop this to one side so I can tip that down the drain because there's no saving that IP here. Go over there. I can hopefully not choke to death on fumes. Also, effort. I'm not going to worry too much about saving that needle. I've got lots of spares, so it's fine.
Yeah, I think I gave you a few spares as well with that box.
Yeah, the kit came with some.
You know how good they are, because it was like the cheapest of the cheap.
I mean, the needles are pretty standard across the board anyway. From
Hey, it was good when it worked. It just didn't work often.
From what I know, the main difference between one of these airbrushes and one of the more expensive ones that cost like multiple hundreds of quid is the quality of the part it's made out of.
Yeah.
And how often they break down.
Which, like, a few YouTubers have said they break down just as much as the £10 ones. If you don't look after them.
If you don't look after them. Right.
And it's still a pain in the ass to look after them. I think that's most of my Exocrine painted up.
Right, okay.
I just need him to have legs next. But that is future Oz's problem.
Yeah, because you're still waiting on getting some of those reprinted, aren't you?
Yeah, it's about halfway done. I could have done it quicker, but I was after quality over speed, so...
That's fair.
It's the same way I print most of the stuff, even for the shop and that. Tend to favour quality over speed.
It's a good way of going about things, to be honest with you.
The way I see it, it just happens in the background at that point, so why rush that part that would leave a crap product? We want good product.
Absolutely.
Also, as a shameless plug, we have got free shipping on at the moment as well, over 15 quid.
That's true. In between, like, all the plugging for the stuff for the charity stream, I've completely forgot to mention any of that. Oh. There we go. That's so much better. Oh, that's like night and fucking day. Pardon my language.
Imagine if someone just said, "No, I won't pardon your language."
Yeah, it's like, what if anything could you do about it?
Yeah. You beg their pardon, but also you don't really care.
That is by far like the most British exclamation of offence known to man. I beg your pardon. Yeah, when you think about it, it's a really weird statement to make. Like, what's to stop someone saying, "No, I won't give you my pardon. Get lost." You want my pardon? You can fucking whistle for it.
No, I can't whistle, sorry. That was me trying my best.
Oh my good god! Like this could have saved me almost an hour, guaranteed.
Oh yeah, you've been fecking with that airbrush all the time we've been on call, and it's nearly time for your next caller, isn't it?
No, for another 45 minutes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I lose track.
I mean, to be honest with you, this stream's going by really quickly.
Yeah, you like, what, 4.25 hours in already?
Yeah.
Well done.
I mean, that's also not necessarily a good thing, because it means I am miles away from getting anywhere near close to there with these orcs.
Also, thank you, Armand. I can't whistle while smiling, and now I'm smiling like an absolute nut job.
Works every time.
Yeah, just like if you want to not be angry at someone, go bubbles! And you cannot stay angry.
Yeah, it's impossible to stay angry while shouting while trying to say the word bubbles in the angriest voice you can.
Bubbles!
Fucking bubbles! That's see, I can't do that. Can't do that without smiling.
Oh my god, I've got a new idea for this exocrine and it's going to look cursed. Flesh tearers red on all the exposed anus parts. You know, at the tip of every smokestack?
Alright.
Yeah, it looks like a butthole. Just like that Eons of Battle terrain that we painted up.
Yep. Still have some of that, actually.
Yeah, you've got some behind you, haven't you, on the desk?
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious as to what colour scheme you'd pick for it.
I haven't quite decided yet. I don't know if I'd want to paint them to match my nids, or if I'd want to do something different with them.
But they are biomass, the same as the nids, aren't they?
Yeah.
So it makes sense that it kind of matches up.
And it makes sense for... For a second I thought Ember said Sexocrene. My God.
Oh no, that's a
Sexy
completely
Exocrene.
different model. There is one called that, unfortunately, because you know what
Oh, God.
virgins, you know what all these virgins who play Warhammer are like.
I feel like I've seen that 3D print somewhere. Isn't it literally just a Tyranid with tits?
Oh no, that's the Hive Mommy. There's
Oh,
literally
God.
a Sexocrene as well, though.
Oh, God.
It's Rule 34, hun.
Y'all need
If it-
Jesus.
If it exists, there is loot stuff of it.
Y'all need Jesus.
Hey, this is your hobby that you brought me into. Have you just dropped the airbrush?
Thankfully, no.
Sorry, I just heard a funk from this room.
Yeah, I've dropped a bunch of stuff just wasn't the airbrush. Whew.
That's good.
Don't speak so soon.
I mean, have you actually seen the size of the cannon shot that's coming off the Exoqueen? It's just as big as... Oh, she's fecked off.
I'm here.
Oh yeah, I see you on the floor. Yeah. That is nearly doubling the full length of the Exoqueen.
Oh my. It's not the size that matters, it's what you use it for.
Yeah.
And in the case of Exocrines, I'm pretty sure they have that covered as well, actually.
I think so. I think it's going to be fun to put this and the Titan and all the and the Emissary against you.
Oh, yeah.
£5,000 army when?
I don't even think I've got 5,000 points of any singular army, to be honest with you.
You haven't? You
No.
casual.
I know,
You dirty,
right?
dirty casual.
I know, right? I best hand in my hobby card now, why don't I?
Yeah. To be honest, I think it's in my bag. Sorry, that's your hobby craft card.
Oh god, what, don't we have like 4 of those things at this point? They keep
Oh, at
offering me
least.
one every time we go, and I don't remember where it is. I've got like 3 of them. I have no idea where they are, so they just keep giving me a new one.
You've got 3 of them. Every time you're out and you give me them.
So
And
what you're
I'm
saying
like,
is that you have them all. Okay, right. At least now I know where they are.
oh, this is ever since you've had like 6 of them. You started offering me them instead. God, this looks so cursed.
Also, you were on about an sound alert. Well, I didn't realise it, but I actually already have one. And it's available on my channel points redeemed for like 200 channel points. It's just I don't think anyone's ever used it. It's not as like bombastic and as impressive as the one that I've recently just added, but it's there.
There's highlight, hydrate, sit up straight, and then all the others are 500 plus.
I wonder if I've got it
There is-
disabled then.
You must do, cause yeah. Definitely not there, unfortunately.
Oh well. It was just there, listed amongst the ones in my library on sound alerts, but oh well.
Yes, Armin, Titan, it's Tyranid Titan. Or is it like the ones that go under the sea? Tyranid Titanics. Who's going to play Jack and Rose?
This is some real deep 40k reference nerd shit, but Cryptman and whatever the name of that female main named character Gene Stealer cult member is.
Oh, Titanids.
Yeah. They were trying to make a lewd.
I'm disappointed.
I
You
am
have
too.
the shake of shame. I mean, shake of shame's better than the walk of shame, I bet.
Maybe only marginally better. Right, gonna have to let that lot dry for a while.
Get the Flesh Tearers read out. Right, yeah, we have spooky season coming up on Tuesday.
Yes.
And then after that, we can put the Christmas decorations up.
I am tempted to do like a big bonus stream on Monday of just horror games, nothing but horror games. But I do also want to get those Night Haunt painted as well, so I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
You alright there?
Yeah, just back. Sorry.
Take a break for a little bit?
Oh,
Your
we're
back
good.
stretch?
Unfortunately, we can't have someone claim a stretch.
I mean, just do it anyway.
We're being stubborn.
Fair. Sounds like a you problem.
Oh, it really is. And why am I battling with wobbly Citadel pots everywhere when I have our new paint pot holders?
I was thinking this earlier when I was dealing with that pot of Agrax. But at that point I felt like it's a bit too late at this moment.
Another shameful plug.
Kind of committed.
Or rather, shameless plug, not shameful. I don't know. I don't care.
Nothing shameless about a plug. Oh, sorry, not accurate. Nothing shameful about a plug.
I'm not going there. Okay, we've just had Germans favourite some items.
Ooh, fun.
Apparently they want shafting terrain.
Shafting terrain. I mean, I'm sure that can easily be arranged.
One sec, I'll type it out because it's... Or at least I'll try and type it.
Do they want to be shafted with terrain? Okay.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna have to make some decisions now.
There we go. Pilsy Furland Shaft.
Shafting terrain.
Yeah. I have a feeling that isn't Pilsy like mushroom or something.
Probably something like that.
Love how his first name is really British, like Philip. His surname is Steinhauser. Perfect combination. That's actually a really good name. It's from them that I'm guessing it is like someone looking at the German site.
I would suspect so.
Yeah. It's often weird how we get notifications in other languages when people view the site in that.
In their native language. Yeah. I kind of like it though. I think it's kind of nice.
Oh
Nice
yeah,
that
it's
Etsy
fun.
does that. Yeah. Plus, it's fun. It's kind of weirdly fun seeing what your own item that what our own listings are called in different languages.
Yeah. Also
Cool.
trying to guess what it is before clicking on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've just managed to load Etsy there. Now it is mushrooms. Mushrooms for scenery / terrain.
That makes sense. Again, land shaft, shafting terrain.
Yeah. But this is really nice and chill. Forgotten how nice it is to paint with someone.
Oh, thank you. It's been lovely. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It's why I look forward to doing these charity streams. Like, yeah, I'm hoping to try and raise money for charity, but even if I don't get to, like, it's just nice getting to hang out with people.
Yeah.
And just get to spend time like actually chatting to people who I don't get to talk to very often, or maybe, and like in the case of JamieDaggers, who I haven't spoken to before. Like,
Sorry, you're stuck with us right now.
Not what I'm saying at all. Grr.
You know you get the teased.
I know. And my girlfriend comes with the territory.
Mm-hmm. Teasing and denial. When I have an energy drink and you aren't allowed any. Damn, I've got so much gold to do. And I've lost my pot of gold.
Oh no.
There it is. Sorry, I thought the Irish had been in and nabbed it. When is Patrick's Day?
It's like March or April time, isn't it? I don't honestly know.
Not sure. I usually find out on the day when you see everyone running around the town in green. You know, people who don't give a shit about Ireland 99 days, 99% of the year.
Yeah.
But suddenly on Patrick's Day, they're fully Irish and... Yeah. It's an excuse to drink.
I was about to say, it's England. It's just an excuse to get drunk, let's be honest.
Why we have so many bank holidays?
Mm-hmm.
Lots of nids on the wall, 99 lots of nids. Take one down, further around, 98 lots of nids on the wall.
Is that when you accidentally smashed them?
Yeah. Who said anything about accidentally? Girl. So much paint.
I mean, there is the memes out there of discovering that there's such a thing as edible filament. 3D printing an entire NIDS army in edible filament and making your opponent eat their models every time they have to remove one off the battlefield.
Oh yeah, I want to try that. You can actually run chocolate through our 3D printer.
Why aren't we doing this right now? Holy heck! That
Because
sounds awesome.
because the 3D printer's out of action.
Yeah.
You can't do it with the resin one. You will die.
But it'll be delicious. Actually, it won't
No.
be. Right, resin doesn't taste good.
No, you tasted resin. And I've had my mouth in it a lot enough to not want that again. Although I could make a mold out of filament to cast some chocolate space marines. You know that Play-Doh mold?
Yeah.
Could make that
I mean,
and just cast little chocolate space marines.
GW did announce that as an April Fool's joke several years ago. Chocolate Space Marine.
Why was that a joke? They should have gone and followed through.
Nah.
Cowards.
Release Chocolate Space Marines, you cowards.
Chocolate space marines or we go on strike. Do you think the NIDs are just from the future then? They know there's chocolate space marines somewhere, but they don't know which ones are chocolate, so they're going to eat all of them until they find the chocolate ones.
I don't know if that is true, but I kind of want it to be now.
It's just that old guy from SpongeBob who wants chocolate.
Chocolates!
That is just the Tyrannid secret mission. Find the chocolate space marines. And just for clarity, I am talking about actual chocolate. I'm not trying any racism here.
Should release Chocolate Space Marines so when I destroy them with my nids I can eat them and stay true to the theme. Exactly, see? Jamie gets it.
Yeah.
Right.
Or jelly baby ones.
Oh my god, jelly baby ones. Ooh, I remember I've got a bag of jelly babies downstairs.
Yep, you're not allowed them though until you've had your jelly beans.
I mean, still 30 quid away from having to do that. Just saying.
I mean, I
Y'all
think
are-
at the
y'all are
halfway...
big and nice.
I think at the halfway point, either way, you've just got to do one anyway for the fun of it.
No, I'm staying to it. Like, if people want to see me suffer, they can fork out the money for it. It's as simple as that. You want to see me suffer, you gotta spend the moolah on a good cause.
You said I was excluded from any prizes last night.
I mean, you're welcome to do Bean Boozled with me.
One of us.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Fair enough. If you actually have to do a Bean Boozled, I will join you.
You serious about that? You don't have to, you know.
No, I'll do it.
Alright.
In return for you doing one at the halfway point.
Oh, then no. It's fine. I mean, you don't have to do it, so...
I mean, we'd both do the halfway one together.
But yes, thank you for the follow. We are doing a 12-hour charity stream, which we are about... not quite halfway, about a third of the way through at the moment. Trying to raise money for Mermaids, the transgender youth support network here in the UK. There are amazing prizes up for grabs. Depending on how much you donate, you could be entered into a raffle draw for any number of some fantastic goodies. Good evening. How are you doing?
Hey!
And if we-
Staisky? Is it?
Saisky. Fizz? Yeah, I would imagine Saisky. Apologies if we're getting that wrong. We're doing fine, thank you.
Pretty well. You've got your orkies, I've got my knits.
Yeah, that's it as well. I'm trying to get the full Orc Combat Patrol box painted to a pretty satisfactory standard within the next 12 hours. And we're already 4 hours into it, and so far, yeah. I've spent a good chunk of it fighting with an airbrush that I didn't realise was broken until it was too late. Such is life.
If in doubt, remember the good old catchphrase of all the white Karens of the world. Just live, just laugh, and most importantly, love.
God. But if you're interested in donating, !donate in chat. If you're watching on YouTube, then the donation link is in the description box. Or if you're really feeling fancy, you can scan the QR code on the screen in the bottom left. And that'll take you right there. Once we hit £100, 1/5 of our current donation goal, I will be doing the Bean Boozled challenge. So much of a backlog at the moment, I need to actually sit down and paint and stop doing other things or playing some games. I know the feeling. Seriously know the feeling. 20 minutes, I will be joined by Supergirl Stephanie Burton, cosplayer extraordinaire, here on stream as my next guest for the evening.
Well, I think there is some beans on toast with my name on it soon.
Awesome, I hope you enjoy it.
We should. After painting all these unending hungry tyrannids, I'm a bit unendingly hungry myself.
Totally fair. Okay, now that we've gotten a little bit of pre-shading down, I feel like I'm making a bit more progress now. Still got lots to do. Still got 20 boys to do.
Woo.
Oh, that being another incentive to dig deep into your pockets and donate. Every 20 quid that gets donated, I'll be putting your name on an orc.
Honestly, I think we do have bands as well that can go onto the bases somewhere. That can actually be personalised.
I was just going to write it on in Silver Sharpie, personally, but fair enough. You know, if you want to go fancy.
Nah, that's good. You added plan. I see the memes about painters having bad backs are entirely correct.
Oh yeah,
And
now
slouching like a goblin.
Yep. Now try doing this for 12 hours.
I'm good, thanks. I'm not as sadistic. Actually, debatable, but weirdly enough, I could do a 12-hour motorbike ride, but can I do 12 hours of just sat like this?
Suppose it's different if you're operating a vehicle.
Yeah.
I would suspect so.
Now Slanesh was here, that'd at least probably give us some relief.
Oh my.
The goddess of excess or whatever her name is. The excessive pain of being hunched over. At least she'd get a kick out of it. Sorry, she's not a goddess, is she? She's a thingamabob demon.
Chaos God.
That's it. Also,
Some of them
she's
amount to the
not a
same
she,
thing.
is she? She's a he, but with tits.
She's technically both those things and also none of those things.
In God of excess and suffering, making us paint so many models.
Oh yeah, I mean, as much as I'm dedicated to Tzeentch, the god of change, magic, and trickery, I do often think Slanesh might be more appropriate with how kind of I have a bit of a perfectionist streak, to say the least.
Yeah. Whereas I just slap a load of paint on and go, good enough.
To be fair though, it works. Like your stuff looks fantastic.
I wish, but thank you.
It does. Don't be daft.
Not being daft, I'm being realistic. You wouldn't catch me using fancy technique like you are with the airbrush and that.
I mean, it's fancy. It's also as a way to try and get them painted quickly. You know, I've got 12, well, less than 12 hours at this point. 7 hours to do these in.
Fair, like I've got about 20 odd models done so far, so...
Exactly. See, you're already ahead of me. And you're not even trying to do it all in a certain length of time.
Oh no, like I've been doing most of this as a building time.
Oh, you're building stuff? I thought you were painting.
Bit of both.
Alright.
I literally, before we came on call, just finished building all this.
Fair.
So, yeah, I might take a load downstairs with me. And we'll get a load more built. But
Yeah,
so
totally fair.
so long as I'm working on my pile of shame, I'm happy.
That's reasonable.
I don't want to be at a plus 600 again this month.
I mean, I'm staring down the barrel of being quite in the high numbers with the things I'm going to be buying on Monday.
I mean, last month was plus, I want to say about 1,500. Oh, we have orders.
Oh,
More mushrooms.
our second most popular item at the moment.
I'm so glad I've just printed off a few thousand more mushrooms.
Just as a reminder, if you want to be in with the chance of winning sunbow mushrooms that we offer as scenery bits, as well as other goodies from our 3D print store, any donation amount of £15 or more will enter into a prize draw for one of 2 goodie bags that we have on offer, and any donation amount of 20 or more will put you in the running for one of our packs of Citadel paint pot toppers, which are our currently most requested item in our store.
Oh yeah, it's been 850 was shipped out this month.
I didn't realize it was that many. I know it was in the hundreds. I didn't realize it was 850. Jesus.
450 last week. Others have been shipped out in drips and drabs throughout the rest of the month. I mean, one person ordered 200.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That was one of the American orders. Like, wowzers.
Mm-hmm. I know I probably shouldn't be zenithal highlighting this way whilst the undercoat is still wet, but I'm impatient at the moment. I've got all these orcs to paint and not enough time to paint them all in, so I'm taking the risk, is what I'm doing.
Still say we need a Morgan Freeman voiceover. It was at this point she realised she shouldn't have taken the risk. Like, Morgan Freeman could kill your family slowly with a butter knife. really brutally. And as long as he was narrating it, you wouldn't really care. You'd just be so calm and happy that he's just narrating the death of your family.
And in 10 minutes, we'll have Stephanie Burton, otherwise known as Supergirl Steph, joining us on stream to talk about all things cosplay, all things Warhammer, and what it's like being trans whilst doing both those things. And also probably some of her writing as well. I'm really curious to ask her about that.
How are you doing for water bottle?
I should actually have a drink, yeah. I'll probably need a refill before long, but I'm going for another break at 6:30 anyway, so I'll just refill it during that.
No worries, I was going off with a refill 1 hour, feck off. Hey, you know what, I'm going to stop there. Our back is killing us.
Oh.
But yeah, pot toppers and pot bottoms. They are absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it says something when I literally use the pot toppers on 99% of my Citadel paints.
Oh, yeah.
The only ones I don't use it on is contrast medium, and 4 that I haven't actually got around to putting them on because I'm too lazy.
That's fair.
Oh, hello, cat. Sorry, cat was being nosy.
What do you expect? It's dinner time. He's probably come in to ask, well, why isn't the food in the bowl right now?
Yeah, cat doesn't care about charity stream. Cat is selfish and just wants food.
To be honest with you, that's why I've got my bedroom. It's not a bedroom, but that's why I've got the door open in here at the moment, just in case he decides he wants to pop in.
Oh, and he's abandoned you.
Oh no, I don't. I'm hoping he doesn't, but just on the off chance that I'm gone for 12 hours and he starts getting anxious about that, because he does. If he can't be around me for like extended periods of time, he gets worried and comes immediately running for attention. Yeah, I've got the door open just in case he decides to try and figure out where I am.
That's so adorable. Ah, feck.
Hmm?
Sorry, just trying to sort post. As all my stuff is falling down, just trying to sort postage out, get this order shipped.
Right, in which case I'm going to leave you to that, and I will let you crack on whilst I get ready to do the changeover for Steph.
Hi, have fun. Thank you for having us on.
No problem.
Being
I'll
nice
see
painting.
You. Yeah, I'll see you soon, sweetie. Bye.
See you soon. Love you.
Love you too. And that was of course my partner Ember does a thing. She doesn't really have any social media to speak of. Like even our web store, Vixen's Miniatures, I'm the one who runs the Instagram for that. but she's usually around in our Discord if you ever want to stop and say hello. She's usually in chat on stream, things like that. I'm going to pop that there because I'm no doubt I'm going to need it again soon. And yes, I do realise I just very nearly sprayed on... Well, not even very nearly. I did actually spray on my bare hand there, but... You know, that's the best way to test if it's clean or not. If I end up covered in it, it's definitely not clean. Right. I'm thinking next step will be to get some Warpstone Glow contrast paint. Sorry, not Warpstone Glow. That's the name of the layer paint. Warp Lightning contrast paint on all that orc skin. Really want to push the vibrancy on that green. I'll still keep that white ink to hand though, because I might need it, especially for some of these orcs here that are still drying. Actually, tell you what, I'll wait a moment or two because I'm going to be getting Steph on stream anyway. So there's no sense in me fiddling around with that when I'm also going to need to man Discord in a moment to get her in stream. Right. Okay. Let's get her in. I know it's like a minute ahead of time, but hey, it should be fine. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Give me a second and I'll try and see if I can get this sorted out.
No
How are you
worries.
doing?
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Very good indeed.
Perfect. Right. So thank you for joining me. It's good to get to hang out with you like this.
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen you since Warhammerfest.
I know, right? Oh wow.
That was a great weekend. That was. It's good to see you there as well.
It really, really was, and you look absolutely spectacular.
Thank you very much.
There we go. There we are.
There we are.
Got you on the stream now. Perfect.
Hey.
So, yeah. No real plan for this. It's just a bit of a hangout, bit of a chat about all things hobby, all things Warhammer, and
Yeah.
you've got a bit of a unique entry into it because you've got your cosplay stuff. You're also a writer as well, which is heckin' impressive. So, yeah.
Amateur writer. Amateur writer.
All right. So Black Library haven't come knocking on your door just yet to hire you. Have they?
Unfortunately, not yet. No.
Is that the goal? Is that what you would want to happen someday?
Well, maybe one day. That would be nice. Certainly.
Ooh. Oh,
If
definitely.
they think I'm good enough, then I would love to work at Black Library. Absolutely.
If you
I really
could,
enjoy.
if you could write for any one character in Warhammer lore, whether it be fantasy or 40k, which one would it be?
A character or a faction?
Character specifically.
I think there's a couple, and I think they are the characters I currently write about. So, for those who don't know, Sophie's right. I do Warhammer cosplay. I've got a Drakari Witch Succubus cosplay that's been around a few different events. There is a Howling Banshee Exarch in training planned for later this year. Hopefully, we'll debut that at Birmingham MCM, which will be really fun.
Ooh.
Alongside a whole bunch of other Eldari cosplayers. But when it comes to my writing, I really enjoy writing about the characters that I cosplay as. So, for my Drakari, it's the Witch Succubus Orazeth. That's the name I've given the character. So, I mean, for me and my friends, like when we get into our Warhammer cosplay, it's not just simply a case of putting on a costume. Like there is actually a whole character created alongside those costumes, and we step into a full-on persona. So this witch Orazeth, who I cosplay as, she has her own agendas, her own style of warfare, her own motivations for doing what she does, how she views other races in the galaxy, and so forth. And it's the same for my upcoming Howling Banshee as well. She's a Howling Banshee in training, learning under the tutelage of another Exarch from a shrine on Biltan. And she has a tragic backstory where she lost her lover when the fracture of Biltan happened. So she has a deep hatred for Ivrain and the Inari.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, and some elements of the stories that I write do show up on the cosplays as well. For example, she's still this Howling Banshee, is Inariel is her name. She's young, and she, as I say, lost her lover in the fracture, but her lover's waystone was damaged and her soul was consumed by Slanesh. So Inariel hung on to the destroyed Waystone as a way of, keeping hold of that last piece of her former lover, and she carries that at a long sash at her waist. So if you see me cosplaying, you'll see a cracked, destroyed spirit stone like hanging from her waist, and that's the spirit stone of her lover Faden. So there's a whole story that goes behind it. It's not just the costume. At least not for me.
That's a really cool level of attention to detail. That's fantastic. Okay, I have to ask now then, what's the story behind the Drukhari baby? Because I'm not going to lie, that thing is both amazing and also creepy as heck.
So the Drukhari baby is made by an incredibly talented friend of mine, Rachel Hutchinson. She's the one that got me into cosplay in the first place and created my witch costume. And is also working on the Hanging Banshee costume as well, ready for December. She herself has done many cosplays. She's got an incredible Incubi Clavex costume, and accompanying persona. And she has a Dara Avenger Exarch, which is hopefully going to get some upgrades for Birmingham MCM this December.
Oh, nice.
And some pieces like a shimmer shield and things.
Oh wow, that's quite impressive.
Yes, the helmet already is a work of art, honestly.
Definitely.
I can't wait to see what else she creates and comes up with. But the baby was actually just a fun project that she just did because she could, and she wanted to. So at the time she was making I don't know if you've heard of Reborn dolls. They're very, very realistic baby dolls. Effectively, you buy them like a kit, and you kind of like paint them and put them to bake in the oven, and they're hyper realistic. They weigh like a real baby. They flop like a real baby. And they look like a real baby.
I'm wondering if that kind of contributes to the sort of like unsettling nature of it, that sort of uncanny valley effect of it.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, she did quite a few fancy ones like werewolf pups or like it spawnlings, and little
Kind of awesome.
Babies and stuff like that. But yeah, the Drukhari baby was literally just a fun project she did just for fun.
Oh wow!
And yeah, and it looks amazing, and yes, very creepy. So we took it along to I think it was the Warhammer World Open Day last year. It was part of like a display, and because I was in my Drukhari witch costume at the time, I thought it'd be brilliant fun to just pick it up and walk around the hall with it and like a mother and do all that sort of stuff. And I scared so many people.
I can imagine so.
I walk up to somebody and they sort of look and then they double take and they see the freaky baby.
That's
it was very, very enjoyable. But yeah, it's a very realistic looking freaky thing. Real human hair as well. As his head.
I'm not sure if that makes it better or worse.
I think it makes it better.
It definitely makes it, like, from a technical standpoint, that makes it better. It's just more from that, again, this is already kind of sinister looking. It's got real human hair. Ah!
Yeah, it has real human hair.
Next you're going to tell me it's got bits of real baby in it, and then I wouldn't be half surprised.
I mean, it is a Drukhari baby, so, it is going to terrorize millions when he's older.
Oh, dear.
But yeah, that's where the baby came from. Just a fun side project that she did.
Does it have any kind of? Have you written any kind of lore around it being a part of that character, or is it completely separate from? You say the name was Orzeth or something like that.
Orzeth was the name of my witch. Yes. I don't know. I don't think Rachel and I have really written a kind of persona for the baby. It's not really written into the stories and not got a like a name or anything per se. But we don't both do 40k creative writing, which we publish on our Substacks, and our characters and stories interlink. So there is, and it's currently unpublished, but potentially in a future storyline we'll explore her Drukhari Archon character, Lotharos. And he has cloning technology that no one knows about. So potentially we might write the baby in the future as like a cloned baby Lotharos, so that Archon Lotharos never really die. Just in case someone does wrong foot him and stab him in the back, he'll just reappear. in one of his clone babies. So
You know what? I
potentially-
like that. That's quite cool.
yeah.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So which came first then for you? Was it the hobby or was it cosplay? Or did they somehow manage to overlap simultaneously?
It was definitely the hobby. I've been a hobbyist for about 22 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So I started just when I was a kid.
Wow.
And then, so yeah, I've been solidly wrapped up in all things Warhammer and all things Games Workshop since I was about 13. I've played dozens of armies. I've fought in dozens of tournaments. Yeah, I've collected many over the years. I've collected Jakari, Tomb Kings. I've done Marines and Necrons. Loads of Battlefield Gothic. I have loads of Epic Armageddon.
Nice.
Yeah, Titanicus, 40k Sigmar. So there's not a lot I haven't done or collected, I must say. But the cosplay has been quite new. Only the last sort of 18 months or so.
Right.
Nearly 2 years now. So that actually all came about because I was at the Horus Heresy Open Day world, and I bumped into all the cosplayers. They invited a load of Warhammer cosplayers to be at the event, and that's where I met Rachel.
Oh, wow.
And then I mentioned that I've always wanted to get into cosplay, but never known like where to start or what to do and so forth. So and she just said, "Oh, what would you do?" And I was like, "I'd love to do like a Jakari Witch or a Howling Banshee, maybe. That's always been a dream of mine." She was like, "Wouldn't be too hard to do. Let's do it. Let's get you started." And then she incredibly kindly just basically went away and made the witch costume that you'd have seen. Yeah,
That's
really wonderful.
fantastic. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay,
I'm really allowing me to like get into Warhammer cosplay and really dip my toe into it, and I'm really having fun with it.
Oh, brilliant.
I've to the extent that I've now got a room set aside of my house, and I'm going to start crafting my own pieces hopefully next month.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, I can't wait to follow along with that stuff. Definitely.
Yes, yeah. I'm really excited. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to try and cut my teeth on a few items and learn how to use the medium, how to use crafting foam, filler, and the acrylic paints and so forth, and see if I can really see if I've got what it takes to make some really great Warhammer cosplays.
Oh, absolutely.
Have some ideas in mind already.
Ooh. Anything you wanna share, or is it all very hush hush for now?
No, it's not the hush hush. My phone case is a bit worn out. I apologise, but if you remember this from many years ago,
yes, yeah.
so I want to make that my first project, that Dark Eldar Lord.
Oh, that would be awesome. I remember seeing that design years ago, and I've been wanting Games Workshop to actually release a mini of that particular character.
Yeah. It would be
Either I'll have to
amazing.
Find a way to kit bash it somehow. I reckon it's possible.
It shouldn't be too hard. Find some classic miniatures and chop them up.
Yeah, definitely.
Put a big cloak on it. There's some massive spiky shoulder pads, and you're away, I think. But yeah, I've already have an idea of how I'd approach parts of it, like the chest plate and the shoulders look pretty easy to construct.
Yeah.
From foam. Well, she says. I haven't built anything from foam yet. But that's next month.
And
yeah,
easy for you. I'll say this much: I've never found myself. I'd never think I'd be able to do stuff like that. Like, it always looks like such an amazing, intricate art form in and of itself. I have a lot of admiration and respect for cosplayers. Just the amount of work they put into things.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I mean, if we take a look at, for example, one of Orzeth's knives that Rachel made for me. So this is you're right. It's a complete work of art. It's absolutely beautiful. But when you break it down on how you actually construct it, it's effectively just 4 layers of foam that are shaped with a Dremel.
Wow.
There's a wooden dowel in here, for up to about here, for strength, sandwiched between the foam layers. It is literally that simple. That's all it is. Just drawn to a template. And then you cut it, Dremel the edges, and then when you're satisfied, you paint it.
That's absolutely phenomenal. Have you looked at 3D printing for any of the bits and pieces for cosplayer?
Quite a lot of cosplayers do resort to 3D printing. Certainly there are some parts of costumes which would be incredibly difficult to make with foam. But generally speaking, you could probably want to try and keep everything as lightweight as possible. Because if you have a lot of 3D printed items or pieces, and you're wearing them all day, or you're holding them all day, it can tire you out extremely quickly.
I would imagine so.
I mean, when obviously we met at Warhammer Fest, I was wearing Rachel's Incubi Clayvex costume. And it's quite interesting when you watch the pictures from the start of the day and the end of each day, because at the start of the day, I'd be holding the massive like demi-clades up here and awesome, cool, as many cool comet poses I can get. Towards the end of the day, the poses just got lower and lower and lower and lower until I just couldn't even lift my arms anymore because they were just too heavy. But there was no 3D printing of those. It was just foam. It's just holding heavy foam swords all day. Knackers your arms.
That's it. I mean, that stuff always looks like it's got such weight to it and such heft, but I've yet to actually pick some up and try it out for myself. I kind of wanted to a few times when we were wandering past the cosplay showcase area towards near where the food court was, but yeah. Maybe next time. Maybe next time I might get the courage to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. The clays themselves, if you pick one up, don't feel very heavy at all, because it's all just foam. But yeah, when you hold one all day long, it just totally
adds up definitely over time.
Yeah, so cosplay is fantastic fun. Like I say, I'm so thankful to Rachel for introducing me to it. It's a whole other world.
Wow.
And it's like, it feels like just finding another way to enjoy the same Warhammer hobby you always have done. It's just you're the miniature, so everything's much bigger.
That's such a cool way of looking at it. You yourself are the miniature. That's amazing. Yeah. So if money were no object, and also like level of expertise were no object, which character or what type of character would you most want to create for yourself?
As a cosplay?
Yes.
Ooh, there's a question. Probably an Adeptus Custodian. Love to do if money was no object and if skill was no object and I could just create it and everything went perfectly, nothing went wrong and it went right first time, which doesn't happen, but there you go. Yeah, I do a full suit of Custodian Guard armor with enormous Custodian Spear. I love the Custodian Guard. I always have done. Ever since I first learned about them, like in the lore back when I was a kid. So obviously a few years ago, it was very exciting when they actually made it as an army.
Yeah.
That you could like literally collect, which is fantastic fun. So naturally, I bought loads of them. I have a massive army of them. But yeah, if I did a full suit of something, I'd love to do a Custodian Guard because you really don't see many.
No.
I guess you'd tackle the build pretty much the same way you tackle a Space Marine.
I would have thought so. Yeah.
You basically be based the same way. So there's lots of tutorials and guides and cosplays out there who have fantastic Space Marine cosplays and suits.
Oh, definitely. I remember getting to speak to a few of them there at Warhammer Fest, and again, I was absolutely in awe at the level of detail that they put into those, especially with all like the more mechanical aspects. Being able to make those giant suits of armor move when it's just like an average person who's maybe 6 foot plus some change inside of one. It's just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it is amazing. Like if you ever spoke to M. Johnson of Limestone Forge on Instagram, she is the Imperial Fists Praetor cosplay. And she won the cosplay competition at Fest, and she has just incredible stuff. She's got like a light up power sword. She's got working like lightning claws, and she can move her fingers, and all sorts of kind of amazing props of that, which even make even me go, "Oh my goodness, how did you do that?"
Yeah,
it's really something. It's a thing of beauty, honestly. Watching these cosplayers do their thing, when they have like big moving parts and things, it's just so impressive.
Oh, definitely.
It's wonderful to be part of as well. So
It seems like it. It seems like such a wholesome community, like a little family almost. Just I don't know if it's just because they're all UK based, and let's face it, UK based anything is usually smaller scale than it is overseas in America and things. But it does seem like, especially in the Warhammer cosplay community, like everybody knows everybody, and I love that. I love that about it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people will learn from certain cosplayers too. So, Evil Ted on YouTube, for example, is a fantastic resource to learn anything about making anything cosplay. He has so many tutorials and videos breaking it down how he'll make like a bolt gun or a power sword, for example, or whatever else he's creating, a helmet, for example. And you can just follow along the tutorials, and you just learn so much. I know a lot of people who've watched his tutorials and learned a lot about cosplaying from that.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose it makes sense. I've never really thought about whether or not you'd ever come across any YouTubers who show how to make cosplay stuff. Like most cosplayers I know IRL, like they seem too busy actually making the stuff to make content about how to make the stuff. So it makes sense. It does stand to reason. I just never really gave it much thought. Wow.
Yeah, no, there's definitely lots out there, lots of resources, lots of materials. I think Rachel Huntington is gonna, I think, wanting to do like a little tutorial for YouTube on how she makes her spirit stones for her Eldar cosplays. So that's just done basically out of clear resin with like effectively paint behind it. Although sometimes she puts like lights and so forth. But they're really easy to make. It just has like a round mold which you pour resin into effectively.
Right.
But yeah, she wants to make little tutorials show how to do those, which I'm really excited to see her do one day. And follow along, make some spirit stones herself. Be really good fun.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant.
Thank you very much.
So,
yeah,
how have you?
It's really good fun, and when we first started off, again, it was just effectively getting into cosplay. There was no like creative writing being done. It was only kind of like the bouncing of ideas back and forth between myself and her. That kind of really fired up my passion for creative writing, which I hadn't done for decades.
Oh wow!
And I suddenly felt this stirring, this inspiration of, I want to write something. I want to write about.
So one led into the other. That's really cool.
Our creative engines just bounced off each other, and before we knew it, we had like names and personas and like a little storyline. And then I started writing stuff down, and that generated further ideas. It generated more short stories. And it's just snowballed from there. It's been really fun. So everything we published so far, like I say, is on our Substacks. So if you go to, for my one, for example, if you go to substack.com/Stephanie Burton, you will come across my page. I've got about 5 or so short stories, a few for RSF and a few for Inarial published up there.
Oh, wow.
Rachel's Substack is there also. She's got 2 or 3 stories for her Howling Banshee Exarch Moraelth, who is the Exarch that's training Inarial. Which gives us the freedom to swap the suit. If she wants to wear it, she can step into Mariel's character, and if I want to wear it, I can step into Inariel's character.
And especially considering she sort of mentored you into the whole cosplay side, it's a nice little parallel there to real life. That's really lovely. Yeah, I like that.
Absolutely is. Really, really enjoyable. Really enjoyable.
That's so cool.
But yeah, and it's what's even better is how it has inspired others. So, for example, at MCM in Birmingham in December, there should be 4 of us. So our numbers are growing.
Oh, wow.
So there'll be myself and Rachel, but we got 2 others. We've got Luke, who is Glamage Paints on Instagram, and we've got Chris, who is Wraithbone Create on Instagram, who will be turning up with a Fire Dragon and a Striking Scorpion Exarch cosplays.
Oh, wow.
And Luke's also had lots of tips and advice from Rachel, and both he also has like dipped into the creative writing side of things for his character, so he's also created a persona for his Striking Scorpion Exarch, and hopefully in the future we're going to learn a bit more about that and then we can start tying that into our own stories and tie all our characters together in like an ongoing narrative.
Oh, that is fantastic. I'll have to keep my eyes out for that. Maybe try and read some
Yeah,
of it
absolutely.
myself.
Watch this space.
Definitely. Wow. And I know I asked you before stream whether or not you'd be comfortable talking about this. It's fine if the answer is no, but how have you found being a trans person like in all of this? Especially in the cosplay community, because I imagine it's probably different in the Warhammer cosplay community, but I know in like more the anime cosplay community side of things, there can be a sort of like underlying level of toxicity that can be a bit uncomfortable when it comes to stuff like that. Has that been something you've come across yourself, or what's your experience been like?
I think there's kind of two questions there. One is my experience as a trans person in the hobby, and another as a cosplayer. Certainly as a cosplayer, I've never encountered any kind of negativity or discrimination. Everyone's been so open and welcoming and lovely.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, it's been absolutely wonderful. Like the Funhammer cosplay group that I'm part of is all it's so welcoming and inclusive. It just feels like friends and family, honestly. And so when you all get together at a big event like Warhammer Fest or a Warhammer Open Day, for example, it's just like seeing your mates again. It's really, really enjoyable.
That's so nice.
Truly lovely camaraderie between everyone. Because at the end of the day, we all love Warhammer, we all love cosplay, we all do Warhammer cosplays, and we all enjoy it.
Oh,
And we enjoy seeing the reaction to our costumes. So yeah, it's something we all enjoy. And we have that kind of shared experience. So it's just absolutely wonderful. It's absolutely lovely. Yeah, I've always felt incredibly welcome as part of a Warhammer cosplayers sort of community. Been fantastic.
And has that experience carried over to the rest of the hobby in general, like the painting or even the actual wargaming side of things for yourself?
Yes, it has actually. I had a similar question when I was invited to speak on a Women in Wargaming panel at Salute 50.
Yes, yes. I remember that panel. I remember because Phoebe, the person who sort of what's the word for it? Not MC. There's another word for it. Effectively moderated that panel. She mentioned it. Mentioned myself in relation to it as well. It was like, oh. It's such a lovely thing that actually happened, and it was really nice hearing your experience again as a woman, but also as a trans woman in the hobby, in that little sort of sphere of things. It was so nice.
It was a fantastic experience to be on that panel and an honour as well. It was great for me too because my experience with the hobby has been quite unique. I think a lot of and it was really good for me to hear the experiences of the other women on the panel and how they do in the hobby community. Because, I mean, for me, certainly, I was in the hobby long before I transitioned.
Right.
I was still a kid. So I effectively got on to experience both sides. I've been able to enjoy the hobby for a good near couple of decades as male presenting. And so I kind of met a lot of my friends through the hobby and through the community, which obviously carried over after I transitioned. So for me in the hobby, my kind of support network and friends groups were kind of already in place, which helped immensely, I must say. So when I was able to then properly come out and be myself, that friendship group, that community was already still there. Fully supportive, fully inclusive, and it just made everything so much easier. I still had my kind of escapism, the place I could go to, the hobby I could do, that wouldn't judge or send any negativity my way. So really, it made it really easy. And I'm always very thankful for that to the community for welcoming me right from the off.
That's so nice to hear. It really, really is. It's nice hearing someone's experiences quite similar to my own in that regard because, I've been in the hobby myself. Not quite since that young. I only really started getting into it in my mid-20s because that's the only time I could actually afford to get into it. But I've been cis-presenting male for the vast majority of that. Only really came out as trans about 2 years ago. So, yeah. But my experience has been very, very similar because I already had that strong support network of both friends IRL, but also a really supportive community that I've built on here and on Instagram. And it's just kind of stuck around for the most part, with like maybe 1 or 2 notable exceptions. But yeah, it's much like I was saying to or what me and JamieDaggers were talking about earlier. Like, but yeah, by all means, our experiences aren't universal, but it is still really encouraging to hear that it seems to be more often the case than it is the reverse.
Yeah, I think that's a great reflection of the community as a whole and how welcoming it is. It's exactly like the same, like I said, when I got into the Warhammer cosplay group. It's like we all love Warhammer.
Yeah.
We all love the lore, we love the background, we love collecting the miniatures. So, yeah, there's no need for any negativity there. We all enjoy what we enjoy. We have that shared connection with people who would otherwise be complete strangers. Because I've always found when it comes to the hobby, you can always talk to a complete stranger in a Games Workshop for hours on end because you both have this deep love of Warhammer. And even though you don't know each other and you've only just met, you could talk for hours. And I've met so many people that way. And
definitely
some great friends.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most wonderful things about it, to be honest. I think our hobby, our community is just a wonderful, wonderful place full of wonderful, wonderful people.
Oh, I feel very much the same way, definitely. Are you likely to be at Warhammer Fest next year?
Absolutely, absolutely. Kane himself cannot keep me away.
Good. Yeah, that's a cosplay I'd like to see someone do sometime. Oh, Avatar of Kane. Oh, that would be absolutely stunning. But yeah, hopefully I'll be able to see you there myself. Hopefully I'm gonna get to go myself. Just need to wait for them to announce dates and tickets and things.
Yeah, I believe there's an upcoming another Warhammer Open Day at Warhammer World, which I think is March.
Oh.
Which I'm starting to put in the calendar and think about. So
yeah,
that should be a job or two.
Might think about that for myself as well. I don't know. Lots of things going on. That's always the main issue. Am I right in remembering that you actually either did or perhaps still do work for Games Workshop?
Yes. I'm currently employed by the company. I'm not. I can't say anything about it.
Oh no, wouldn't expect you to. No, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I was able to meet the cosplayers at the Warhammer anniversary the first time, like over a year ago, because I was actually working the door at the time. So I got to meet them all as they came in the door and admire all their cosplays up close, which is really wonderful.
I imagine you probably can't say much about what it is you do there, but how have you found the experience of actually working for the big dogs themselves?
Really lovely. It's a really wonderful company to work for, and it's inclusive and supportive. Much the same as I found the rest of the wider community and the cosplayers. Like right from the off, they were supportive straight away and bent over backwards to help manage my transition with me at work and work through anything I needed to go through. So yeah, it's a wonderfully inclusive company.
Right. Oh, so did you transition while still working for Games Workshop?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was still at work when I first came out.
That's the side of things you don't really hear very often. Like that's kind of fantastic. I'm glad to hear that they've been very inclusive and very very accepting of things whilst you've been there.
It's great. I think it all comes down to, as I said, that kind of shared passion and excitement for all things Warhammer.
Yeah.
It's like one big happy family, and we all, again, you can meet people from a department you've never seen before, but you know you have that connection with Warhammer, so you can just talk. No problem.
Fantastic.
It's wonderful, really wonderful.
It sounds it, definitely. Oh wow. There we go. Right.
So yeah, Warhammer World open day. I think we March. I'm not quite sure yet what I'm going to do for that. What cosplay I'm going to use. Have to see what I feel like. I'm very much enjoying being my Drakari Witch, but I'm also very excited to step into an Ariel's character as part of the Howling Banshee cosplay. So
I imagine they would feel like polar opposites to each other, or is that actually where it becomes even more interesting on a story perspective, where they have a lot more similarities than the two opposing factions would probably like to admit?
Well, that's a good question. I think one of the things I've really enjoyed about these costumes from cosplay and the writing that comes from that is how the writing has kind of evolved over time. Mm-hmm. So when I first created the idea of Enariel, and she was this young banshee learning from her exarch. Back then, she didn't actually have any backstory. I hadn't created any. I just had the name and kind of like how she fitted in. And it's over time, as we've had ideas bounce back and forth, and I've written a few things, that her character's really started to take shape almost as I'm writing, which has been a really enjoyable process. And then I came up with the idea of her like really tragic backstory on where I could be, and Rachel and I were bouncing ideas back and forth, and then ended up being what it is, which I recently published earlier this week. Her tragic backstory is now on my Substack. It's about a 10-minute read. It's been getting a lot of good responses. I'm really pretty proud of it. It's a very emotional piece, far more emotional than anything I've written before. So it was quite a challenge. But yeah, people really seem to resonate between the contrast between the beauty of what she's remembering and then the tragedy of what happened. And so the character's really evolved from that. And Orazeth's been much the same. Again, starting out just with a costume and going, okay, it's a witch, her name is Orazeth. Mm-hmm. What's her deal? And then, okay, well, how does she fit in with the other cosplays? We've got Incubi Claylet's cosplay that Rachel has with their own name, Moriel. You've got the Archon Lotharos cosplay that Rachel has. And you think, okay, well, how does this witch, who's from a witch cult, link into an Archon and an Incubi? Can we tie that together as a story? And from that was born the ideas of, okay, well, perhaps she's the kind of right hand of the Archon. She's risen in the ranks of his cabal, and she is his mistress of blades. She's an incredibly skilled warrior. And then from that was born, perhaps she's actually a very high-ranked witch. Maybe she's a succubus from the Cult of Strife. But Leader's Hesperax was. So what's she doing with the cabal of the Black Myriad? After the Forest, what's happened there? And so then there was a whole backstory of, perhaps she's a double agent. Perhaps she's actually doing Lilith's bidding by rising in the ranks of the cabal and getting close to Lotharos. Why is that the case? Oh, okay. And so the story starts to weave itself, which is really, really enjoyable to do. A really fun process.
That's super fascinating. I absolutely love that.
Yeah. As I say, there's plenty of stories still to come, as well as ones we have published already. I'm actually enjoying, at the minute, writing one which I'm not sure when I'll publish it, soon, hopefully. Because I've written several stories about my witch character Orazeth. I've written several more stories about my Howling Banshee Inariel, and sort of sitting down one day and thinking, what would happen if they ever met?
Ooh.
And I was like, I'm going to write that, and I'm going to find out.
Ooh, that'll be
it's
spicy.
It's been a really, really fun piece of prose to write. It ended up being so long, it's in 2 parts as well. So hopefully part 1 will be ready to publish soon, and then we'll find out what happens when Enariel and Orazeth meet on the field of battle.
Ooh.
Not what you'd expect. Really enjoyable. I've had great fun writing it.
I would ask which one would win in a fight, but I'm guessing that's a question that might get answered in that story then.
That would definitely get answered in the story, yes. I wouldn't want to give any spoilers before it's published.
No, that's fine. Please don't. I'll definitely be keeping a very close eye on that, I think.
Yeah, well, please do, and like and comment away. Let me know what you think. Feedback is absolutely critical to me. I want to know how I'm being received. If people are enjoying my writing, and yeah, you can subscribe for free. And the stories, whenever they're published, just appear straight in your email inbox. There's no money involved, nothing like that. It's all just free literature that I just enjoy writing, and I love for people to read and let me know what they think.
Definitely,
All
definitely.
feedback is good feedback.
Absolutely, absolutely. So long as it's constructive. Let's be realistic about that, at least.
Absolutely, but I take it all on board, yeah, I've written more for these characters than I've ever written before, pretty much in my life. So I'm very much enjoying writing Warhammer fiction. So,
Are there any
the more
other?
I write, yep.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was going to just say the more I write, and the more I feel inspired to write, especially if people really like what they're reading, then yeah, it all helps fuel the inspiration machine that is my brain, and then from that more stories will come, and then then the character storylines can evolve further, and we'll see where they take us.
Are there any other properties you've since been inspired to write stuff for and about, or is there any in particular you'd like to try if you haven't yet already?
I haven't really thought too much on that yet, although there are some like little writing competitions online that a friend brought to my attention, which I might dip my toe into. So it's 40k creative writing. I believe the website is called Cold Open Door Stories.
All right.
And they have open submissions that you can write like 1,000-word flash fictions for. So there's a brief up at the minute, which is due in January, I think, which I'm working on. And the brief for this one is the key. So you pick a faction of 40k from their approved factions list they want written about, and you write about a character from that faction, and they hold a key. Could be physical, could be metaphorical, but it unlocks something precious to the character. That's their brief. I'm playing around with the idea of entering that and trying to work out what I'd write. I'd like to do another Orktober story. I haven't written one for her for a while, and this is all part of that evolution of backstory and persona. So I hadn't had to think before about Orozeth holding some kind of key, unlocking something precious to her. So I'm kind of sort of thinking, okay, what would be precious to my witch succubus? Who is very much everything you can imagine a Dracarys succubus to be. Just
pretty much
pain-fueled nightmare of blades in combat. And so I've not had to write anything particularly emotional for her before. So trying to tap into that headspace she occupies in my brain and think, what's precious to this character? What will be precious to this witch succubus? The only thing she really prides herself in is her martial skill. So I've been playing around with ideas of what she could have as a key. And I've got an idea forming now, which is very interesting. I want to think about it further and keep going down that route. But I think for her, a key would probably involve some way of maybe saving face. So perhaps if the thing that's precious to her is her martial skill, maybe at some point in the past she lost a fight.
Right.
And that very much upset her. So I could link that key into that, and at the same time explore her character more.
Definitely.
And again, I can sit down and write and just see what falls out my head. Really.
That's at least half the writing process, from what little of it I understand. So, that's brilliant.
That's kind of how these characters have kind of come about, how they've evolved, just from an idea or a sentence or a feeling that just inspires that writing in my head, and I'll sit down and I'll start to write, and ideas will just fall onto the page, and then from there the character will grow and evolve and really take shape. So
that's absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's great to see that as much as it just being a costume you put on for fun, it's a character you're also inhabiting. Like that's as somebody who's really into like tabletop role playing and things like that. That's something that I find absolutely enthralling to hear about. And it's really, really
Yeah.
cool as well, because you don't really hear that side of things from cosplayers very often. Like, I know from a few of the cosplayers I know IRL that anyone who has that kind of inclination, that some of them are a little bit too embarrassed really to mention it. So it's nice hearing somebody talk about it with their whole chest. That's great.
Yeah, I think it's just the creative writing and the creation of the persona just kind of came hand in hand with it for me when I got into cosplay. So I've kind of never really separated the two. I don't think I've ever put on a cosplay yet, which I haven't had some kind of persona in mind or connection to the character, or they've never felt like just a costume. There's always been that something deeper, because I could put on a costume of an Incubi Clayvex and look great, but how do I move like an Incubi Clayvex? How do I create that sinisterness, the sinister side of an Incubi Clayvex? How do you threaten people as an Incubi Clayvex? And just those kind of thoughts just kind of lead to further thought processes, and then you just kind of step into that kind of character. So
Well, I can certainly speak from experience, having met you whilst in cosplay as that character, that you certainly managed to capture that energy pretty much perfectly. I love it. It's
Thank you very
fantastic. I have to ask, does Orazeth have a mini?
She doesn't, actually.
Ah.
I've been meaning to rectify that for a while, actually. The Rachel characters of Moriel, the Incubi Clayvex, and Arantharil, her Star Avenger Exarch, they do have miniatures.
Oh, wow.
And Howling Banshee Exarch Moraelth. Both myself and Luke, who does the Dragon Scorpion Exarch, or will do it at Birmingham. We've been hobbyists for a long time. We now have miniatures for build and paint. So yeah, we've created those characters for Rachel. So kind of a thank you.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, they've been built and painted up, and then and then we gave them to her. But no, Orazeth's not got one yet. But I was thinking the other day about I should probably rectify that. Make a miniature of her.
Definitely. If nothing else, it'd just be nice to see it on the tabletop. Yeah.
Yeah. Just as like a nice display miniature and say, oh, this is not just a miniature, it's also a cosplay and it's also a character.
Yeah.
And, to take ownership of all that and say, this is all my creation, every aspect of it is really enjoyable, really fun, and not something I've used to or done in previous 20 years. So it's really exciting the kind of direction it's going in.
Definitely, I'm excited for you. I think it's absolutely stunning, absolutely phenomenal to hear about. Again, like I say, it's an interesting aspect of the hobby that you don't really hear or see much about. Like, I imagine there's probably a lot of people out there who probably either didn't even realize that Warhammer cosplay was a thing, or probably didn't realize it was as big of a thing as it actually is.
Yeah, I think I'm guilty of being one of them for many years.
Myself, same, to be honest with you. But it does stand to reason that there must be there must be some sort of overlap between those two kinds of communities.
Yeah, I mean, I remember going to games days like 20 years ago, and you always see there's always one person walking around in like a commissar trench coat, but you never really saw many cosplayers at all of any kind. And then over the years, you sort of see a few more commissar cosplays, or you see a few people being guardsmen, or like a space marine walking around, and it's just grown hugely over these last couple of decades. And now, obviously, you get to events like Warhammer Fest and the Warhammer World Open Day, where there's like 30, 40 of us, with fantastic costumes that are all really awe-inspiring and take a breath away, even as another cosplayer.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just so good to be part of that group, that community, and to be invited along to events like Fest, just to entertain everyone. It's really enjoyable. It's really great fun.
I can imagine so.
Next year.
Yeah, definitely. Oh wow.
I don't know if you saw the. Did you see the cosplay parade?
I did. I managed. I think I managed to catch like the back end of it. I know there's like a clip of when everyone was gathered at the end of it all, and Mel and Models did the whole sort of leading the leading the cheer kind of thing at the end of it. There's a
Yeah.
little clip of that on my Instagram somewhere.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, that was really enjoyable. I'd never done anything like that, but it was so fun to do. Just all the cosplayers walking across the hall, and we kind of thought that we were just going to walk kind of like a route around the hall and end up back at tables, but no, it turns out they more or less stopped the whole event and just created a giant tunnel of people, thousands and thousands of people with their cameras out, and then you just had to walk down it.
Oh,
You're like,
that's
okay,
fantastic.
this is fun. Yeah, so I got to step into that persona and like try and be as menacing as I could while walking through this tunnel of people and threaten the occasional occasional person, and then
Great to see how much support Games Workshop has been giving that as well. Like, of course, they benefit from it because it's basically free publicity. Like, why they'd be silly not to try and capitalize on that? But at the same time, it's nice to see them give so much love to that aspect of the community.
yeah,
It really is.
absolutely. Yeah, it's a real honor to be invited along and just ask, just walk the hall, wear your cosplay, talk to people, and just entertain the public. It's fantastic fun, and long may it continue, because I really, really enjoyed it, and I cannot wait to do it again next year.
I can imagine so.
Well, I can't wait to do it in December, never mind next year.
I'd say it's going to be even sooner for yourself, really.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see it for myself again. It was absolutely stunning the first time round, and I will never cease to be blown away by just the sheer talent involved with everybody who takes part in it all. Mostly because again, it's something that I myself, I know I won't say I can't do it, but it's not something that's ever really jumped out to me as something I would want to try and attempt for myself. So I always get all the more impressed by seeing people who can. Like, I love seeing people who are good at what they do. It is the long and short of it, really. And people like yourself, people like Rachel, Exeter cosplayers who 9 times out of 10 goes to those events walking around as Horus the Arch Traitor himself. Like, absolutely fantastic people. I will say, though, I do still, to this day, carry a little bit of embarrassment that I managed to somehow get Rachel and Alfild Windrunner mixed up. But she was so lovely. She took that like such a champ. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, oh, bless her. To be fair, I had the same, because I was wearing the Incubi costume. I had several people walk up to me straight to my face and then go, "Hi, Rage." I'm like, "That's Rage." Not me.
Oh, wow.
He's an Avenger. I'm a stranger.
Well,
Yeah, very
so
funny.
as much as a stranger, you're definitely making a bit of a name for yourself in the community, and I think that is fantastic to see. Long may that continue.
Oh, thank you very much. So, yeah, I never really used like social media very much, or before I cosplayed or did any writing and like that. I just kind of, just popping along, I suppose, like any of us, I guess. And then I started, getting really into cosplay. I wanted to kind of show off use my social media better and show off my collection some more. And so I started photographing things, and then I met Rach and met the cosplayers, and then I wanted somewhere to show that off, and then the creative writing side came in. And now, I really want to. It's just great to be part of the community and to be invited on streams like this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To be a guest on someone's stream, especially one like this where you're raising money for a fantastic cause.
Oh, thank you.
It's brilliant to see. It's great to see everyone's responses and like read the chat and stuff. It's just, thank you for inviting me on.
You're very welcome, very welcome. Anytime. And as I say, I look forward to getting to see you again in person at either of those events. Yeah. So before I let you go, where can people find you? Plug your stuff.
All right. So I'm on Instagram, SupergirlSteph. That's where most of my hobby content will go. And then I've got my Substack, where you'll find my creative writing. So that is substack.com/@Stephanie Burton. And you'll find my things on there. I won't plug my Twitter because I don't really use Twitter anymore.
Don't blame
I
me.
don't really have any content on there. No. Who can blame anyone for not using X? And then yeah, and then my Facebook has a bit of stuff on it, but my Facebook is usually just a cross post from my Instagram, so Instagram's the best place to find me.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you so much for being on here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, whatever it is you may be getting up to. And yeah, I look forward to catching up with all of the new things coming with your characters soon.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll put things up on Instagram as soon as they're ready, whether it's cosplay or writing or anything hobby related. Really, if I've played a game or painted some more miniatures, whatever it is, I'll put it up, and then you can all follow along the progress and see what I'm doing.
Fantastic. Well, I
you
hope
very
you have a
much.
great time. Bye.
Yeah, and one last question: where can we donate?
Yep, so there's a QR code on screen, like literally that way, if
Yep.
you want to be fancy about it. Otherwise, !donate in the Twitch chat. Or there is also the link in my link tree in my bio on Instagram. Top one is the donate link. And there is also, if you're watching this on YouTube, not that we've had many people watch on the YouTube channel, it's also in the description box in there as well. So there's lots of different places, plenty of opportunities to try and find it.
Fantastic. It's fantastic to hear. Thank you so much for doing it as well, for doing this stream, and for I've sat here and watched you paint your orcs. It's really wonderful to see that coming on. You're doing really well.
I feel like I'm finally getting some though with them now. After sort of like treading water for hours, mostly like trying to deal with faulty equipment, I actually feel like I'm getting somewhere. Mostly they have some yellow and green paint on them, and that's at least half the job done.
Yeah, well, it's an orc. Come on, green is more than half. Come on, that's like 80% of the orc right there.
Oh, brilliant! Anyway, I'll see you around. Bye.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me on, and I hope the rest of your stream goes really well.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Right, well, that was Supergirl Steph. Again, if you want to catch her stuff, she is on Instagram, she's on Substack. And by all means, if you get the chance to go up to her and say hi to her in person in any of her cosplays at Warhammer World, over at Warhammer Fest, or any of those events, please do so. Please don't be afraid to do so. She is absolutely lovely. Genuinely lovely. Literally by doing that is how I managed to ask her and convince her very, very nicely to come and be part of this. So, yeah, definitely go get the chance to check her out if you can. I will actually be going for a short break myself in about 3 minutes or so. Try and get myself some food and have a little bit of a rest from spraying copious orcs. And then we will be back on with our next guest of the night, which I do believe is HuttArmouries at 7 p.m. where I intend on asking them about their hobby, about their miniature painting, about their streaming, and definitely want to be asking them about their blacksmithing that they do, because that's really quite cool. As I was saying to Steph just now, I love seeing people who are good at what they do. And there's no shortage of really heckin' talented people in this hobby who are talented in ways that you might not normally get to know about. And of course, we do have some amazing prizes on offer if you donate at the various links that we've mentioned, either with the QR code on screen, !donate in chat, or in the link in the description box on the YouTube stream, or even at the link in my bio on Instagram. Lots of places, lots of different ways for people to get it, for people to get some donations in, help us raise money for an amazing cause. £30 more and you get to see me suffer. If we get to £100, we'll definitely be doing Bean Boozled. And don't forget as well, if we smash that £500 goal. Okay, thank you, Steph. Right, okay, now the question is, do I do this after I've eaten? After I've had some food, or before? Tell you what, I'll finish up. Thank you so much for that £30 donation. That's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, tell you what, I'll finish up these orcs because I want to make good use of this paint before I have to before I go on my quick little break. And we'll close. We'll head on break before after doing some Bean Boozled. Let's do that. Actually, yeah, tell you what, I'll give my airbrush a clean now. We'll do the rest of the spray work on the boys in a moment. I'll go out on my little break. We'll do some Bean Boozled, and then we'll come back for HuttArmouries. Where are we at? Cleaner. There it is. I've got to admit, she timed that perfectly. She really did. £30 more to Bean Boozled. Oh, no, we're already there. Okay. Just gotta gurgle some more of this out. Still not quite there. I mean, I know we're going to be putting some more Bad Moon Yellow through it in a minute or two, but guys, we are at the halfway point as well. 6 hours. Okay. There we are. Just going to turn off the airbrush while it's not going to be in use for a good bit of time. Right. Suppose I can't put this off for too much longer, can I? Bean boozled. Here we go. There we go. We're in. Good timing as well, because I know Ember was talking about how we should do it once we get to the halfway mark, even if we haven't hit our first 100, our first hundo goal. It's a halfway mark and we're doing it anyway, so... here we go, right. Oh boy. Oh boy. I remember last time we did these as well. Oh, the smell of these. The problem is because last time, like, we didn't even come close to eating many, if not any of them, let alone like half, let alone like a full bag. Yeah. So yeah, it ended up stinking out the room that they were kept in for quite some time. Okay. We ready for this? Okay. So congratulations! You're gonna see me suffer regardless. Hi, HuttArmouries. We'll actually have HuttArmouries on in about half an hour. And Snello, Haley Snaily. How are you doing? I'm about to go through some shit, to put it bluntly. So, for those who maybe can't quite see, the options that we have on that one: cappuccino or liver and onions. I don't like either of those things. Admittedly though, I like one of those things significantly less than the other. My charity stream's going really well so far. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Thank you for joining us. I don't hate you all. I love you all. Good news. That was cappuccino. Hello. I'd still rather that than liver and onions. Ah. Oh, seriously, the smell. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna put that away unless we hit the next 100. So, £200 and I do that again. If you like coffee, that's probably not bad. I don't like coffee. That's very strong coffee flavour. Right, okay. I'm going to go on a quick 20-minute break or so. While I get the taste of that out my mouth. And I will be back soon. So I'm going to leave you all with some lovely tunes. And if you're on Twitch, a good 3-minute advert. So have fun. Hello again. We are back. Right. Couple quick things. First of all being... Oh, excuse me. First of all being... there's clearly been some issues with the donation links. And I blame Stream Elements for that, for whatever reason deciding to send a tip donation link at the same time as the donation link for the charity. So there's at least one person that I know of who's accidentally tipped me personally instead of donating to the charity. So what I've gone ahead and done is I've made a personal donation to the charity link of £20 to cover that same person's amount that they wanted to donate. You can probably see it's up above there listed as anonymous. And I've made a note of that person's name, so that way for the sake of prize draws, they can still be entered. And for the sake of getting an orc named after them, that can still happen as well. I sincerely apologise for that. I have now disabled the tip jar in Stream Elements, so fingers crossed this shouldn't keep happening. But I'm just going to double check. Right. Fantastic. There we are. There's only the... Oh, for... Okay, right. So... I thought I'd sorted that out. Right. Give me a second on this one, because I really don't want to have to keep... fiddling around with that. That's actually really quite irritating, and it could end up causing some serious issues with regards to the charity side of things. So I'm just gonna take a moment or two just to try and sort that out. I will still be here, and we'll place the call with our next guest, HuttArmouries, in just a moment. Right, I should be able to just disable this. There's got to be a way I can just disable this. FAQ. Right, no, okay. Tipping settings, let's try this. If I go into tipping settings, methods to start accepting tips. Don't want to do any of that. Don't want to add a donation panel. Payment providers don't want to do any of that. Tip moderation. Nope. Design. Nope. Page settings. Resets enabled. No, there's got to be a way I can just disconnect this, because I don't want it. I don't want it to be a thing. At least not for the purposes of tonight. Chat commands. There we are. Default commands. See, it's automatically set to... Hi, Oscar. It's automatically set to ! tip in Stream Elements. Yet for some reason... it's showing up whenever we hit ! donate. So clearly it's somehow linked into that, and I need it to not be. Oh, what's up with you, boy? Oscar's singing me the song of his people. it's clearly doing it through Stream Elements. It's not doing it through Nightbot. So even if I open up Nightbot and didn't mean to do that. Even if I open up Nightbot and change the command in that, I don't think that's going to make any difference. Default. If I go to default, no, custom. There's only the one exclamation point donate command in Nightbot, and it's for the charity fundraiser, not for my Stream Elements tip page. So something in Stream Elements is piggybacking off that, and I don't want it to be. I want to try disabling that and see if that helps. That's got to fix something. Super moderator. Nope. Okay. Right. Fair enough. Custom commands. Nope. I can't edit it in the tipping settings for some reason. I can't edit it in Stream Elements Pay for some reason. I don't know. I genuinely don't actually know how to fix that. That's really quite annoying. Okay, fair enough. Right. There's the Nightbot fundraiser. Ah, okay. I think that's got to have fixed it. That's got to have fixed it. Disabling exclamation point tip is a command in Stream Elements. That's clearly done something because it's not showing up anymore. Right, okay, good. We can get back on with things now. So, crisis averted. You can continue to use the exclamation point tip command as previously normal. Right, let's get our next guest on, shall we? We're already running a little bit behind schedule. Hello. Are you there, Hut?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
Can you hear
hi.
me now? Okay.
I can hear you now. How's it going?
Yeah, going pretty alright. How's the stream been so far?
It's been pretty good, actually. A few little minor hiccups that I've just had to take care of, but otherwise, it's been pretty fine. We're getting there, getting some green and some yellow on some orcs. I've just eaten a coffee-flavoured jelly bean, so that's certainly an experience that'll stay with me till the grave. Hi, Dasmol. Hope you're well. So normally I've been getting the guests to appear on camera, but I know you don't actually show your face in anything, so I'm not going to make you do that if you don't want to. I know you tend to be more of a sort of only hands kind of streamer, so I don't know if you're working on anything now that you might want to stick your overhead webcam on for. It's really up to you.
My desk is very full of stuff at the moment, but I will quickly get something up. I have too many tabs open.
I know the feeling.
So,
like, people can't see my second screen at the moment, but it is just cluttered with like half minimized little windows here, there, and everywhere, so I can monitor like 6 different things at once.
here we go. This will do. Let me just... There you go, you can have my PNG.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works. That absolutely works. Let me just change. Oh, crap. Really? Really? You've decided to do that, Discord. Fantastic. There we go. Right. Let's just change your name on my little labeling system there. Fantastic. And I appreciate a fellow Brit who knows how to spell the word armories correctly as well.
The number of people who have pronounced it with a French accent when I've gone into their streams is
HuttArmouries. It's probably the worst French accent ever.
well, it was mostly Americans trying to do a French accent, so
Fair enough. So you're more of a PNG tuber then. Again, it's surprising. I think maybe I've only just caught the few of your streams where it's mostly just your hands on display, but yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I do have a VTuber as well, but the problem is it doesn't work very well when moving around a workshop.
Ah, right, that makes sense. I've got to admit, like, the stuff you get on with is heckin' impressive.
Thanks.
Like, in between all your painting stuff and your blacksmithing as well, it's pretty fantastic. So, which came first, dare I ask?
Well, quite a long time ago, I started playing Warhammer Fantasy. I think literally one of the first sets I ever picked up was, well, I had one of the starter sets with like 5 models and some paints in it, and then the next set I got was Battle for Skull Pass, Dwarves versus Night Goblins.
Oh wow!
The starter set. That was my first big Warhammer starter set. I think I still have some of the goblins around.
That's a real blast from the past. That is.
Yeah, and then I think that was like when I was 12 or 13 something. And then when I got to 16, I went to the first LARP event and decided I'm going to make all my own stuff.
Oh wow!
And started doing leatherwork, and then a few years later, armor smithing.
I love the level of progression there. That's brilliant. It's almost like LARPing is the gateway drug into all of this stuff.
Yep.
I almost brought up LARPing when we had Stephanie on just now with her cosplay stuff, and it just makes me think now, between all the different LARP events there's got to be someone out there who's either in talks of creating or should be trying to create a Warhammer themed LARP event. Get on that Games Workshop. That needs to happen.
There are several, they're just not official ones.
Okay, I kind of want to know about these now.
There is quite a big one, I believe, in Germany, which is normally Empire versus Orcs, and they have some really good Orc costumes.
Oh, right. Wow.
And
Also, oh, sorry, go on.
There's at least one in the UK which is 40k based, sort of inquisitorial retinue going out and doing dodgy shit. Sort of thing.
That actually is fantastic to hear about. I was thinking, okay, so if it's Warhammer Fantasy, that makes sense, but no, if there's 40k LARP, that's more what I want to know about. Oh, that is brilliant to hear.
There's LARPs for all sorts of genres.
I know a few people have gotten into like sort of Wasteland LARP, which I've got to admit does look like a lot of fun. I know from experience where I'm based in the northeast, there used to be once upon a time, don't know if it still exists, a big LARP scene for Vampire the Masquerade. I can't remember what it's called, like Theatre of the Mind's Eye or something like that they used to call it. And we, as great as it was, we did used to take the piss out of it, because it was basically just amounted to a bunch of goths in a park. For all intents and purposes, that's pretty much what it was. Just a bunch of goths in the park pretending to be vampires.
There are a lot of Vampire the Masquerade LARPs on, like, university campuses.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, because there's certain places where you can't really do combat stuff, so political LARPs tend to do better.
Oh, yeah.
But there is one Vampire the Masquerade LARP I know of, which is in a manor house in Europe.
Ooh.
with like 3 stories to the manor house and a bunch of extra houses outside, which is where you stay during the LARP.
Okay, that sounds kind of epic, I'm not gonna lie.
And a few years ago, they had a fire in just the top floor.
Whoa, okay.
And so they just left it burnt out and put a bunch of culty ritual stuff up in the attic.
Okay, that's kind of awesome.
So just like beautiful manor house for the first 2 floors, and then the 3rd floor is like, yeah, this is where we go to kill people.
Oh, that is kind of fantastic. I'm not gonna lie. Wow. No, it's LARP is never really something I've gotten too heavily into myself. I always say I like my tabletop. I like my role playing sat around a table, but that's just me. I've had a lot of friends over the years try to convince me to get into it, and none of them have so far succeeded. Who knows? Something might change my mind about that one day.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what sort of stuff do you get up to with your blacksmithing then?
All sorts, whatever I feel like, really, which means I never finish anything.
I know the feeling.
The big one I have going on in the background at the moment is Dragon Slayer Ornstein from Dark Souls as a full steel armor set. Which
Whoa!
I have been doing so many goddamn modifications to stop it from stabbing me when I try to bend over. It is a very spiky armor set.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. It looks it, but the level of intricate detail on that's out of this world. Please tell me you've got pictures of progress of it.
I have pictures of the breastplate I finished, which I am now stripping down because in the process of making it, I have got better at armor smithing, so I'm just going to start again.
That's fair.
Let me find the picture. But yeah, so the breastplate in Ornstein is made up of, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layered pieces. I'll stick it in Discord for you.
Oh wow!
And that breastplate weighs about 6 kilos.
Oh wow! Okay.
I'm estimating the full Ornstein set at somewhere around the 45 kilo mark.
That is absolutely phenomenal. I'm just going to quickly show this off on camera because this kind of needs to be seen to be believed, really.
Yeah, I can do better than that now. But...
yeah, that is absolutely stunning.
So that gold bit in the middle is heat-treated steel. If you get steel to certain temperatures, you get different colours, which is why the ends of exhaust go multicoloured rainbow colours and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So if you get it to about 230 degrees, it goes that sort of yellowy gold colour.
That was
So you can just about do that in a home oven. So it's going to do that for the entire armour set. It's all going to be gold.
That must be a real trick trying to get it like everything to that consistent temperature so it all turns that color. Because yeah, you're quite right. When metal reacts to heat, you get that sort of heat bloom effect where it goes through all the like different colors of the rainbow for a little bit. So to get it to stay at one color specifically, that must be insanely difficult.
It's a right pain in the ass because so about 350 is a dark blue purple, 350 to 400-ish, and about 250 is the yellow color, which is the first one you get. If you go anywhere above about 350, 400, it immediately turns back to being plain silver.
Right, I see. So it kind of swings back round to the beginning again. I'm guessing if for whatever reason you make a mistake, get one small part of it at the slightly higher than 250 temperature and it starts changing to the other color, is there a way to bring it back again, or is it at that point you've kind of just you've ruined it, start afresh?
Just polish the surface off again and put it back in.
Right. Yeah, that does sound like a nightmare, really.
But yeah, in an oven, it's not too bad because literally the max end that my oven will do is about 250. So it just about does the yellow and that's it.
Makes sense, definitely. Ah, there we are. Sorry, just putting everything back the way it was. Also, hi Mango. We will be having MangoSmasher on stream later. I do believe it's at 9:30 that I have her on. There we go.
Yeah. Right now, I'm trying to get Nemesis from Hades 2 done before Hades 2 comes out.
Oh, okay. Right. Have you thought about getting into the Warhammer cosplay side of things yourself then with your armor blacksmithing and leatherworking?
Yeah, I have a few planned.
Ooh, anything you care to share about?
I'm definitely doing a Sister of Battle.
Yes.
And now that I'm getting more into mechanical 3D printing and 3D modelling, I am going to be making a chainsword that actually runs.
Okay, that's amazing.
And potentially in the future, once I've actually got on hormones and done all that sort of stuff, and I look a bit different, I was going to do a Sister Repentia cosplay.
Ooh, okay.
There is a company that makes temporary tattoos that dye your skin for about 2 weeks.
Oh, wow.
And I was just going to get bucket loads of scripture and stuff all temporary tattooed all over me.
That's such a cool idea.
As well as prosthetic power armor sockets and all that sort of thing. Like, I'm not doing the old style Repentia, I'm doing the new ones.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's a great idea. Oh, well, that'd be fantastic. Hopefully they might see you at one of those cosplay events in the future then.
Yeah. And then, probably very long into the future, probably a Grey Knight Terminator. Entirely in aluminium. Because if I'm going to do a metal Space Marine suit of armor, I want it to be clear that it's metal.
And to be honest with you, Grey Knights, that's, yeah, go big or go home with that.
To be fair, I'm also waiting for the Grey Knights to get new models.
Well, they got a whole bunch of new models last edition, didn't they? So I don't know if that's likely to happen anytime soon. Well, actually, yeah, because they did say that every faction is getting some new minis this edition. Even if it's only just the one.
I'm just more waiting for them to not be squat marines anymore.
Fair enough. I can totally see the reason behind that.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of very big projects that I would like to get into at some point, but it's a matter of time. And also, aluminium is expensive.
Right. It's quite surprising considering it seems to be like one of the most ubiquitous metals, at least in terms of like construction and things.
Yeah, steel is normally, like, it depends. Like, stainless steel is about £5 a square meter-ish. Normal steel a bit cheaper if you buy it from a actual yard. But I've luckily got a bunch of offcuts from a steelworks, so I don't have to pay for it.
That makes sense. Right. So is that something you considered doing as part of like your day job, or is it something you do as your day job with the whole blacksmithing side of things?
I don't do it as a day job at the moment. In fact, I don't really have a day job at the moment because I get migraines about twice a week. Can't see properly.
Ooh,
So at the moment, now I stock and sell Vallejo paints and that sort of thing. I'm gradually trying to turn that into a full business.
That's pretty cool.
So I can just do that from home. And also, slowly learning to sculpt my own minis and that sort of thing.
Ah, right. Talking from physical materials, or is this like 3D modeling in Blender and things like that, and ZBrush?
Yep, sculpting in Blender.
Ah. It's something I've given some thought to myself, especially with getting into the 3D printing side of things. But I know it's pretty much a borderline a hobby and a time sink just by itself, especially if you want to get very good at it.
It's a lot of learning hotkeys.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, it's made a lot of things more possible though. Like
Mhm.
one of the things I am doing for Nemesis when I get further into it, I'll be 3D modeling settings for the gemstones in our costume, then
Oh,
printing
wow.
them out and casting them in aluminium.
Oh wow, that's kind of fantastic.
And I do have another cosplay sort of planned that's pretty much going to be entirely 3D printed with some electronics work, which is going to
Ooh,
be a bit weird.
ooh, do tell.
uh,
Oh, are you still there?
yep, I'm just looking for the right
Oh, right, sorry.
pictures. I'm just going to. Yeah, I've sent you a couple of gifs of the character. It's going to be full digital display screen for the face.
What is that?
Find an actual picture of her.
I don't recognize that at all. What is that?
That is V. She's from a series called Murder Drones.
Oh, right, okay. I might have to check that out sometime. I know,
There you go.
one of the main reasons I started to mention to Steph about the idea of 3D printing cosplay bits is I remember stumbling across a cosplay video on Instagram where the people involved, it's like this this woman and I think it's her partner or husband or something like that who do it together, making stuff for her to cosplay as, and they 3D printed and then did all the electronics for a sort of anthropomorphic Shodan cosplay from System Shock, and it looked absolutely phenomenal.
There you go. I sent you some better pictures of the entire thing.
Oh, right. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's going to be a bit complicated with all the wings as well.
Yeah. It's gonna be
Huh.
interesting.
That's kind of cool. I like that.
And of course, I want to be able to
definitely.
switch the face from the creepy one to the cute one, back and forth and that.
I would imagine that'd be a lot of tinkering with LEDs. I would imagine. I know you can get masks that do something similar. I've never really understood how they work, though.
Well, I'm sort of using it as an excuse to learn a new thing because I'll be doing
Hmm.
a Raspberry Pi with a flexible display linked to it.
All right.
It's gonna be interesting. I've never done any programming or anything before.
Yeah. So is that just something you tend to do? Just like try to learn new skills and pick up random hobbies just for the sake of it? Like it seems like
Yes,
you have a little bit of everything going on, which is amazing.
It's more that I'm very easily distracted.
Both a blessing and a curse.
Yep.
So is that how you got into miniature painting as well, or did that sort of start the whole journey?
Well, I got into it with Battle God Pass a while ago, but at that point, I wasn't really into miniature painting. I was just into having the models and playing the game, and that was about it.
Ah, right.
And I only seriously got back into miniature painting after I got my 3D printer,
Oh, okay.
because I bought that for making costume pieces and that sort of thing.
Right.
But it was just easy enough to just throw a couple of models on the plate while I was printing other things.
It makes sense. It's quite often how we tend to print a lot of the stuff we use for our own personal use. Like, it's very easy to just stick stuff on a plate and let it run.
Yeah. Just sort of, since the first printer I got was an Elegoo Saturn, so I've got just all of the build plate to work with.
Nice. So you started off with the 3D printer we upgraded to then.
Yeah, because I got it on a Black Friday sale right after the Saturn S came out, so they were about the same price as a Mars.
Oh, I can't fault you for that then whatsoever. That's
But-
definitely the smart way to go about it.
I'm actually probably going to be downgrading to a Mars fairly soon.
All right. I mean,
Because I'm learning to sculpt models, I do a lot of test printing,
yeah.
and a Saturn replacement screen is about 80 quid.
Ooh.
A Mars replacement screen is about 40, 35-ish.
This is
So
true.
I'm probably going to have a Mars for test printing over and over and over, and a Saturn for anything big.
That makes sense. I was going to say that there's no harm in having both.
But
But
I nearly went entirely off like 3D printed models because one of the first things I signed up to was Archvillain Games,
all right.
and I have yet to have one of their models print without a fault.
Oh, right.
Like, I've had other stuff from other people and it's just printed fine, but I'm not sure if it's just me or not, but I've just not had a single one of their models come out flawlessly.
I don't know. I don't know if we have anything of by Archvillain or not, so I can't say for certain if we've had similar issues. Might be something for us to keep our eyes out for, though. In terms of like known and big creators, we've got things like Eons of Battle, which for the most part, like the amount of work that they put into making their files usable is absolutely brilliant. You can tell it's a labour of love for them. But there's also Station Forge and a few others as well that we've managed to get some pretty good results with.
Yeah, well, a lot of what because I've been mainly looking at doing either terrain or that sort of thing, or just functional stuff.
Yeah,
So most of what I've been focusing my time on is supportless FDM printing,
that makes sense.
rather than like resin printing.
We've recently got an FDM printer ourselves, the Neptune 4 Pro, and yeah, it's certainly a learning curve to say the least.
Yeah, I find FDM a lot more intuitive than resin, really, to design
fair.
for, at least.
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. It's each their own, definitely, though. So, having fairly recently came out as trans, how has your experience been so far with with all of it, with regards to navigating all the different changes and things, but also how has it in any way, shape, or form changed or affected your experience with the hobby or with the community?
Not massively, really, because I came back into the hobby maybe 8 months ago,
All right.
and I came out like a month or two before that.
Ah,
So,
right.
yeah, not sure as much about the hobby. Also because I haven't met many people in person for doing hobby stuff.
All right.
Yet. It's nearly entirely been over Twitch.
And with quite a sizable community you've got there. That, remember, right, last time I checked, it was over 2,000, wasn't it? You've got on your Twitch channel.
I cannot remember.
Yeah, to 2.2 thousand. How has your community been? Have they been Have they been very accepting? Have they been receptive to it all?
Yeah, I haven't really had any problems so far.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. I did take precautions against hate raids, but I haven't had to use them yet.
Likewise. Hopefully tonight won't change that. I was tempted to sort of put a big message out to all of my mods and just to sort of try and stay on top of things a bit more so than usual, just in case. But I
That's
think
fair.
somehow I've managed to relatively fly under the radar, and I feel quite thankful for that.
Yeah. There's also the thing that a big portion of my community is from back when I pretty much only did armor smithing stuff.
Right.
So I'm not sure how many of them actually come around to the mini painting streams or not.
Ah, right. I was wondering, has there been much overlap between those two sides of the community, or are they very separate from each other? Because I've kind of expanded into being a bit of a variety streamer myself, what with doing this for half of my streams and then video gaming for the other half of my streams, and there is like the very clear disconnect there. So I wonder how that's worked out for yourself, really.
I'd say there's not a great deal of overlap between the people who watch the cosplay and crafting streams as opposed to the tabletop streams. Like, there's a few people who have been around just for ages who watch both now. But, yeah, not really many people going from one to the other. Although I've had a fair few people who I know here doing Warhammer, who do Warhammer streams and stuff, say that they've been watching the armor making streams and that sort of thing.
Oh, that's good at least.
Then again, I don't really have a good way to compare because, as far as I know, I'm the only armor smith on Twitch at the moment.
There is another that I know of, but I don't think he streams his armor smithing. And that's Merlin Models. I've met him a few times IRL. He's absolutely phenomenal and super talented guy. He does a lot of the Warhammer cosplay stuff. Tends to mostly go as Gaunt from Gaunt's Ghosts. But he also does some blacksmithing as well in his spare time. And he's occasionally posted stuff about that. Don't think he streams any of it, though.
Okay, nice. There's only one other person I know on here, Amazonian Cosplay. She does do armor smithing for her cosplays, but hasn't been able to stream it because she borrowed someone else's workshop.
Ah, right.
And she recently won the World Cosplay Championships with her costume.
Oh, wow.
And my god, were there a lot of salty people on Twitter saying, oh no, the girl couldn't forge that for herself.
Oh, good grief. People need to get over themselves. They really do. Honestly, I think that would be awesome. I'd be heckin' impressed. And let's face it, it's the internet. There is a market for muscle mummies. I'm just gonna go out. I'm just gonna put it out there and say that there's a reason that that lovely Canadian lass who makes most of her content around chopping wood. There's a reason she's as popular as she is. People like that stuff.
I just sent you a picture of the costume I'm making at the moment, and yeah, it falls into that category.
Love it, absolutely love it. That's fantastic. Oh wow! Oh, that shield's gonna be interesting. How are you gonna do the symbols on that? Are you gonna carve them in or etch them in or something?
The shield is likely gonna have to be 3D printed.
Ah, right.
Having a big spiky chunk of metal on your wrist probably won't get into many conventions.
Possibly not. No, more's the pity. Yeah. Like, I would kind of like to see that done in metal. That would be pretty amazing.
Yeah, it'd be fun, but yeah, no, not. I do want to at some point get into making aluminium swords to sell as props, like maybe some Genshin Impact stuff, maybe some other stuff from other games.
Ooh.
Because, yeah, I don't really have much of an interest in making actual weapons and knives, but it also makes it a lot easier if I make aluminium weapons because they literally just count as props for selling.
That makes sense.
And it's a lot less of a hassle than exporting an actual blade.
That definitely makes sense. As someone who's into and very talented at the blacksmithing side of things, I do have to ask a very controversial, well, probably a very controversial question here. Man at arms were you forged? Thoughts? Please discuss.
Yeah, they do cool, interesting stuff.
Okay.
I don't really see what should be controversial about that.
Oh no, it's just I know a few people IRL who like the idea of getting into blacksmithing and have tried like blacksmith, like, you know, when some blacksmiths do that sort of like taste a day, like workshop, give this thing kind of a try sort of thing, and they show you the sort of stuff they get on with. I've had friends who've tried that out, but they're also quite into medieval and Viking history, that sort of thing. So they know a lot of like the old medieval style blacksmithing techniques, and they have some thoughts about the whole using a giant power hammer to pound the metal.
It's all still blacksmithing, and if you want to try and produce stuff on a YouTube schedule using old traditional techniques, you'll get out about one video a year.
There we go. Thank you. I'm glad somebody has the sense to say that.
It is very cool to use the old traditional techniques. It is not necessarily viable for that sort of business. Also, at the end of the day, you're still making a sword one way or another.
Well, true, exactly. Have you tried using the old traditional techniques? Is that something you've dipped your toe into at all?
It's sort of there isn't really much in armor smithing that you can change.
Right.
Like, the only things that I could potentially do to modernize is to get a planishing machine, which is just a hammer that taps at about 1,000 times a minute, very quickly, very lightly, for helping smoothing out stuff, or an English wheel, which is basically 2 hardened steel balls being pressed together, and if you roll something back and forth between it, it will gradually dome it out.
Right.
You see them being used a lot for making mud guards for bikes, that sort of thing.
That's quite
Most of those are very
fascinating.
big. My workshop is quite small, and they are expensive.
That makes sense. Especially if you're doing it as a hobby, yeah.
I do it traditional way out of necessity, not. But then again, I don't use heat for most of my stuff.
Right.
Which does make it a bit slower, but for cosplay, I do not necessarily need it. There are some problems you run into, like if you try to hammer brass, it will crack like a bitch if you don't heat it up.
Right, okay. Didn't know that. Sorry, just sorting out all these orcs that I now need to actually get on with painting properly instead of cheating and using an airbrush.
Airbrush isn't cheating.
It's helped speed the process up, I'll say that much, whilst also simultaneously slowing it down to a crawl.
I am very glad I was talked out of non-metallic metal Tyranids.
I mean, that's both simultaneously awesome, but also, yes, I can totally understand why that's not really viable.
I have 150 gaunts sitting on the shelf behind me.
Non-metallic metal Tyranids.
I do kind of want to do one just to see what it turns out like.
Yeah, I could see myself trying it on one. Maybe on just the one, but... A full army of them? I'm not so sure. I actually have a few spare termagants and things just kicking around that I was originally going to do something completely different with, so I might give that a try now, actually.
Yeah, go for it. I still need to get around to sculpting my Tyranid Abomination.
Yes!
Or Abomination number 3.
Oh, you're up to 3 of them now.
Yeah, I have the Giant Centaur, I have the Drider, half spider thing, and I am working on my own Bio-Titan because I don't like the Forge World one.
Have you given any thoughts to trying to do your own variant of the Norn Queen? I know it's not usable in-game in the slightest, but it's certainly an interesting concept.
Have you ever seen the old Epic model for the Norn Queen?
I haven't, but what with it being epic, if it's the same era as the old Demon Primarchs, I imagine it's going to look hilarious.
Yeah, let me just see. Oh, here we go. Let me just send that over to you. There you go.
What in God's name is that thing?
So the big thing is not actually the Norn Queen. The Norn Queen is that little parasite attached to its back.
What?
That little blob on its back with teeth going down is the Norn Queen. The rest of it's just what it's riding.
Oh my god. Oh, okay, right, yeah. I'm gonna get this on stream briefly. That's. I have questions. I'm not gonna lie. The thing it's riding, that the face in it looks like that. Oh, what was that character's name from Ariel Monster who had that eyes in his hands? It just looks like that. I don't know if it's just because of that's how it's been painted, but that's
Well,
more what's coming to my mind.
It looks like a cross between a praying mantis and a hammerhead shark, the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm more curious to know what the heck the big one actually is. If that thing on the back of it is the Norn Queen.
Let's see if I can find the name for it.
Also, that makes me wonder if the gun that sort of sat in front of it is that its own separate parasite. Yeah, I have questions, Games Workshop, and I somehow don't think they have answers.
Okay, apparently the thing it's riding is a type of dominatrix.
Oh, yes, I remember hearing about those.
But I also remember there being epic dominatrixes that look nothing like that.
Hmm.
Then again, old Epic was full of questionable decisions.
Oh, it really, really was.
Yeah, it's the dominatrix. It's just literally a Norn Queen riding a dominatrix.
Okay, fair enough then.
Although apparently it was literally called a brain bug, though they might have been about to be sued.
Yeah. I imagine whoever holds the copyright to Starship Troopers, whether it be the Heinlein Estate or was it Universal that produced the film? I don't remember.
No,
I imagine
actually
one of the
seen
two.
it.
I imagine one of the two would have something to say about it. It's actually really good. Like, the film itself is
Yeah.
fantastic. The book is questionable, but
Yeah. The problem is the fact that the movie was a satire makes everyone forget that the bloke thought it was a seriously good idea. in the
yeah.
book.
But then again, if you read a lot of his work, it's all full of really weird, questionable stuff like that. So it's kind of on brand for him in a sense. Right. So which faction do you mostly play on the tabletop then?
Sisters of Battle.
Nice, good choice.
At the moment, I'm actually playing in Grey TV's tournament
Oh, right.
over tabletop sim, and I literally threw together a Sisters of Battle Horde army in 5 minutes, and I've won both games I've played.
How do you manage to make Sisters of Battle into a horde army?
30 Battle Sisters, 20 Repentia, 20 Sacrosants, 10 Zephyrim, and some other stuff.
Okay, yeah, that would do it.
I think it's about 100 Sisters infantry.
Yikes.
And it is working very well.
Now, I was
some
wondering,
reason.
is that really viable? But I suppose it must be in a sense.
It turns out drowning the objectives in bodies works.
I suppose that'd be the case for most armies, really.
To
To
be
a
fair, I
certain
got
extent.
lucky on the first one because the set mission was, what was it, rituals or rites or something? Where you basically got extra points if you had a character on an objective. I have,
right.
let's see, I have 2 Imagifiers, a Dominion, I've forgotten the name of it. The one with the mace. I have a Hospitalia, I have a Palatine, I have Celestine. I have basically a character with nearly every squad.
One with the mates. It's not a Dogmata, is it?
Yeah, Dogmata, that's the one.
Ah, right. So yeah, Sisters is one of those armies that I've always been curious about collecting. It's just I have enough armies as it is.
I started collecting it and then started buying secondhand because, yeah.
Yeah, they get expensive very quickly.
Yeah.
It's all the more strange considering, yeah, that I suppose the way Games Workshop are kind of the way they've costed a lot of the units do make them more viable as a horde army than as anything else, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, I still find it funny that Sisters of Silence are cheaper than Sisters of Battle in points.
Yeah, that doesn't make a massive amount of sense, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we'll play Custodes at some point, because in fact, the whole reason I got Custodes, I got a squad of Custodes in the first place, was because I wanted to practice my NMM before I started on Celestine, and then oops, I have an army now.
It sometimes ends up that way, to be fair.
Yeah. Now I've actually done Celestine after sitting on the shelf for a year.
Ooh. I do kind of want to do a kit bash of Celestine as a demon prince for my Emperor's Children. Mainly because I've seen somewhere on Cult 3D someone has done an idea of Celestine as a demon prince, but it's very heavily themed towards Khorne, which I feel like is a bit of a missing trick there.
Yeah. I actually have like a really small Slanesh Demons army, but
Ooh.
when I say Slanesh Demons, it's converted Daughters of Cain, because I really don't like the Demonette models.
Nice, but that's actually really good. A really good way of doing it.
And I am intending to convert Marathi into a Keeper of Secrets.
Oh, she
Because
would
Big
make an
Snake.
excellent. Yeah, she would make an excellent Keeper of Secrets. I don't know why I never thought of that before. Now that's fantastic. Can't
I'll
wait to
probably
see you
also use
tackle
it
that.
use to practice my sculpting and try and actually sculpt a upper torso for it.
Ooh.
But I am trying to convert all sorts, like sculpt all sorts of bits to convert the Daughters of Cain, and basically make them, I suppose, more androgynous as well,
Hmm.
like, or at least a mix in the squads.
Yeah, makes sense. Definitely makes sense. I didn't quite realise just what time it was. This hour has absolutely flown by. Thank you so much for joining me. This has been absolutely brilliant and really, really fascinating hearing you talk about your blacksmithing side of things. Where can people find you, please?
I'm on Twitch at HuttArmouries, Instagram at HuttArmouries. I guess I'm technically on Facebook, but it's just reposts of all the Instagram stuff.
I'm hearing that a lot today, and to be honest with you, yeah, kind of same.
I'm trying to do more YouTube stuff, but I am very slow at editing videos.
Hmm.
And I also have a TikTok, but again, very slow.
No, that's absolutely fantastic. Definitely look forward to catching more of your stuff. And thank you so much for coming on and joining me.
Thanks very much for having me.
Okay, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. Bye!
You too. Bye.
So, yeah, that was HuttArmouries, everyone. As you heard, Instagram, Twitch. Definitely go give them a follow. Go check them out on all of those places. They're an exceptionally talented painter. And as it turns out, bloody talented at a whole host of things, too. We're gonna get our next guest on now. She goes by the name of TinnedVoid on Instagram. Because Instagram tends to actually show your real name on there, it is publicly known that she is also Dr. Madison. But yeah, she's kind of a bit of an up-and-comer in the community, but has had quite a bit of traction. She's got over 1,000 followers on Instagram as it stands, and this is going to be interesting to talk to her because she seems to lean heavily more towards the actual wargaming side of things. So let's get her on.
Oops, there we go.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Sorry, my camera's in a weird location on my screen. Oh, that's not great.
That's okay. You're not on stream just yet. Would you prefer to go by Dr. Madison or TinnedVoid?
You can just
Sorry.
call me Madison.
Okay. It's just more for like putting your name up on screen in a minute. Madison it is. Although, knowing that you've worked hard to earn the title of doctor. What is your doctorate in?
My doctorate is in chemical engineering.
Oh, that's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I've had it for a while now. I graduated in. I finished my PhD in 2014 and got it in. Was awarded it in 2015.
Right. Oh, fantastic. So what sort of chemicals do you engineer then? Or are you not at liberty to say?
No, I mostly do computational work, molecular simulation, that kind of stuff.
Right.
Sorry, I'm trying to angle this lamp. No, so.
What got you into Warhammer then?
Well, I actually wanted to play other war games with friends, but they were only playing Warhammer, so Warhammer it was.
All right. Yeah, that does tend to be a lot of the case. Like, unfortunately, it's kind of the 10-ton gorilla. You can't really avoid Warhammer, no matter how hard you try sometimes. It is just kind of everywhere.
Yeah, that's very true. I did initially start just with Kill Team I played a little bit of Kill Team 2018, and that was terrible. And then kind of didn't touch it again. And then in about 2020, 2021, I played a bit of 40k. At that time, I had a Tower Army, but I didn't play that many games.
Right.
I just wasn't vibing with them. And then when Kill Team 2 came out, then I started really getting into that. And I've been playing that a lot. And I kind of only got back into 40k. I checked today, actually, it was in the last 4 months. Just over 4 months ago is when I had my first game of 40k in earnest. And I've been playing that, in parallel with Kill Team and Blood Bowl.
All right. Oh, okay. So which team do you play in Blood Bowl then?
Blood Bowl, I don't actually own any fully painted teams. I usually play with teams on offer with a guy at my local club who's very into Blood Bowl. He also has a whole bunch of teams. I really enjoy playing Black Orcs. They're just fun. They're a lot of fun to play. It's great when you get a little gobbo running to score a touchdown.
No, that's awesome. I've yet to play Blood Bowl myself, but I'm very, very curious about trying out the Amazonians. They just look absolutely phenomenal, and at least in the first edition of Blood Bowl, they were meant to be one of the better teams to play.
They look really great, at least from their stat lines. I've not played them yet, or seen them being played just yet.
Right. So, I was trying to remember if you had started off with Kill Team in 2018, whether or not that was first edition or second edition, but as you mentioned, you sort of moved from one to the other, so... But you said you didn't like it. What is it you didn't like about first edition Kill Team? Because this is where you and I are going to be very, very different in opinions. I really enjoyed first edition Kill Team, but I can kind of see how it doesn't quite gel sometimes.
I guess it just wasn't my fix at the time. Maybe if I go and revisit it now, it might be more engaging. I can't really say it. Just like I wasn't gelling with me at the time. I can't put it beyond that. Whereas the second edition Kill Team is a vastly different game, so I can definitely see if you enjoyed the first one that you wouldn't enjoy the second one. It's completely different.
I don't know. I've yet to actually try the second one out. I just haven't had the chance to. I really want to, though. I do try to keep an open mind about different games. What I have heard about the second edition one is it seems to be faster. Like, it seems to be a lot faster paced. Is that true? I don't actually know.
Let's say it depends on the players.
Understandable.
Not so much the mechanics, but I don't know, some of my opponents that I've played against, the first turning point ends up just being very cagey. It's like an overly long introduction or prologue to a thriller film. So we spent a while just being very careful about our placement and watching firing lines and so on, and then all hell breaks loose from turning point 2, and from then it can be quite fast because everyone just drops like flies.
Oh, wow. Okay, fair enough. I definitely might have to give it a go and see how I feel about it. The main thing I liked about the original Kill Team is it was more or less at the time 40k, but on a smaller scale. Like, I enjoyed 40k because it was I got into it through 8th edition originally, and first edition Kill Team felt very much like that, but with like some of the rules sort of simplified to a certain extent to make it feasible with a small handful of models on a smaller game board. But at the same time, it played a little bit faster than trying to shuffle around 2,000 points worth of a 40k army. That was always kind of my main draw to it. But you say that Warhammer wasn't the game you were wanting to play first. So which one was, or did you not have a specific one in mind?
I didn't really have a specific one in mind. I had first played war games like as a kid. We mostly played. I can't even remember. It was years ago, and I hadn't played for a very long time in between. We played like with outcomes tables with my father, and then I kind of just wanted to try all different kinds of war games. I have played Memoir 44, which is a lot of fun.
Ooh, I've heard good things about that.
Yeah, we had some very comical moments with a friend who just, I don't know, he's cursed with the worst dice rolls I've ever seen consistently. They're just always bad. It doesn't matter whose dice he's using, it's just atrocious. There was this one incident, we were playing Point du Hoc on a Memoir, and so I was playing as the Americans, and my Rangers just brazenly climbed into the open, and somehow he fluffed every single shot at them.
Wow, that's quite impressive.
Yeah, I don't know. He's pulled off some amazing failed dice rolls. I don't know how he manages to achieve that.
That's fair. So we all know one wargamer who's like that, and if you don't, chances are you are that one wargamer who's like that. And I speak as that one wargamer.
My closest experience with that has been with the warded armor and the legionary Kill Team and Kill Team Second Edition.
All right.
So it's 3 equipment points. So it's like 1/3 of your equipment points, and it gives you 2+ armor until you take damage, and then it's dispelled. Now that is reliably the only time I will just roll solid ones for saving. Every time, it never works.
Oh dear, oh dear. So I remember in our messages you were saying that you had a tournament originally planned for this weekend, that things kind of got shuffled around a bit. Has that happened? Have you been to that tournament, or is that something that's still to come?
No, I did play in it earlier today. It's because of the Rugby World Cup final, so we couldn't use the venue the entire day. So the format was changed from 5 games over 2 days to 4 games over 2 days. So 2 today, 2 tomorrow. I will forfeit my games tomorrow because I have a Canine Good Citizen test, gold level,
Ooh.
I'm attempting this time. Today I did lose both of my games, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Oh no, it was great. It was lots of fun. I learned a lot. The the first game was against an extremely efficient Tyranids player.
Right.
He
Okay.
just like everything he did was flawless. I couldn't fault him at any step of the way, and I was a bit too timid. I didn't really know what to expect. I had no idea what Nids could do in 10th edition. So yeah, he came with a very shooty list, and I was just not prepared. Yeah, and he gave me some critiques afterwards, and he's right. I was way too timid, and he asked me for critiques on him, on his playing, and I just couldn't find any fault. He just did everything right. So kudos to him. Second
Wow.
game was against Death Guard, and that was neck and neck until the very last bit of the final round where the Death Guard snatched it from me at the end.
Right.
That was a lot of fun.
Death Guard is sort of one of the armies I sort of dip in and out of across the 3 editions that I've played so far. I've yet really to play them in 10th edition. How did you find going up against them?
I found them incredibly resilient. And
As they're supposed to be. That's good.
As they're supposed to be, yeah. I find them incredibly resilient. And the list that my opponent brought felt very flexible. It kept things very interesting. He had just all kinds of he used the spore mines. Another spore mine, that was a previous game, sorry. The Death Guard guy used his whatchamacallit, he had like an indirect fire vehicle. I don't know the Death Guard vehicle names. He used that pretty
Plaguecast Crawler,
effectively.
the big chunky tank.
Yeah, that thingy, whatever it's called. He used that quite effectively. He used, he just used everything really effectively. It was like quite engaging. We just had a few funny moments. I had a squad of Chosen that I just charged it into the middle, as you do, and
Of course.
they all got killed. The Chaos Lord was left, and by himself he held up a substantial number of Plague Marines, all in his lonesome.
That's awesome.
With a bit of luck. And then we had another incident where one of my 2 land raiders bogged down a massive chunk of his army because they had charged it and they just were not having any sort of luck bringing my land raider down. He just kept grinding them down with his armored treads and so on. So that was a lot of fun. So I just sort of I held him back. I didn't have the best list. I really do need some cultists with the sticky objectives would be a great help.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised because cultists have always been kind of one of those things that sort of peaked and flowed in the different editions. Like I remember in 8th edition, cultist blob was always a fantastic strategy. Like the more of them you could get on the field, the harder it is to get rid of them, and they were just fantastic at screening and objective holding. Then all of a sudden, 9th edition rolled round, and they weren't even worth the plastic they were made out of. They were just utter useless gump. This edition, they seem to have kind of swung back the other way, and they've become good again, which has got me excited because I've got a whole bunch of models that I plan on using that are from like different bits of Games Workshop's range as cultists. Like I'm currently painting up some. Where are they? There's one that's slightly more finished over here actually. Just need some blood on him. The Corpse Grinder cults from Necromunda. Because I think they make arguably better looking cultists than the current cultist models do. But also for the likes of Emperor's Children and their obsession with perfection, I've got one of the original Warcry warbands that came out, the Unmade, those weird guys that are obsessed with lopping off their own limbs and attaching spikes and flails and things in their place. And I just think that's such a Slanesh move to do.
Those are very cool. Yeah, they're very Slanesh, you're right.
Mm-hmm. So, what kind of Chaos Army did you go with in the end? Was it more of a soup kind of list, or did you lean more towards one of the existing traitor legions that isn't Death Guard, Thousand Sons, or World Eaters?
Mine is kind of a hodgepodge. I kind of only had enough 2,000 points. It was a 2,000 point tournament. I only recently had 2,000 points because I bought a Spartan, which I run as a Land Raider, and then some Terminators and 2 characters secondhand. So my list is kind of just like a hodgepodge. And I would have liked to run Legionaries, but the tournament organizers they had a concern that the Legionaries and Chosen, because I don't have a Chosen kit, I've just turned Legionaries into Chosen, and the organizers felt that maybe for players who aren't familiar with Chaos, they might not be able to easily identify or distinguish between Chosen versus Legionaries based on loadouts, and so I erred on the side of caution and just went with Chosen instead of the mass. I have quite a few Legionaries, and in the end, my 2 opponents that I played, and I talked about this issue with them, and they said, if someone had made an issue of this, I should have just slapped them.
Well, maybe not necessarily slap them. Violence is never usually the answer, but no, I think I'd agree with them on that one. Like, it's good that you at least checked with the tournament organizers first, though, because I know there's a lot of people who probably wouldn't even bother to do that and just go in with it anyway, and then all of a sudden start kicking up a fuss when people call them out on it. But I'm with your opponents on that. Like, when you look at Chosen versus Legionaries, especially if you go Legionaries with a heavy melee focus and pistols, there's not a massive amount of difference between them, really.
Yeah. No.
Like, even when it comes down to the actual model kit itself, the main difference is down to the head and backpack, and that's really it.
Yeah. So anyway, I think in future I would rather go with a bunch of Legionaries as well as Chosen. I've had so I play in the league as well here, which is league games are like, they're all self-organized, highly flexible. So however many points you and your opponents agree on, you can time them if you want. You must arrange your own games. And I've been finding that people have been not having the best of times dealing with, at least in the local scene, Land Raider or Land Raiders and Legionaries, just like Legionary spam with Land Raiders. They've found it a bit difficult to deal with.
Right.
For some reason, we don't have like a lot of players in the local scene, and many of them have just been playing for quite a while. They have several lists, and I guess it's just something that they hadn't seen much of recently, so it caught people by surprise. So I had a few nice early victories in the league, but today, I didn't run my Legionaries, and I suffered for it.
Right. Legionaries and Land Raiders, it's not a combo I've ever really thought about too much, and I do have a list in mind for Iron Warriors. It has a couple of Legionaries. It's more heavily focused around Terminators and Obliterators more than anything else, but it does have, at least on the 2,000 point list side of things, a couple of squads of Legionaries, mostly for objective holding and things like that. So I was originally going to take them with Rhinos, because that's kind of how I've always remembered. You take a block of Legionaries you take them in a Rhino, get them from point A to point B, and it still kind of fits quite nicely with the whole mechanized warfare aspect of running Iron Warriors. But I might have to have a look into the whole aspect of running it with a Land Raider instead. I'm not 100% off the top of my head what the difference in points would be. Hi, Hamburg Tack.
With the Legionaries, what I found kind of interesting, I had a lot of success against a Chaos Knights opponent with this, because I think they have three plus vehicles in terms of the saves, and if you do like basically as many shots as you can with the Legionary, so Reaper Chain Cannon, lots of bolt guns, heavy bolter, and make them Mark of Zenith, you can get the lethal hits on a 5+, and that's on average 1 every 3 shots is triggering a 3+ save, which is not bad, and that whittles down Chaos Knights. Well, it caught my opponent by surprise. They whittled down surprisingly fast.
Wow, okay.
He was a little bit bleak.
Yeah, it's something I might have to have a look into then. Also, just to answer Armand's question from a while back. Sorry, I'm not deliberately ignoring you. It's just trying mostly to focus on my guest. How many beans have been bossled? So far, the one. So if people want to see me suffer yet again with disgustingly flavoured jelly beans, 80 more pounds will get us to the next milestone with that. So, what kind of prompted you to start taking your hobby to social media? Because, as I say, you kind of you kind of new on the scene, but you've also kind of made a bit of a name for yourself very quickly at the same time. It's great to see though, because like your stuff's fantastic. It's really well painted, and it's really nice to see somebody else who is as heavily focused on the actual gameplay side of things as they are on the painting side as well. So how's that all started for yourself?
I didn't really have any concrete plans or goals or anything. I was kind of getting over. I was kind of like deciding what social media apps were for me. I wasn't really vibing with. I was on Twitter for a while. I did. It was pre-transition. I did have a snarky reply to Ben Shapiro, which made it onto the front page of Reddit.
Ooh, nice.
I wouldn't even say it was low-hanging fruit. It was practically underground. It was such a stupid thing to dunk on.
As is most things with him, to be honest with you. He just makes it so easy for himself.
He does. Yeah, a friend in New Zealand saw this old tweet and then was like, "You have to do a reply," and I was like, "Okay, fine." And then it went a little bit viral. But I didn't really enjoy the platform that much. Facebook wasn't vibing with me, and then I'd never really tried Instagram. And I just thought, hey, why not? Let me share my special interests, hobbies, that kind of stuff, and it kind of just went from there.
And it seems to be working out really, really well for yourself. I say I don't quite know how long you've been around in the hobby community online for. I know you didn't really come across my radar until I'd say about a month or two ago, but once you did, you were there pretty much everywhere. And I was like, okay, straight away, trans creator, trans hobby painter, really talented one, trans wargamer. Definitely need to get this person involved in this charity event I'm doing. So I'm really happy that you could make it here. This has been fantastic so far.
Oh, great, thanks. Yeah, I'd only actually started playing, like, I've only been a member of my wargaming club this year, actually. I'd only just joined this year. So I would say most of the hobbying has been in the last probably like 12 to 18 months.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, I did play like I did dabble in some other systems and I was playing D&D quite a bit in 2020, 2021, but I just haven't really found the time, unfortunately. I'm trying to think now.
I know that feeling.
I was in a couple of different groups, and life happens, and one group disbands, we have another group, that one disbands because life and so on. And currently I'm not in any D&D groups.
I know that feeling. I 100% know that feeling. Like, before I even got into the hobby side of things on Instagram, I was just quite happily playing and running in as a GM as well in about 4 different D&D campaigns, and not even really giving a second thought to social media. Then COVID happened, and then one by one, almost every single one of those groups disbanded because life happens, or life has happened. And now I'm currently in a situation where I do have one D&D group that I'm still part of. It's one that I run as a DM IRL with a bunch of my friends. We try to meet up at least once a month, and that's been incredibly difficult lately because life happens.
Yeah, I've been meaning to. I did DM for a while for 2 of the groups I was in. One was an all girl group. We played online. The setup was I had a webcam, I had miniatures and like bits and bobs to make to lay the scene.
Mhm.
And yeah, we had someone was joining us from the States and from the UK and somewhere else in South Africa. It was kind of nice, but yeah, stuff happened and that the group disbanded. And then for a previous group, I was just like the forever DM. But then
Mhm.
that group disbanded as well. At the moment, I've been contemplating joining. We have two game stores here in Durban in South Africa, and the closer one to me has D&D. I forget which day of the week it is, and I've been meaning to come along like maybe once a month. But it's just like not really happened, unfortunately. Especially this time of year as an academic. It's now the end of the semester. There's exams, assignments, etc., etc., etc.
Oh right, okay. I wasn't aware you're based in South Africa. That's kind of fantastic.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do have to ask then, how have you found your experience as an out and proud trans person? Because I know I don't know if it's South Africa as a whole or if it's just bits of South Africa that has a reputation for being very anti-LGBT. If you don't want to talk about that, please, by all means, you don't have to, but I am at least a little curious.
I know, I'm totally fine with talking about it. So my personal experience hasn't been too bad, but I do have socioeconomic privilege, which
Right.
kind of keeps me out of a lot of situations. Like, it's a fact that we have to acknowledge. I'm in a bunch of WhatsApp online support groups for trans folks in South Africa, and some people have it really rough. Like, I'm kind of like insulated in this little bubble, and it is what it is. Like, at my workplace, everyone has been great. I think even though I have some like religious conservative colleagues, Christian, they've actually been fine because
Right.
I guess like I'm the first trans person they've met, and they didn't know what to expect. And it took a while. I think with some people there was a little bit of a distance at first, and then they've come to see that I'm just like a normal person.
Yeah.
So that's been really helpful. In the hobby
That's
scene,
good.
the hobby scene was so funny. So like I've not exactly hid that I'm trans on like in my WhatsApp profile. I put the trans pride flag there quite often. It's on my Instagram. Oh, it's bizarre. No one reads these things.
Right.
I officially came out to the. So there was one guy I knew in the club already. He's an old friend. He obviously knows he's chill. The club chairman, like I've been playing games for a while, coming to play games in the league for a while, and I officially came out to the club chairman, and I said, just FYI, I'm trans. And then he was like, oh, but I knew already, like it's in your profile, like people should just read that stuff. And I was like, okay, cool. But I've been finding as I've gone along that people don't read that.
Yeah, they don't always. No, you're quite right about that. Oh, wow.
This one, for Pride Month this year, was really sweet. The one guy in the club painted a trans pride power sword, like with the trans pride colors on a power sword. It looked really great. And then I sent him a message. I like chatted to him a little bit every now and then. We have some like distant mutuals. And then I was like, it's like, oh, so did you clock me or did you read my profile or something? And then he was like, oh, I didn't actually know.
Oh, wow.
And then I found out that he is just very progressive.
Oh, that's excellent.
And he wanted that color scheme. So it was like, it was very nice. But yeah, people don't read that. And then in terms of everyday life, like, these community, like WhatsApp, Facebook groups I've had, whenever it's Pride Month, there's a whole bunch of, not just transphobia, all kinds of queer phobias going on over there. And I've had people, one guy was going at me for having pronouns in bio. But otherwise, it's like you kind of do have to pay a little bit of attention to public displays of affection. That's something that lots of queer folks in South Africa have to watch out for.
Yeah.
Like with my partner. It's just, it is what it is. We do have some nice queer spaces, and like little small queer community in Durban here. And I think kind of since I didn't really have any queer friends when I came out. I knew one
Right.
trans person who didn't even live in Durban, and I had like a couple of gay and lesbian friends, and now I've kind of met the queer community in Durban, and I've been getting in there.
Oh wow.
No, in terms of the hobby space, I have heard some really like horrible experiences by people who play Warhammer in Cape Town and Johannesburg, and the
That
Warhammer scenes
makes that
are
makes
much bigger than
sense.
Durban. I've heard the Warhammer scene in those cities is much bigger than Durban,
Hmm.
but like I've heard some really rough stuff in Cape Town, and then I know one trans girl. She said that she was when she came out, she was basically ostracized by her
Oh
wargaming
no.
club, which is pretty horrific. I
That's
was in Johannesburg,
awful.
but people in Durban have actually been pretty okay. Everyone's been pretty chilled. I don't know if it's because everyone's smoking weed all the time or or what. But they've been chilled. I mean, there's even this one guy in the club. He's a really sweet guy. I think we're not really on the same ends of the political spectrum, but it's like I'm the first trans person he's met. He's just been really lovely, and
Hmm.
yeah, I think he's been very open minded actually, and I think he's been sort of learning a lot, which
Right.
is yeah, that's great.
That is fantastic.
I've been very pleasantly surprised.
That's good. That's a good thing to be able to say, especially again in a country that has historically been very on the lesser end of the progressive spectrum. Again, this is just coming from a very ignorant British perspective, and let's face it, we're in no position to be able to talk over here. But yeah, having never really been to South Africa myself, the only thing you can really say from it is from its reputation, and that's one of the reputations it's had that's always really stuck out to me. So I'm glad to hear that you've had a really positive experience. That is fantastic, and it's encouraging. It shows that as is quite often the case, of the long line of history, progression tends to trend upwards. Like even in the state of things at the moment, when a lot of the rights and freedoms and things that we've kind of held won or in some cases taken for granted over the last 10-20 years seem to be starting to inch backwards in a sense. It's encouraging to see that in a lot of communities things are still progressing forwards and in a good way.
Yeah, like there are like some like the Constitution protects us, but if I'm honest, in South Africa, a lot of the time the, the laws and systems in there are not really enforced properly, and you do have to fight a little bit. Some of the administrative processes are, I, I don't want to say outwardly discriminatory to trans people. They're just very badly designed. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
South African. My partner's German, and
Oh wow.
Germans are notorious for bureaucracy, but she says South
Oh god,
African
yes.
bureaucracy is leagues ahead of German bureaucracy in terms of how inefficient it is.
Oh wow, that's saying something.
There are so many memes about the Department of Home Affairs in South Africa. It is just mind-bogglingly inefficient.
Wow.
One of the biggest hurdles here is that your identity number, your South African identity number, encodes gender in a binary fashion.
Oh dear.
Now, what is incredibly stupid about that is that the people who should know that the ID number encodes gender do not seem to know. So, in practice, it doesn't really serve a purpose. So there's literally no justification for it at all, even in a very practical way. I've had to deal with police officers to do affidavits for some of like my trans-related admin, like for the engineering council, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to explain to the police officers that the South African ID number has gender. Look, these digits here have your gender. I've had to explain to officials at the Department of Home Affairs who are issuing the ID documents that gender is encoded in the identity number.
Sounds. Yeah, go
Bank
on.
officials as well. Bank officials as well. I'm like, the gender is here. Like
Jesus.
I've changed gender so that the ID number changes. It's not fixed, set in stone.
That is so backwards. Like, it seems very much. It seems very much like it's what's the word for it? Like it's kind of gone obsolete, but no one seems to have noticed and bothered to correct for that. That's wow. Okay, that's a whole other level.
It's incredibly absurd. So I've actually managed to do kind of all the legal administrative transition. I haven't done my qualifications because I'm not going to bother. Human resources practitioners have told me an affidavit is fine. I'm outed anyway professionally because of my academic publication career.
Yeah.
And the one thing left is my driver's license. I went to go to the motor licensing bureau. I gave in my paperwork. It was sitting there for nothing. I went with another trans person, and they went back sometime later. And it turns out that the branch we went to did not submit our paperwork to head office because we were missing a form that they were supposed to give us.
Oh God, I know that experience. I've been through that myself. It's so annoying.
That's so annoying. So we have to go back at some point. I don't know when I'm supposed to have the time because the queues are always abysmal. You have to get there before they're open to be dealt with in a reasonable amount of time. Then I have to ask for this specific form now that I know what it is. Then I submit that, hope for the best, maybe come back and try again if something goes wrong. I've heard of people's like these sort of administrative things, like for ID, passport, whatever, being refused because someone higher up in the bureaucratic human centipede doesn't know anything.
Oh jeez. That's often the case as well, because at the end of the day, it's still people at every step of the way when it comes to this sort of thing, and people are like, what was the old saying? Like, the individual is smart, but people are stupid.
So like in terms of structured discrimination in that sense, like dealing with admin, that I wouldn't say it's explicitly discriminatory. It's just the systems are so badly designed, and the more you have to interact with it, the more frustrating it gets. And because we have to interact with it more than, say, a cis person, that's how it ends up, just frustrating and annoying and stupid.
Tends to be the case because your average person, who 9 times out of 10 is cis, doesn't have to interact with these systems, so they wouldn't know that it's as poorly designed as it is. So why would they have any reason to correct it? Brother and sister got married in Denmark because of bureaucracy hoops in Germany and Zimbabwe, to be fair, but also Germany. Yeah.
That sounds right.
It definitely does. Oh, and again, to answer your series of earlier questions there, almond, the bean was cappuccino flavoured. It was revolting, and I don't know if anybody clipped it or not, but I can very easily sort that out after the stream, probably tomorrow sometime. But yeah, it's. I'm glad your experience for the most part has been a positive one. That's really good to hear. Definitely.
I just one more South African bureaucracy transition related story. This was with my cell phone company for my mobile contract.
Mm-hmm.
It took the better part of 9 months for them to change my details on the system.
Oof.
For several reasons. One, their system, like for when they enter customer details at the data entry side of things, once a customer's details are captured, the ID number is a non-editable field, and lots of people at head office or even at the branches don't realize this.
Wow.
Ultimately, I ended up having to go through a trans advocacy NPO in South Africa.
Oh, wow.
Who then basically got in touch with one of the executives of the cell phone company and told me to speak to them and mention this person at the trans NPO. And then we managed to sort things out. And they ended up having to create an entirely new customer profile for me.
Oh, fun.
And then I had to sign a stack of paperwork, initial here, initial there, etc., to transfer my contract to myself.
Wow. That's just mental. I'm curious then, because JamieDaggers, who is based in the US, as far as I'm aware, said that they don't really have any kind of charity like Mermaids. Is there anything like them over in South Africa?
We have a few NPOs that help trans folks as far as like, so there's Be True to Me, who have helped me quite a bit with admin home affairs. It's like a trans advocacy NPO by trans folks for trans folks.
That's great.
They carry quite a lot of clout. The director is a woman that I would not want to be on the wrong side of.
That's actually a good sign.
She's terrifying. Yeah, it's great. She's terrifying, in the best kind of way. And then I think this is like Trans Hope, and there's a couple of other ones. I always sound like such a Philistine when I talk to queer people in South Africa, and that I'm like not that clued up. Most of my friends are cis. I don't know. It's just how it is. I try and donate where I can to trans NPOs in South Africa, or like, interact when I can. But
yeah,
I'm just a little bit out of the loop, I would say.
Well, that's it. And at the end of the day, you're just one person, so you can't be expected to be able to do everything all of the time.
Yeah.
I think that's what sometimes a lot of the folks who are terminally online, to put it bluntly, tend to take for granted. And even those of us who are online, at least as part of our careers, tend to sometimes take that for granted as well. But I find it's often best to still keep that in mind, because it keeps you grounded. At the end of the day, it's healthy to disconnect sometimes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I have a few terminally online friends, but I don't think they're that. They get it.
Oh yeah.
They generally get it. Yeah.
That's good. That's definitely good, at least.
I think some of my friends think I'm terminally online, but in the bigger picture of things, I'm not. I'm very online, but not terminally online, I would say.
I sometimes worry I'm getting that way myself, and that was partly the reason why I quickly took a step back away from Reddit. Not Reddit, sorry, Twitter. Although I'm kind of doing the same sort of thing with Reddit. Because it just kind of gets to a point where it's just like you end up spiraling down a loop of anger and sadness at the state of everything, and then you just have to remember, but hang on a second, this is just this one website, and I'm happy when I'm not on this one website. Let me just turn it off for a little while and just, right, that's enough internet for me for one day. And the fact that I can at least acknowledge that I need to do that from time to time suggests I'm probably fine.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I think with now that I'm in two very different clubs, I'm in a dog club and a wargaming club, it's actually meant I've become less online.
That's a good thing.
I've had some situations where I've had a more online friend sharing like memes with me. I'm like, what is this? I don't get it. Have I become boomified now? What's going on?
Oh, I sometimes feel that way whenever I occasionally take the step back into TikTok, and I realize I'm old. I'm too old for this. I don't know what half this stuff means anymore. I'm just gonna go back to my comfy corner of the internet and just forget about all of you young people, please. But okay, dogs. Okay, you have to talk more about this now. At least for the next 50 minutes that I've got you.
Sure.
So, what's that all about? Do you have a dog of your own? Is this a thing you're doing as sort of like a volunteer kind of thing? What is it?
No, we have two dogs. One we rescued in I think we got her in 2019. I was taking my partner to work. We only have one car. I drive, and the dog just stepped out of the bushes in front of the car, seemingly abandoned or something.
Right.
She was in a very bad state, covered in ticks and fleas. It's quite a few scars. Her tail is damaged. It looks like it was cut off. We took her to the vet to get it checked out. They couldn't find any obvious signs of rabies. She got some stuff for ticks and fleas, and we tried to look for her owner, and no one claimed her, so we just kept her.
Oh.
She's an Africanus cross, who knows what. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Africanus. Is like the common land race of like they're often used for hunting in rural areas.
Right.
Yeah, they have like
Not
a bit
breed
of
I'm
a.
familiar
They got
with.
they're quite a large chest usually.
Yeah.
They got very good stamina, pointy noses, and like pointy-ish ears. And they come in all kinds of different colors and sizes as well. They're usually pretty. They often have quite a lot of street smarts.
Yeah.
Because their quote unquote natural state is usually to like fend for themselves at the periphery of, villages or rural communities.
Makes sense.
So yeah, we've got her, and then we have a second dog. We initially volunteered to foster him at the start of the lockdown in 2020
Right.
because lots of volunteer agencies wouldn't be able to get, lots of these volunteer organizations wouldn't be able to get permits, essential worker permits for their volunteers. So they were begging people to like, please foster a little pup. And so we took one in, and he was very, very sick. He was from a litter of 8. His mother is also an Africanus. The dad, we have no idea.
Right.
The weekend we got him, 6 out of the 8 pups passed away. He was so small. He was at 7 weeks. He was, I think, like just under 1 kilogram. He was so tiny and emaciated, and
bless.
we eventually got him to be not having, diarrhea and being so frail. And we still had to delay his inoculations because he was too frail. And then we ended up adopting him. And once we signed the adoption papers, that's when he decided to go through a growth spurt. And now he's 35 kilograms.
Oh wow. Bless.
We have no idea what he is. We only know that his mother is really. We only know that his mother is a very small Africanus. The father, we have no idea. He does have a strong resemblance to a Labrador.
Ooh.
At least superficially. He's very needy compared to the older dog that we found. Seemed to be living on the street or something when we found her. She's very independent.
Yeah. Oh wow! I'm glad they've both got happier endings then, at the very least.
Now we have them and 3 cats.
Oh wow, that sounds like an amazing household.
Now the cats are all rescues as well. It's the mum and her 2 of her kittens. The other kittens all got adopted, and then we wanted to adopt the 2 kittens that were left, but we thought that the mum probably wouldn't get adopted. People were more interested in the kittens, so we took her in as well.
Oh.
I mean, they're not kittens anymore. She's like 11 and they're 10.
Oh wow.
We still call them the kittens, of course.
I mean, they'll probably still be babies. No matter what age they are, they're still baby. Now, rescue is always the way to go. Always the best option, definitely. Our cat's a rescue as well, bless him. My partner found him on the side of the street because the family that previously owned him were originally just going to dump him there because he didn't get along with their kids. They just, young small children just kept tormenting him and pulling his tail and things like that. So naturally, being a cat, he lashed out, and they decided that they just couldn't handle having him anymore, so they were just gonna get rid of him, but literally just by throwing him out into the street and just leaving him there. And my partner decided, no, well, she's just gonna have him instead and look after him. And he's acts as though he lives in a bin half the time. I'm fairly convinced he must have been the runt of the litter. But yeah, he's an adorable little smush wherever he's gone.
Now, I have a really nice. I have a friend. She now lives in the States, actually in Atlanta.
Hmm.
She's also a chemical engineer by training. She found a kitten at the paper mill she was working at in Johannesburg, here in South Africa.
Oh wow.
She took him in. And when she got posted to, or she got a different job in the States, she took a little peanut with her. So he's gone from
Oh.
being rescued in a paper mill in Johannesburg to living in Atlanta.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, I
It's really
love
nice.
that so much. Oh, well, this has been really nice. I've really enjoyed myself hanging out on stream with you so far. I hope you've enjoyed it. I know you said this is your first
Yeah.
time doing anything like this, and you were a little nervous at first about it.
Yeah.
But I think
Yeah, a
you've
little bit,
held
but
your
it's
own
been
really.
good.
I think you've held your own really well, which is fantastic. So what's next for yourself? Like, what kind of projects are you working on soon in the future?
I have a demon prince that I need to build. One of my friends has jokingly, but only semi-jokingly, told me I'm not allowed to touch it until Christmas because technically it's a Christmas present, but I think I'll build it anyway. And then I will need to get some cultists, and I have a novitiates kill team that I've been meaning to put together.
Ooh,
And yeah, then I'll probably be doing highlights and details on my existing Chaos Marine army, which
awesome.
they're all battle ready at least, but they do need, they need more skulls and blood and gore and things like that.
Oh, of course. I mean, I always need more skulls, blood, and gore and things like that.
Exactly.
Definitely. Oh, well, fantastic. By all means, take some time to plug yourself. Where can people find you?
I'm most active on Instagram by far. Everywhere else, not very active at all. TinnedVoid on Instagram. That's about it where I'm most active. If you want to
That's
follow my
fair.
academic work, you can definitely find me on Google Scholar, but you're not looking at that updates every week or something like that. When a paper comes out, it comes out.
Oh, that's fair enough. Certainly the first person on stream to plug Google Scholar. That's kind of that's a flex and a half. That is. I love that. Oh wow, brilliant. Oh well, thank you so much for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. What time zone is it over there? I don't actually know.
It is just before 10 p.m. now.
Ooh, okay. So not much left of the night ahead of you. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night, and thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Good luck with the rest of the orcs.
I think I'm gonna need it at this point. I feel like I didn't quite realize how much I bit off in terms of this, but yeah. Hopefully you'll be fine once I get some more yellow on them. We'll be most of the way there then. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
And that was Dr. Madison, otherwise known as TinnedVoid. Please go check her stuff out. She is absolutely phenomenally talented. And, whoa, okay. Orc decided they wanted to do somersaults there. And yeah, just genuinely really lovely person. That was fantastic to hang out with her. We're going to go on a bit of a break soon. About 9:15. So I'm going to try and crack on with as much of this as I possibly can. We'll be having MangoSmasher on at 9:30, closing out the night. We originally did have Autumn Roxy, otherwise known as RoxyDaRiveter, who was going to fill in for the last hour before we do the giveaway prize draw. Sadly, she can't make it. She had some surgery yesterday. It was either yesterday or early today, and the plan was that she was just going to come on stream. It was just going to be nice and chilled. She wouldn't have even been on, like, actually visibly on stream. and we would have just hung out and chatted all things orcs. But she needs a bit more time to recover. So we wish her the best. But it does mean that I'll be probably on my lonesome for the last section of the stream. And yeah, we'll try and blast through these as much as possible. I am actually going to change things up a little bit, because I do kind of want to encourage people to donate. I'm going to be lowering the donation requirements for the Eons of Battle Orc Vehicle Collection and the Combat Patrol Box. Anyone who donates £50 or more will be entered into a prize draw to win either of those. There will be 2 separate prize draws for it. We are heading into like the last 3.5 hours of the stream. We're only at £120. I want this last push to be a good one. I want it to be worthwhile. Like, I'm still impressed with how much we've raised so far. And yes, this has been a little less well publicized than my usual charity streams have been. Just because of stuff that's been going on in my private life, but I still wanted to go ahead and do it. I still wanted to try and make it work and make it worthwhile. I've had fun doing it, and it has been good. This does mean that the donation link will probably be active for a lot longer than originally intended, just to give like stragglers the chance to try and help us raise a bit of money towards it. But if we can try and make this push, I would be eternally grateful. And remember, if we hit for every £100 we raise, I will be suffering through the Bean Boozled challenge. If we smash £500, which is the top donation goal, I will be doing the one chip challenge. So if you really want to see me suffer, that's the way to do it. If you want to be in the chance of winning some amazing prizes, this is what we have on offer. For every donation of £10 or more... Sorry, that's... There we are. For every donation of £10 or more, you'll be entered into a prize draw to win one of 2 Games Workshop web store vouchers of £25 each. For each donation of £10 or more, you'll also be entered into a giveaway prize draw for an Element Games voucher of £25. Again, there's 2 of those up for grabs. £15 or more, you'll be entered into a giveaway prize for a goodie bag of our basing materials here at Vixen's Miniatures. There's 2 of those up for grabs. £20 or more gets you a selection of Citadel paint swatch caps, as well as the Alan Wake Collector's Edition on Steam. £50 or more gets you into the prize draw for one of the 2 Warhammer Fest event exclusive miniatures. That's Commissar's Duty or Tolgar Split Eye, as well as the Combat Patrol box of your choice, and any donation of £50 or more gets you entered into a prize draw for... Oops, £500, not what I wanted. £50, there we are. For the Eons of Battle Orktober exclusive 3D printed vehicle selection. And of course, for everyone who's donated £20 or more, I'll be putting your name on the base room of one of the orcs that we're painting tonight. Our donation goal is £500. We've got 3.5 hours left to do this. Let's show the world what we're made of. We can do this. I know we can. But I need your help. Please, please dig deep. And I do want to give a big thank you to everyone who's joined me as a guest tonight as well. So, JamieDaggers, Supergirl Steph, my amazing partner Ember Does a Thing, HuttArmouries, and now Dr. Madison. They've all been absolutely fantastic, and you should definitely go out and check out their stuff and check out what they get up to. And here's me hoping that my phone that I'm using as my top-down camera is going to survive the next 3.5 hours. It's on 20% at the moment. So, we could be running some risks here. But I'm sure we'll manage.
Charge!
Absolutely. We're going to try and charge through this, definitely. And also a big thank you to all of you. Charge your phone. Well played. Very well played. But yeah, also big thank you to all of you who have came out supporting us tonight and throughout the day. It's been absolutely fantastic and I've loved every second of it. I do enjoy doing these. Even if we don't always hit our donation goals, I do still enjoy doing these. Right. Even half a sleep, you're hilarious. Well, I'm glad someone thinks so. I'm joking, it's fine. I think after all this time, I might finally start to be running short on my Pro Acryl Titanium White. I didn't say you weren't funny. Or rather, I didn't say you're not funny. Just as a reminder to people, the donation link is in chat, !donate. Or if you're watching on YouTube, then it is also in the description box. And if you're feeling extra fancy, you can always scan the QR code on screen, and that'll take you there as well. So lots of different ways to get to the donation link. But yeah, I'm a little stuck at the moment in terms of charging my phone. There's not really a massive amount I can do about it. It is currently plugged in via USB cable straight into the PC, but because it is also being used as a webcam, it's drawing a lot of energy anyway, so it's not like there's really much more I can do at this point. I've just gotta cross my fingers and hope it survives until the end, otherwise we're just gonna be doing this via facecam, I think. I'm hoping I can at least get the vast majority of these to a good, presentable point, even if we don't get them finished tonight. I think if I don't manage to get them done tonight, I might just work on them outside of the stream, just as like a fun little personal side project kind of thing. But again, we're gonna try and make it as far as we can. Might not necessarily succeed, but we're gonna do a damn good job of trying at least. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more boys to get to the same point where we can start getting some yellow on them. Still not 100% as to how I'm going to incorporate the trans pride flag into each miniature. I'm going to find a way. Definitely going to find a way to do it. Right, it's almost 1:15, so I'm gonna go for the last break. And then when we come back, we'll get MangoSmasher on.
This is a reminder. It's time for another break.
That's me being told. That's my cue to put a bit of a pause on it. But I'll be back soon. I'm just going to quickly finish off the casing on this gun here. Right, okay. I shall be back shortly. I will see you all very soon. Hello, we are back again. Just trying to find Mango. There she is. Right, we're gonna bring... I'm gonna quickly double check Instagram just to make sure I've not had any messages off her, like last minute cancellation or anything like that. Not that she's likely to do that, but I better be safe than sorry. Right, okay, so we'll get Mango into the call in just a second. Our last guest of the night. Hello!
Trial version.
Try. Wow, your voice sounds very different, Mango.
Trial version. Trial version. Trial version.
That's... What?
Trial version.
Okay, I'm a little confused by this.
Trial version.
Mango, are you there?
Trial version.
Yeah, I'm gonna try calling her again. Oh. She's just disconnected. I'll give her a moment or two to jump back in. And if that doesn't work, I'll redial her. Oh, hello.
Trial version.
Trial version, apparently.
Trial version. Trial version.
Nope, still trial version. I am really confused.
Trial version.
Trial version? Nope.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. What on earth was that all about?
I haven't turned my PC on since I last streamed.
Ah, right, okay. We're only getting the trial of Mango. We've got to pay for the full release. Yes. Accurate.
Apparently, yeah.
Oh, it's up to yourself if you want to be on camera. I know you've been through a lot of hospital stuff lately, so you don't by any means have to be, but the choice is yours.
That's with me.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, that works. Give me a sec, just while I sort this out.
There we go.
Oh, away Discord, behave yourself. There we go. So, how have you been lately? Have you been keeping well besides everything that's been going on?
Slowly but surely. Eyesight's near enough completely gone, but
Oh no, sorry to hear that.
slowly getting there. Slowly but surely.
Have
But
you?
how have you been?
I've been pretty fine actually. Mostly dealing with a lot of health stuff for my partner, as opposed to myself. So just trying my best to sort of get through the day, whilst also keeping all this up and running, as best as I can. But
Yeah,
at the moment, doing well.
I haven't like streamed for I think like nearly a month now.
I mean, with good reason too, though. To be honest with you.
Yeah, the past 3 weeks, I spent 2 days in hospital. No, 3 days in hospital
Ooh.
in total, and then I spent 2.5 weeks bedbound.
Oh dear. Yikes. Um,
Uh,
dare I ask any sign of recovery or?
I'm waiting to see a neurosurgeon.
Right. Oh dear.
Yeah, I've got a cyst on the back of my brain now that has completely destroyed my horizontal vision. All my vision in my left eye has gone on my peripheral now permanently until they removed the cyst, and my right side is now fully gone as well.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
But
Well,
still trying to keep positive.
yeah. I do hope they manage to sort it out, and I hope you have a speedy recovery. Definitely.
Hopefully.
Oof.
I need to turn that off. It won't let me. My camera might jut about a bit because of how it is. I have a
Right.
effect on it, so it always follows my hands.
Yes, I think I saw that on one of the last streams of yours I managed to catch. It's quite nifty.
Yeah, it constantly follows it, so I don't have to worry about autofocusing and stuff. So wherever my hands primarily dominate to is basically where the camera will always go.
That's quite cool, definitely. I saw you at was it the Mantic Open Day that they were having recently that you were down at the HQ for? Or was it for something else entirely?
That was just a random day. We decided to leave at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Fun.
But I found out a load of new stuff and I got given some stuff. So,
Oh,
and
nice.
one of the things isn't due to release until the end of next month.
Ooh, exciting.
I can actually show it on stream because I am allowed.
Oh, fun. Awesome.
So I've actually got a copy of the Barroom Brawl Advent Calendar.
Huh, that's cool.
And it's basically a bar fight in a box.
I love
So
that.
you get like miniatures terrain. There's a dog in it that actually has a Santa's hat and Santa's beard on it.
That's fantastic.
But I also managed to pick up the Twilight Amber set.
Ooh.
The Mega set, as in 2 starter sets. And then the partner picked up the Gruskiers.
All right.
So she's got a box of those to paint up with her dwarfs.
Nice. Was your partner into the hobby before you got with them, or have they gotten into the hobby because of you, much like mine has?
Back about 30 years ago.
Wow.
But now they're a Romantic Pathfinder. They collect 7 different armies.
That's really cool.
And is now a full-time Magic player and is also a Pokemon player.
Oh, nice. That is really, really good.
So yeah, it's been a rough couple of months for us with my health, her health as well. She's got a rare spinal tumor.
Oh dear.
And that was all because I helped her lose 3 stone.
Oh wow. I mean, congrats on helping her lose weight, but awful to hear that it's either resulted in that or it's uncovered that.
She went in the hospital with a suspected grumbling appendix, and then they done everything, sent her home, and then the next day we had a phone call saying, no, you need to come back to hospital. And then we found out that the cyst she has will leave her potentially paralyzed. Tumor, not a cyst. It will leave her paralyzed, brain dead, are the worst possible outcomes or will turn cancerous. And then you got me that's, if they don't deal with the cyst, I will turn blind, deaf, and no mobility.
Yikes, okay.
Yeah. So it's like we're a right pair at the minute. We are at the minute.
Bless the pair of you. I hope you get some good news soon. Jeez.
Hopefully, I haven't been able to eat properly for about 2 weeks, and I lost a stone and a half in a week.
Oh no.
I don't mind. I needed to lose weight.
Well, I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Always looking at
Well,
the silver lining.
When I met my partner, I was 18 stone 2. I'm now 15 stone 6 in just over a year.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
And then she's gone from 21 stone down to 16-10 now.
That's really impressive. Well done, the pair of you. I've ended up on a similar kind of trajectory myself. I think I was about 18 stone as well about the start of the year, and I've since lost a couple of stone. I can't remember what I'm up to because it was all tracked on MyFitnessPal, and my phone's currently in use at the moment. And it's been a while since I last checked, so I might have gained a little bit of weight. But yeah, similar kind of situation for myself. So congratulations, glad to hear it.
Yeah, things are definitely hectic.
They sound
safe to least. But still doing big projects. Got
Good.
7 or 8 in the works at the minute.
Ooh, what is it you're working on, if you're allowed to say?
So I'm currently at the minute basing it works at something like nearly for like 1,000 points or 1,500 points of British Napoleonic.
Ooh.
And that's at that 13 mil scale.
Never figured you for a historical wargamer.
I actually play bolt action now as well.
Alright.
I play Japanese, and I played my first game against my mate, and he officially hates mortars.
I imagine most people who've encountered mortars probably hate mortars, but please do tell.
1 mortar shot, 7 casualties, and then the rest of the unit ran.
Oh, wow, okay.
And basically, that was just my main mortar. I then ran around with 7 hand mortars, and then just a bunch of random rifles and kamikaze guys and 1 tank, and I won the game 16 points to 3.
Well done.
I also play, so now not just doing Games Workshop systems and Automatic, I also play Cruelties now.
Ooh, alright.
I also do Napoleonic. I play 2 different armies in Napoleonic now. I play Pike and Shot as well.
Right.
So, game systems are, it's not going slow. I got my new area being delivered Monday.
Okay.
So that's a win-win. Because of my health and the partner's health, I had to give up the office, unfortunately. So we've come up with another solution. But I get a bigger space. I've got a 16-foot by 8-foot area coming.
That's good. That's definitely good.
So it's not much of a silver lining, but it's better than what it was.
Something is better than nothing, definitely.
So that arrives on Monday, I think, and then I got to do all the concrete in, ready to go, and I got a couple of friends that are gonna come over and help. And I basically went to one of them, hey, help me do the concrete, and I'll buy a magic booster box. And he went, yeah, right then. That's sweet.
That can't really ask for better than that.
No, well, we all play now quite religiously. So I'm now going back to playing pretty much semi-pro now with a few people.
Nice. What format do you play?
Commander.
All right.
So I'm playing a few mean decks, but I'm also...
Ooh, which ones?
I play Urza and Elves.
Oh, I already hate you. I already hate you.
I play Urza and elves. My partner plays. And I also play enchantments as well. My partner plays fairy spam with one of the new Doctor Who decks.
Nice.
So, but
That's a
she also,
interesting combination.
she also plays zombies as well.
Love it.
But blue-black zombies, and it's like really.
Oh, with which commander? I'm curious.
I think it's the pre-con one, and then the guy she got it off of just basically upgraded, and he's a good friend of mine. And he basically went, "Yeah, I know you're trying to get into Magic. Here's an entire commander deck," and gave her a whole deck with a custom 3D printed decks box.
Nice. So yeah, I have that exact same commander myself, not from getting the deck, but it's because I got it from the Eldritch Moon pre-release back when I used to play other formats other than Commander many years ago, and I've still yet to actually manage to make a deck that feels satisfying with that commander as much as I'd like to.
Yeah, it's not easy. But yeah, I've got 2 Napoleonic armies now.
Nice.
So it's I play British and Parisians for the giggles.
Awesome.
But I've done a lot more. I'm doing a lot more 3D printing stuff as well now. I play BattleTech as well, a lot.
Sweet. How's the 3D printing side of things going for yourself? Are you doing that as a business, or is it just for personal use?
Personal use, and it will be a business thing as well. And in a minute, it's not too bad. I already had to send 1 printer back.
Oh, right. What was
it? Basically, the screen, the actual UV part of it completely cracked under pressure.
Ooh.
And I had it a week, and I was like, yeah, it's completely gone.
Yeah.
And the partner rang them up and went, look, we've had it a month or so. We've only just realised it's gone. What are you going to do? They went, yeah, we'll refund you, because it turned out it had a lifetime warranty.
Oh, that's good then.
So I was like, okay.
Which 3D printer is it?
It was the Anycubic 4K x2.
All right.
So it was the slightly bigger one. We've got the basic x2, but it was just our bigger one that just completely went. Half the screen just went, yeah, we're not going to be nice to you anymore. I was like, oh.
Is it your first time with 3D printing full stop, or have
you...
All right.
First time for us. But we've got a lot of plans with the new area. I'm going to have a couple of tables in there for gaming. We've got a whole 3D printing setup going in there.
Nice.
And I'm able to separate the rooms as well, so I can have all the PC and everything in one room, and then everything else in another room.
That'd be awesome, definitely.
It means I can start doing battle reports as well. So
ooh. That'll be fun.
Not sure what game system to do yet, because we all play different ones, and there's a chance of D&D nights and stuff like that as well.
Well, being a Mantic Pathfinder, would it not make sense for you to do battle reports for some of the Mantic games?
Funny enough, I've been in talks when we went up to head office. I actually met Ronnie, and we were having a good little discussion, and I mentioned about how I've pretty much dedicated my channel now to the whole of Mantic with all their stuff, and there's potentially now going to be some talks happening.
Ooh, okay, that's quite cool.
So that's potentially coming. I also found out now with Firefight what scale they're going towards, and I actually can't wait for it. But it's not 25 mil.
Right.
It's a bit smaller.
All right.
So I'm looking forward to that, and it sort of renders my 7,000 point Forge Father army, but I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
But I don't mind it, because it just means more models.
That makes sense, definitely.
More models on a slightly bigger scale. So it's Yeah, we've had our ups and downs here, but it's plodding along.
Hopefully you have more ups going forward than downs.
Hopefully, I'm almost at a year on my patches. So,
Oh wow, congrats.
the stepdaughter's commented on my development, and it's quite amusing.
That's awesome. Well done.
So it's we also found out I'm more feminine than my partner.
Okay.
So that was quite a little laugh we figured out.
I mean, it happens. It be like that sometimes.
Oh yeah. But with how I've got some things planned out, I'm potentially going for surgery next year in December.
Oh wow.
So
what kind, if you don't mind me asking?
So I'm hopefully doing my top surgery next year. But also I'm also going to be going for my vocal surgery.
All right. Oh,
so
wow. Wish you all the best with that.
But it's yeah, there's a lot of things sort of like going out and sort of like in the works. When I went to Manta HQ, that was the first time I've properly been out as well.
Yeah,
so
I saw.
That was interesting, safe the least. But it was good fun.
That's good. That's definitely good. Hope you didn't get too much trouble. I know when I went to Nottingham first time I was out, I was quite surprised at just how welcoming and accepting the place was for the most part.
It was really good. And then when we went head office, everyone pretty much shook mine and my partner's hand.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So we had a really good time there, and we met the guy who gave us the tour of the entire office, even the warehouse. So we got to see some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually the lead sculptor for the Twilight Kin.
Oh wow!
So we got to meet the official sculptor for him, and it was really good fun. But yeah, we got to see the sprues like all being packed. We got to see some other stuff. We learned they were talking about the process of everything, and I met the guy that's had to pack all my orders, and he was not happy. So the running joke now is we're actually going to be going there every 3 to 4 months now, up to Nottingham to head office. And I'm going to be just turning up with a bit of paper saying this is what I need.
Just to make life easier for them. Just that, please load it into the car.
Yeah, pretty much. But now my partner's passed the driving test. We've been to Nottingham. We've been Weymouth, Bournemouth, Poole. We've just been going everywhere as much as we can and taking just full advantage of being able to get out. So we've gone the other day we went to Southsea with the grandkid, and we just went and just sat and had fish and chips down the beach in the piss and rain, pretty much, with the stepson and granddaughter.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
So it's but yeah, we've been doing a lot of traveling recently, trying to sort of keep high spirits and just do what we can to keep plodding along.
Good, so you should definitely.
But I've got a lot of things in the work. I've got my merch line releasing very, very soon as well. So,
ooh, what sort of merch?
A full clothing brand.
All right.
I've got a full clothing brand in the works with an entire miniature series and a few extra little bits.
That's brilliant.
But yeah, my partner's going to be helping with all of that. I've got a full sticker collection coming soon, but we're going to be doing it a bit differently to how some places do it. We're going to be doing it very similar to like Magic and Pokemon and card games, where you can get a pack, but it's all random. But there'll be chance of like gold ones and stuff like that, and just various different versions.
Ah, fun.
So we're and we're going to be making it from in-house as well. So it's going to be a stressful time, but
Worth it though, by the sounds of things.
yeah, we're pulling out all the stops. We're trying to include the kids as much as we. Well, one of them, due to the stepson, he's deaf, mute, and has Williams syndrome.
Oh wow.
So like as well as my partner, I've taken on her 3 kids as well.
Oh, well
so
done.
I'm learning sign language and grandkid. But yeah, we've been together now over a year.
Oh, congratulations.
Come a long way from her touching my thigh in a pub. It's how we actually met, was from a night out with some friends. And yeah, touched my leg at a pub, ended up coming around for coffee, then started dating, and then moved in 3 months later.
Oh wow.
So yeah, it was it's definitely a whirlwind. So I've taken.
I know the feeling. My current relationship's kind of gone the same way.
Yeah, took on 3 kids and a grandkid.
Wow,
despite how much of a pain in the ass they can all be, like, wouldn't change. We all get on, like, as everyone does. You have your moments where no one gets on, but
yeah,
we sort of like, yeah, all 3 of us. So myself, the partner, and one of the daughters is all Aries, all living under the same roof.
Right.
It doesn't help.
No, I can imagine not.
Because we're all stubborn as well. We're all autistic and ADHD.
Yep.
So trying to move stuff around in the front room, it's not fun.
Have you got the phone charger?
No, I don't. Probably still in the bag from earlier. She's lost the phone charger.
Oh dear, sorry to hear that.
But yeah, so it's definitely interesting, because we've got 4 cats as well we look after, 2 chickens.
Wow,
so,
you don't do anything by halves, do you?
No. We're renovating the garden as well, but with my health and her health, that sort of went to like a bit of a halt and a standstill at the minute.
I can imagine.
But yeah, it's definitely interesting, for sure. But she's hopefully going to be coming back to Twitch as well at some point. So
right. Wasn't aware your partner's a streamer, or was a streamer at least.
She used to be a streamer, doing like Call of Duties and stuff like that. But she's also, looks like she's going to be potentially coming back. So it's going to be an interesting one. She hasn't streamed in a very long time. But like, she's seen where I'm doing it and that, and she's like, well, I might start it back up. And she does like more gaming aspect. But sometimes she'll be on my stream as well, just like chilling out in the background, or like she'll actually be on camera. So,
oh, that's lovely.
She sort of supports my hobby, just not when I blow lots of money.
You know, project.
So fun fact, she hasn't painted a model for it yet. She has around about 100 goblins, half the special Leviathan, plus another 26 boxes and shrink wrap, and a box of endless spells, and she also has her Mortal Realm magazines to do as well.
Ah, right. Oh, you're still into the Hachette magazines.
Yeah, we've been picking them up from our local. We're also getting like the D&D ones and stuff as well. So,
yeah, I'd only just found out today about the D&D one myself.
It's
kind of curious about
it's actually so it's basically a built-in campaign within the magazines, and you never need anything.
Isn't that basically what Dragon Magazine used to be?
I think so, yeah. So like it gives you your characters with all their stats pre-done, ready to go, and each issue is the next part of the mission, dice and everything. So
That's exactly what Dragon Magazine used to be.
yeah,
That's awesome. I'm glad somebody's continuing on the trend of that, because the adventures that you found in Dragon Magazine were bloody awesome.
But yeah, it's definitely a lot more interesting. Like we're going to be doing a lot more open days and doing like a lot more like traveling up and down and potentially doing like meets and greets and stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I think we're going back to Nottingham in around March time. Will be our next trip. So that's gonna be a win-win.
If you're ever up our end at any point, do let me know. And it's probably very unlikely, because let's face it, who actually has a reason to come up to the northeast? Like, nobody does. But if you ever,
we probably
just let us
would.
know.
We probably would, to be fair. We travel quite a lot now. Like today we went out. No, we didn't go out today. Oh, we went to Bournemouth today. Like we're always out doing stuff, and we're always picking new locations. And we've now decided to go around to as many cafes as possible that do like all day breakfast, and just start going around tasting them and actually rating them and everything, and building a Twitter based on it. Just for the laughs, and just go around, eat fried breakfast, and then give our thoughts and tag them and everything in it.
What's the best one you found so far? You're gonna have to tell us that.
So we found one in Bournemouth. It's really weird. It's just around the corner from Funny Enough Games Workshop, and it's like an 80s, 90s retro one. I can't remember what it's called now. Flirties. And it's just really, it's like very 80s, 90s vibe, and it's like all retro, and we had a really nice time in there.
That's good.
It was just weird because
though?
the breakfast was actually, for the price of what it was really nice.
Oh, that's good.
It was really good. We have another one we go to, but like for just me and the partner, for our breakfast, a coffee and a drink, it's nearly 40 quid.
That better be worth it for 40 quid.
So the cafe it's in, they're also a butcher's and a bakery at the same time.
Yeah.
And they are an award-winning butcher for a couple of years, like burgers, the whole lot. They've won multiple food awards.
Wow.
And because we've got a friend up there who does treatments for like eyelashes and stuff like that, and whenever we go up there to get treatment, we always go and spend like 40 quid on a breakfast, and then we walk away with like black pudding, like fresh bread, pork scratchings, all made in house and all made fresh, cheeses, the whole lot. And yeah, it's a nice one. The breakfasts are good, but it's just very pricey.
Oh, that does sound fantastic.
We've been to quite a few, and we went to one the other day, and like we walked out of it, and I was like, we're never coming back here. And we all agreed. It was that we only liked like one thing off the plate, but we felt so rude not to eat it.
Oh.
And we sort of ate it, and then we were like, yeah, I got out, and was like, yeah, let's not come back here again.
Well.
So it was, but no, we sort of like where I'm a trained chef as well. It's really hard for me because I'm really critical when it comes to that sort of stuff. And in the one in Bournemouth we went to, it was amusing. So nipped to the loo, and then I sent a picture to the missus. It was like flamingo wallpaper, like proper 80s, 90s retro sort of style bathroom. It was just so funny.
I mean, wallpaper in a bathroom anyway is certainly a move, but pink flamingo wallpaper, yikes.
I think the funniest bit, it worked.
Really?
It worked so well because there was like a big Victorian mirror in there, and I was just sort of like looking at it going, what the hell is going on in here? But you couldn't help but laugh because it was just humorous seeing it. But yeah, it's despite like being out of hospital and being in and out of hospital and constant appointments, we're trying to see the good side of stuff and
Good.
attempting to get by. The first week of me being out of hospital when I got rushed in, I didn't eat for an entire week or drink. I just couldn't do it. And I had a little relapse at the same time.
No.
With a bit of stress. And I had 2 shots of Archers. And then I lost 18 hours of memory.
Oh dear.
Sorry
to hear that.
But I haven't touched the drop since.
That's good.
I've been just like too unwell. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I mean,
So I just go to sleep for it.
in your current state, it's probably not the best idea anyway.
But yeah, so I'm hopefully coming back to Twitch in the next week or 2 with a brand new area completely done.
Oh, that'll be good. Be good to see you back.
Fully kitted out. Like the flooring alone is probably going to set me back about 100 to 150 pound just for the flooring. So I've got oak laminate flooring going in. I'm sort of like pulling out all the stops, really. And then furniture, I'm just using IKEA. It's easier.
I mean, it's good quality stuff.
Yeah. They've got like these shoebox sort of like boxes. They're like 50p a box. And I store like miniatures and everything in them, and they're actually really good for it.
Oh, yeah.
They're decent size. I think I've bought like around about 60 of them now.
I mean, we've been getting a load of these like little beige stackable crates that come in different sizes, and they all kind of fit inside each other. They're just really handy for storing like little odds and ends or transporting minis from one room to another.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I'll be making custom cases pretty soon as well.
Nice.
But I can also confirm the 12,000 point game against Ronnie is actually going to be happening at some point in a few, maybe 5 to 6 months.
Oh wow!
I went up when we were up there talking to him. I basically turned and went, "When do you want this game?" He went, "You name a time and let's do this." I went, "Okay."
I wouldn't have thought he'd have the time for something like that, but that's awesome that he's already agreed to it.
Well, he kind of agreed to it 2 years ago, just before the Northern Alliance Mega Paint.
Yeah.
So, and it's we were having a good laugh with staff members there. We got to like see all the video editing stuff rooms, and like when they do their YouTube videos, you would think it's like quite a large room.
Mm-hmm.
It's really not. It's like Harry Potter's bedroom under the stairs.
Right.
It's really small, and I was like, oh damn. So we got to see like a lot of master molds, stuff that is not due for release yet, and like master sort of sculpts and stuff like that. We got to see their 3D printers, and yeah, it's
that's awesome.
We had a good time there. And before I even got my Twilight stuff, we were already looking at all the sprues and talking with the designer and having like a good sort of like discussion about what we would change and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was we like got into like a lot of the design features and the main guy. So you've got the unit impalers, just like the big guys with sword and shield.
All right.
He actually took the idea and inspiration from a lot of the Twilight designs from Dark Souls.
Nice.
So they're actually heavily Dark Souls inspired. A lot of the Fiend models are.
I hadn't realised. That's cool.
So it's quite nice. So I've looked at the rules for them, and I'm like, yeah, something needs to be done about this. Because we worked out, I was on the way back, I was with another streamer who used to stream. I don't think they stream much anymore. We were talking about the rulings. He went, basically, you can just like gun line. I went, yeah, basically, by looks things. Because of their boats, they have a arc and fire rule.
Ah,
So
right.
you have arcs on them, so you can put them in a line and make a gun line out of them. But because they're height 3, they can shoot over everything that's height 2. That's all their infantry.
Hmm.
So you can essentially gun line and then just put all your infantry blocks in them in front.
Yeah.
So how come you're up there twice and you're doing different?
And basically, because of how it now works, you can gun line up, and on some of the stuff, you can give yourself re-rolls to hit, defense, wound. It's basically an aura army, and you can make them all veterans. And we were on paper, on like one of the units, you're averaging 6 re-rolls, and 26 wounds.
Yikes.
And even the characters can dish out around about 6 to 7 wounds per turn.
So they're a bit rubbish then, I take it.
Yep.
Yeah, totally don't want to be getting into that army.
Well, I still would say that, but I'm currently looking by the side of me. I have the ambush set, half a raging void, and a mega set by the side of me. I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting into it.
Nice.
So
I do miss Mantic stuff. I haven't had the chance to play any Mantic games for a long time.
So they are updating a lot of stuff.
That doesn't help
like
as
the
well because it's been so long. Like, so much has changed, and I feel like I'm becoming into like a brand new game all of a sudden.
So I can confirm that if you have Mantic points, you need to send them in as soon as possible.
Oh, okay. I am sat on quite a few of them.
I'm sat on around about 490.
Not that many. Definitely not that many. I'm something more close to like 2 dozen or something like that. But yeah. I'm guessing they're doing away with the Mantic point system.
They're refreshing it.
Ah, right.
So they're refreshing it. Both me and my partner are also part of the Vault as well, so we've got all the Vault stuff. We've seen next month's Vault. Everyone's sort of like, oh, this is going to be really good. Because they have included the Trident Realm unit, the Wyverns.
Oh, right.
So we can now actually 3D print our Wyverns for Trident Realm players.
Nice.
But yeah, there's a lot going on with Mantic. There's obviously some stuff I can say, some I can't say.
Wouldn't expect you to if you couldn't.
Well, I'm sworn to secrecy about Firefight.
That's honestly fine.
Like, the only thing I am allowed to say is it's not 28 mil.
Right, okay. Surprising, definitely, but also good at the same time. I remember when they were first talking about it a lot of years ago, and it was just kind of felt like, so what's really going to be the difference between this and Dead Zone? It's like, you've come up with a smaller scale skirmish version of Warpath. You already had that. It was called Dead Zone.
Yeah. I'm undefeated in Dead Zone.
Nice.
I play Forge Fathers, and apparently having a 8 square range weapon with armor piercing 3 and 7 dice to roll when someone only has 3 to save.
Ooh.
Apparently it's not nice.
No, it's definitely not. I still have all my plague stuff literally to my left. I can see it stacked up behind, stacked up to the side there, for Dead Zone and what was going to be Warpath. I don't actually know what the points value is in Warpath, so I don't know if I've got enough to field even remotely a viable army. But it's stuff that it's still there. It's still stuff I've been sat on for many years in various stages between painted but not very well, because it was some of the very first things I ever painted, and not painted even remotely.
Yeah, I've got obviously my dwarfs, but I also have my enforcers that I've fully magnetized as well. So every weapon option they're magnetized. I do also. There's actually a couple of game systems I haven't mentioned in our play. I actually also play Spore and Hell Caesar.
Oh yes. I know
so I
a few
actually
people
have
IRL who've dabbled in it, and it looks interesting.
That way. So I'm like currently painting up Caesar
That's
himself on
cool.
horseback.
That's really cool.
So it's I've been doing like a lot of that, a lot of bolt action stuff I've been painting at the minute. I'm currently sat on 4 more commissions I got to finish.
No pressure.
Well, it's the Red Wake, both Lionel Johnson's 40k and 30k and 40k Gilliman.
Oh, you mean this Red Wake or a different one?
It is.
Is the original Forge World one? Is the question.
Yes, it is. It is the original Forge World shoddy one.
Still get those?
Yeah, he managed to get one. And he was like, "Do you mind painting this up for me?" I was like, "Yeah, it's cool. I don't mind." So that's been a fun little time. I've I haven't started the stuff. I've done like half a.
You've had a lot going on. Let's be fair.
Thankfully, he's a good friend who only lives about half an hour away. So, and he's just been like, "Yeah, look, I know what's been going on." I'm like, "Yeah, cheers, bud." But I got halfway through painting Gilliman's gold, and I just want to throw it at a wall and then burn it. Hate it. Hate it so much.
As is the right reaction.
Hate it. It's just too much gold. But yeah, it's definitely been really interesting. I'm doing a lot. I've now worked out I'm playing 20 different game systems.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and somehow remember all the rulings for it as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm more impressed by.
Like we've got all the rule books at home, and it's just like, we've just got like a shelf now full of rule books and like White Dwarfs and stuff. But yeah, it's play like the BattleTech. So that's been interesting. I finally got a paint scheme down for them.
Ooh, cool.
I've just got to now sit and paint 30 assassins.
Fair enough. For anybody else, I'd be concerned, but it's you, so I'm pretty sure you'll manage.
Well, it was sort of a joke between me and a few people. We were all laughing. I was like, so like BattleTech, like what's the sort of the scale that people play? They were like, yeah, maybe 5 or 6 mechs. Like it's really skirmishing. I'm like, does anyone play like big armies? They were, well, no, not really. People have like large collections, but not play like big games. I went,
yeah.
Right. I went, I have an idea, and it's for. So essentially, for every mech, it's 4 tanks.
Right. Okay.
Of each variant, but I'm doing 100 mechs of each variant.
Okay then.
And they were just like, "Don't be stupid." I'm like, "Too late. They started printing."
Of course, you know.
Because I'm fitting nearly 20 assassins on the ×2 plate. So that's been a good little laugh. I've also been printing some Pokemon stuff as well, so I've got a few bits I'm working on for that.
Oh, nice.
Just for the little giggles. Slowly getting through that.
We have a large collection of Pokemon STLs because they do painting classes at one of my local game stores in my hometown on Tuesdays. It's more geared towards people who would be interested in getting into painting but don't want the intimidating factor of like Warhammer and stuff like that. So we just take along a load of like My Little Pony figures, Pokemon stuff, like all the like nice, bright, colourful things that are very easy to learn how to paint in a very short space of time. And they go over so well.
Well, this is my Charmander I've done.
Oh, that's so cute. I love it.
So I've got like the Charmander. Where's the other one? I've got a few I'm working on. I've got like the Eevee I'm working on. If my
nice
camera wants to be nice to me. But yeah, so like quite a few different ones. I'm still working on like loads of armies. I've got my Night Stalkers I'm working on still. And I've had those for a while now.
Have they actually released anything for Night Stalkers for Armada yet?
Not yet.
Ah, right. I'm curious to know how that's even going to work, or what the ships could even remotely look like.
It will be interesting because of Twilight Kin.
All right.
So like, I've got the boxes of Twilight literally sat next to me on my other chair, and I've said to the missus, we're not opening any more boxes until we painted what we got.
That's
And
smart.
but then I look at the shed outside, and it's like a 6x6 shed, and it's just full up of plastic miniatures, unpainted, unbased, like some still on sprue, and
So you've ascended from a pile of shame to a shed of shame. That's amazing.
Well, a shed, a front room, well, because the front room's got loads of models in as well.
Who needs a house? You can just build one out of all of the unbuilt kits.
Pretty much. So, but yeah, we're like very big on like the card games now as well. So we're like master setting sets now and all sorts.
Nice. I mean, definitely same. I try to make time to indulge that hobby as well, at least once a week. And there's a possibility I might be trying to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh, which is something I've never looked at since I was a teenager. And now all of a sudden I'm having weird, fond, nostalgic memories of it. Now, I hope I'm not wrong in this, and that it is actually a good playable game, and it's not just...
It's complex.
Nostalgia.
It's very complex. So, as an example, back from when I was playing, back from the original Kyber Pegasus, now there's like so much that can be done. It's like it's basically Magic, but complicated by 100.
Oh, fun. Okay, then.
There's so much going on with it, and it can be fun.
Here I was thinking, me being into Magic might give me the slight edge in terms of at least being able to deal with that level of complexity.
No. If you can play Magic, you can play Pokemon. That's about as far as it can go.
Oh, God. Okay.
But it's literally the exact same. And people were like, well, how is it the same? I'm like, okay, Magic, you need land, or you can't do anything. Yeah, they went, yeah. I went, right, play one if you don't have it. Yeah. And they went, oh, so, but you have life in Magic. I'm like, yeah, but if you take your 6 prize cards, you win, regardless.
Yeah.
And like when I teach kids, we don't call them prize cards, we call them pocket money cards.
Makes sense.
So they've done the job they were supposed to do, so they get a reward. And we've like the kids seem to really go off of that really well. It's quite amusing.
Positive reinforcement. It's like it works.
Yeah.
Or some might call it bribery. That also works.
Yeah. It's even funnier when it's like siblings going against each other, and it's like, oh dear, here we go. But yeah, I'm playing like Legion now as well, and playing so many different game systems.
I'd love to get into Legion. I just don't know anybody in my area who plays. It's the same with Shatterpoint as well. Shatterpoint looks fantastic. Don't know anybody who plays it locally.
Yeah, it's really amusing because everyone's like, "Oh, Shatterpoint box is so expensive." I think it was something like 160 quid. It is, it's ridiculous.
But also, the miniatures are amazing quality, and it's a licensed property. Of course, it's going to be expensive.
but it was amusing because it was like we had 4 guys in the local shop was complaining about it. I'm like, guys, just split it 4 ways. They went, "Oh, you can't." I'm like, "Yes, you can. There's 4 teams in that box." And they went, "Oh, wait, you can." And I went, "Yeah, it's a 4-player set."
Yeah.
And then they went, "Oh, it's not so expensive now." I'm like, "No, it's not."
The only problem is when it comes to the point where all 4 players want to play the same faction. In which case, then yeah, you're a little stuffed. But you know.
Yes. Well, at that point, you go right. Roll a die. Everyone rolls a dice, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. You roll it one at a time, and then that's the one you get. If you don't, if it's not the one you like, tough shit. But yeah, so I'm playing a lot more game systems, and it's definitely hectic, for sure.
I mean, it's kind of become your full-time job. It kind of comes with the territory in a way.
Oh yeah, definitely. But yeah, it's I'm fingers crossed going to be back in about a couple of weeks, hopefully.
hope so.
Um,
Definitely. It'd be nice to see you again.
But I will be coming back with a bit of a surprise.
Ooh.
So with a lot of the hormone changes, there's been some other things that have been going on behind the scenes.
All right.
So it's been interesting. But it's going to be nice to come back after all the time I've been away and just be able to, just so people know I'm alive.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's I've got a few things I'm bringing back, a few things I'm changing.
I hate to be the one to say this, but are you changing at least like the length of time you stream for to something a bit more sensible and less likely to burn you out and completely destroy your body?
No.
Okay, didn't think so.
Well,
I call
yes
that wishful
and no.
thinking.
Yes and no. I'm still going to be doing like the long streams, but we're going to be prioritizing those for events and stuff.
Makes sense.
But I will be streaming a little bit more. So it's where I'm now going to be at home and I'm able to do it. I don't have to travel as much.
Yeah.
So I can get away with doing a bit longer, and I don't have to worry about if I have a funny start feeling like I'm going to have a funny turn. I don't have to worry about that and getting on public transport. And
yeah. You'll at least have
stuff. So
your partner close by to be able to look after you if something does happen.
Well, I'm stubborn. I don't let her. And she has a go at me for it.
As she should. Oh, well.
But yeah, it's I've got a lot of things in the works, and there's gonna be a lot of changes, but they're all positive ones.
That's good. That's
So
definitely
it's a win-win.
Absolutely. I look forward to seeing it. I know only had you booked in for until 10:30, and it is like nearly 10:30 now, so I will let you go fairly shortly. But before I do, for anyone who is still watching and maybe doesn't know you, at least for having been around in my streams for so long, where can people find you?
So essentially find me on... I'm throwing bases everywhere. As you do. So you can find me on Twitch under Ohana Hobby Workshop. That is now my company. You can also find me on Instagram under MangoSmasher and Twitch Twitter as MangoSmasher, or on YouTube as Ohana Hobby Workshop, and there's a bunch of new updates coming to that as well.
Awesome, fantastic. I did check up on your YouTube channel there. Because I was gonna, in fact, I think I did end up putting your YouTube channel in the description on my stream on YouTube itself. So I think that's the main way people are gonna find you on that. Not that anyone's really bothered with the stream on YouTube, but hey, I need to actually sit and do stuff with my YouTube channel rather than just letting it sit and rot.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've got a lot of stuff I got to work on, and I got to sit down with a team, because now it's a full-fledged company.
Yeah.
I need to sit down and build a team properly. So it's there's a lot that's going to be happening. So best way to find out all that is just social medias.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining me. It's always good to have a catch-up with you, and I look forward to seeing you come back properly, definitely.
Hopefully in 2 weeks' time I'll be fully.
No problem. I won't hold you to that because, you never know what's going to happen with your health the way it is. Certainly, it wouldn't be fair to put those kinds of expectations on you, but definitely I'll check you out when you come back. You enjoy the rest of your night, both of you. And you take care of yourself, okay?
Yeah. You too. It's been nice catching up with you.
Definitely. Bye.
Bye.
Of course, that was MangoSmasher, and that rounds off our guests for the evening. So you're kind of now stuck with me for the next... How long have we got left? Hour and a half. We can do this. I've so far got a bunch of orcs painted green with some white on them. We got this. Definitely. But big thank you to MangoSmasher. She's been a long time friend of the channel, and it's fantastic to see how much she's flourished, even given the hard times that she's been through in recent years. So by all means, definitely go check her stuff out if you aren't familiar with it. At the very least. Thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Or at the very least, if you want to keep up to date for when she makes her eventual return, definitely do that. We're still trying to raise money for Mermaids, the trans youth support charity here in the UK. If we hit that £500 donation goal, I've got the one chip challenge to do. It would be really, really cool if I could get that done tonight. Now, literally just before I go to bed, but you know, we'll see what happens. If we get to 200, then we'll do another Bean Boozled. And tell you what, if we actually make it at least to the halfway mark, 250, I'll do full Bean Boozled, as in we will spin that dial until we've hit at least one of each possible combination of flavours. I think that's fair. And of course, we do have some amazing giveaway prizes, of which I'll be announcing the winners of in an hour or so, just towards the end of the stream. As a reminder of what they include Games Workshop vouchers, Element Games vouchers, they include goodie bags from our 3D print store at Vixen's Miniatures, they include the Eons of Battle Orktober Patreon exclusive vehicle collection, or a combat patrol of your choice, as well as the Games Workshop Warhammer Fest event exclusive miniatures that I have sat behind me. So lots of cool prizes, lots of opportunities to win some cool prizes, and help us raise money for an amazing cause. And once again, I want to give a big thank you to everyone who's joined me tonight on stream, either as a guest or as a viewer. And I want to give a big thank you to everyone who has donated. Every little helps. It all goes a long way towards being able to support a fantastic charity that is currently very vital and needs our help now more than ever. go. Right, okay, I think we can start getting some yellow on these guys. Still going to keep the white out though, just in case I need it to tidy up any areas, to make it a bit easier to get the Bad Moon Yellow contrast paint over the top. Yes, 1D shiny Mew paints. And I am just going to do a quick little check on how much is left on my phone. Right, so I've got 6% battery left. We can do this. We can do this. It just needs to last like the next, what, 50 minutes? Should be fine. I hope. This, by all means, isn't going to be the only way I'm going to be painting these models. It's just the easiest way to get them all done relatively quickly, to say the least. I might, of course, go back in and make some changes to these things. I realise now there's like certain pieces on this particular model that I think would make more sense in yellow than others. Actually, I'm thinking because these are war bosses, might want to do those jaws slightly differently. I think we'll come back to those. But yeah, I think I'll be surprised if I can get all this painted by the end of the night, or at least to a standard I'd personally be happy with. But that's fine. That's fine. It just means I can work on them in a little more detail outside of the stream, or maybe even on future streams. Where I can take my time with them and just do the best I can to make them all look good. Rather than at least in part trying to paint for the sake of speed. As I think wasting a lot of that time trying to sort that first airbrush out really has not helped. I think that's really set us back quite a bit. But such is life. These things happen sometimes, can't always be avoided. Just gotta go with it and move on. There we go. As I think I'm going to make a few changes. I think I am going to be painting the jaw here, at least on this one, in the yellow. Right, there we go. So just as a reminder as well, if you want to be able to donate, !donate in chat. Or if you're on YouTube, you can take a look in the description box. There is a link down below. Otherwise, you can check out the links in my link tree. Or if you're feeling extra fancy, there's the QR code right on screen there. And we'll be doing our prize draw in approximately half an hour. Or thereabouts. So if you want to be in within a chance of winning some amazing prizes, get your donations in now. Remember, you got to be in it to win it. That's how those things work. Right, 3 boys down, many more to go. There we go. 1/5 of the way through them. I'll admit that is just doing the yellow. There's still so much more else to do on them. There we go. I will definitely have to neaten up all the green. We're definitely not done with that. It was just easier to lay the foundations of it through the airbrush. At that point, it's only really just some layering and highlighting to do on it. And I'd much rather do it after I've gotten all contrast paints on, because it'll be so much easier to clean up after the fact. There we go. With that butt patch in yellow as well. Right. Oh. And there goes my phone. Okay. Yikes. Alright, fair enough then. That ends that fun, I guess. I mean, I suppose I could do the rest of the yellow on them, but I wouldn't be doing it on stream. Yeah, I think we'll take a quick little moment. Trying to think what to do, what would be the best way to go about this. Right, okay, so we're at a bit of an impasse at the moment because I can't paint on stream. My stream camera's now dead. Well, with it being my phone, and it's dead. I'm just going to unplug that, actually. No point in having that still around. I'm just going to pop that there for now. Yeah, not 100% certain really what to do. We've got about another hour left before the stream is over, and we've been then live for about 12 hours. So, I don't quite want to do the giveaway this early. I could continue to paint, but you wouldn't be seeing any of it. And honestly, alternative is I could change it to a bit of a video gaming stream, just like for the last half hour or so. But also that feels a little cheesy and pointless, what with it only being for half an hour to an hour at most. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna continue. I think I'm just gonna crack on with it. That's gonna be my best bet, really. Like, yeah, you're not really going to see it on stream much, and that's fine, I suppose. If that bothers you so much, I mean, feel free to leave, I guess. But the way I see it, I think it makes sense for me to at least try and make the most. Try and see if I can't get as far as I can with painting all of these orcs. I wonder, actually, if I could maybe get away with... whoa, okay. So normally I don't like fiddling around with the setup of this particular camera. Suppose... only other thing I could do would be to angle it down like that. It's not an ideal solution, but it's a solution. That works, I guess, for now. In all fairness, like, from my phone going from full charge to completely dead 0%, so long sayonara, 10.5 hours of streaming, that's not bad. That's not bad. I don't tend to normally stream for this length of time for fairly obvious reasons. I usually tend to do about 4 hours at most. So, actually, I'm not super upset by this. This works out quite well. It's a shame. It's a shame it couldn't just, stick it out that extra half hour or so. But, hey-ho. At least we found a way to make it work. I say it's not by any means a perfect solution, but it is a solution. Yeah, I think what we'll do, because we've not hit the donate... Been talking for nearly, what? Nearly 11 hours straight, so... Yeah, of course I'm a little tongue-tied. Because we've not hit our donation goal tonight, what we'll do is we'll keep the donation campaign active, probably for the full week. Just to give people a chance to get any kind of last-minute donations in. Oh, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. Sorry it's not our usual quality, but my overhead cam that I normally have died like 10 minutes ago. It managed to make it, what, nearly 11 hours into a 12-hour stream. Hey, whoa yourself. I see charity, I read. Thank you, it's greatly appreciated. We are trying to raise money for the UK-based trans youth support network Mermaids. We will actually be doing our giveaway in about 20 minutes or so, so if you want to be in within a chance of winning some really, really cool prizes, get your donations in, ! Donate in chat. There is also the QR code down, oh god, because I don't have my regular camera on. Where's it gone? There it is, over there, bottom left corner of the screen. Or if you happen to be watching on YouTube, there is also the link in the description box as well. Not ! Charity, ! Mermaids if you want to learn more about the charity, ! Donate. Give me a sec. There you go. That's the one. Yeah, ! Donate. If by some miracle we make it to £200 within the next how long got left? Just under an hour. Then I'll be doing at least one more hit of Bean Boozled. Because it wouldn't be a charity stream if you didn't at least get to see the person raising money for charity suffer in some small way. I did challenge myself to try and paint the full Combat Patrol orcs within the 12-hour time slots. Sadly, I've not quite succeeded, but you know, it's been a valiant effort. Considering we lost a ton of time to the airbrush knackering up, I don't think we've done too badly. And honestly, I'm really quite chuffed with how the vehicles look so far, and they're nowhere near even done yet. They just mostly have some metallic, some green, and some yellow on them, but they still look good. So we can bring it into focus without it breaking. Like we've got the start of the Death Dread there. For those not aware, we're doing this in the Bad Moons colour scheme, as picked by my community in Discord. I think the Death Copters I like the most, though. Those are coming out quite nicely. I'd say nowhere near done yet. Still lots of work to do on them. Right, there we go. But yeah, I might revisit these minis on stream at some point. And if nobody manages to win the Eons of Battle Patreon exclusive Orktober vehicles, I might just end up keeping those for myself. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the donation. That's greatly appreciated. Every little helps. It goes a long way, definitely. £140. That's pretty damn good, all things considered. Like, that's still gonna help some. That's still gonna go a long way to help some people. That's still £140 the charity wouldn't have received otherwise. So, thank you to everyone who has donated today. Like, genuinely, it means a lot to us all. Right, we're almost there, at least with our initial pass of yellow on some of these models. And I now have a... Can't really see it because of the ring light, but now I have a ton of yellow paint all over my hands, so that's marvellous. That's exactly how I wanted my night to go. Oh, that's actually leaking quite badly from that cap. There we go. Nothing a bit of elbow grease won't be able to take care of later, more than likely. Right. 15 more minutes and we'll do our prize draw with whoever has donated. So I suspect we probably won't be giving away all of the prizes tonight. but I think we can still make a bit of a difference. Get some goodies out to some amazing people. Of course, I will be keeping a track of everyone who has donated for even after the campaign ends, because everyone who's donated £20 or more is going to get their name on one of these orcs. And just as a reminder, if we hit 200 by the end of the night, I will be doing Bean Boozled. The aim was to do a draw of Bean Boozled for every £100 we receive. So I might do at least a couple if we hit to that next £100 milestone by the end of the night. It may not look like you're going to get a reaction on screen. You will. Like, this camera that you're seeing in front of you, that is normally my face cam. So it'll take almost no effort to tilt it back the right way. That way, if I get something disgusting, you'll get to see me actually suffer, rather than just having to imagine me suffer. And again, I do want to give a big thank you to the amazing guests we've had tonight. They've helped us get through all of this. It's been absolutely fantastic getting to hang out with them and getting to talk to people I've not really spoken to much before today. Like, JamieDaggers, I've been aware of her stuff for a long time now. I've hopped into her stream every now and then and I've said hello. Haven't really chatted or spoke to her much, so that was really lovely getting to do that. TinnedVoid, I mean, she's reacted to my stuff on Instagram quite a bit, but I've never really actually had a conversation with her before tonight, so that was fantastic. Supergirl Steph, she was absolutely brilliant. I'm so happy I managed to get her to come be a part of this. How we do so far? 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes till we start the giveaway. So it doesn't look like anybody's donated more than £50. So that's some of the bigger prizes that are going to be being missed out on. But that's fine, these things happen. Don't quite know what I'll do with the Warhammer event exclusive miniatures that are part of the giveaway at that level. We'll just have to see what happens. I might stick them up on eBay, who knows. Might keep the Commissar one though. Got some ideas with that. Again, the Eons of Battle Patreon exclusive Orc Vehicles collection that we have up on offer at the donation amount of £50 or more if you to be entered into a raffle for. I might just keep that. Like, we've already got the stuff printed. It would be a waste not to. Could paint them up on stream. That would be quite interesting. See what I could do with them. Plus, combined with this lot, it effectively amounts to almost 1,000 points of orcs, which is certainly not what I expected to end up with. As someone who's classically never really cared much for orcs, that's yeah, quite a surprise. So yeah, another raid. Hi Bill Fireforge. Thank you so much. Thank you for the raids. Greatly appreciated. Welcome raiders. Welcome in. We are about to wrap up a 12-hour charity stream raising money for the UK Trans Youth Support Network by the name of Mermaids. Mew. Hi. Hi, Balefire. Thank you both so much for rating it. Actually, I'm gonna quickly double check. I don't think I'm following either of you. There we are. It's gonna give yourself a follow there, Balefire, and same with Hey Whoa. There we go. Fantastic. No problem. We'll tell you what. I'll extend the time on the giveaway. Exclamation point donate in chat for anyone who wants to get any last minute donations in. We're gonna do a draw for some of the giveaway prizes that are available as part of the charity stream tonight. If you want to be in it to win it, get in there and get in there quick. I will be doing the draw in the next 20 minutes. I was going to do it at past. I'm going to extend it to 1:45. That might mean that we'll go above our time of midnight GMT. That's fine. I'm okay with this. And if it means I somehow end up finishing the night, doing some Bean Boozled, then, you know, it'll be worth it to someone, I suspect. Just for reference's sake, my stream setup doesn't normally look like this. It's simply because my overhead camera, which was also my phone, died about half an hour ago. It was a trooper. It held on all the way up until we hit the 11-hour mark. And that was from a full battery charge. Hi, Balefire. Welcome back. What were you getting on with? What were you doing on your stream? So just for those who might want to get some last minute donations in and win some pretty fantastic prizes, or be within a chance of winning some fantastic prizes at any rate. It's !donate in chat. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you can also hit the link in the description box. Or if you're feeling extra fancy, there is also a QR code over there in the bottom left. That'll take you to the donation link on Tiltify. I was drawing this time, been doing Inktober and got behind on it, so only been doing it on stream, so I've been just playing catch up. Today I'm nearly all caught up. Awesome, that's fantastic. Well done. Right. Well, I've given you a follow, so I'll hopefully actually get to check your stuff out at some point soon. Right. 20 minutes. Sorry, 15 minutes. Can I get on with some more of this stuff in that? Oh, I'll tell you what. There's one thing I can do. I'm going to do his jaw. Man's got to have himself a yellow jaw. Right, let's see. Yeah, tell you what, I think we can maybe at least make a start on finishing up some of their skin. I think that would genuinely make sense. It'll genuinely help things along a little bit with this. At the moment, the last stages of a 12-hour charity stream, trying to do as much of the Orc Combat Patrol box in one sitting. As I say, unfortunately my overhead camera died half an hour ago, so this is kind of what you got. I've effectively had to tilt my face cam down just so there's at least something happening. I couldn't quite justify just like booting up a video game or something like that for the last hour. That just felt pointless. So, especially considering it would have taken more time just to just to clear all this stuff off. Don't eat all the orcs. Why would I eat them? It's plastic. It's not gonna taste particularly nice. Right, where's my... There it is. Oh god, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to treat myself to some new brushes. These have definitely had it. But it's been a while. I'm not sure I understand. Sorry. Goblin Green. Let's go for it. It's a classic. Not actual Goblin Green, not the proper stuff from the 90s. Just Vallejo Goblin Green. Oh, crikey. I almost never have a reason to use this paint. No wonder it's a little clogged in there. I mean, at least I'm going to be... At least I'm going to need quite a bit of green anyway, so it's worked out quite well in the end. I almost want to mix some more vibrant green into that, actually. I think we can do better. I definitely think we can do better. Let's get a little bit of lime green instead. Probably be using that as like a highlight colour anyway, so no harm in getting a little ahead of ourselves. Oh yeah, I think that's better already. 3 drawings done today, not that bad. Nice. I've at least managed to get the basic yellow, basic green, and some basic metallics on pretty much everything in the Orc Combat Patrol box. And that's whilst also losing a whole bunch of time to fighting with the airbrush, which decided partway through the day that it just didn't want to work. So I had to swap it out for a different one. After spending way too long fighting with it. So I think all things considered, we haven't done too bad. This just makes me glad I didn't do a 24-hour stream now, what with my overhead camera dying partway through. Oh god, no. No, I'm not a fast painter in the slightest. I much prefer taking my time about things. This was just a challenge. This was just to see if I could. Turns out I can't. Everything's relative. I'm faster than I used to be, I'll say that much, but that kind of comes with practice. I've been doing this a lot of years at this point. Like I can pretty much do a single mini of about this scale from start to finish, with including like some pretty good detail highlights and everything like that, in about 3 to 4 hours. Sometimes faster, depending on what techniques I'm using. I just realised I went through all that effort to just paint a glove in the skin tone. What the heck is wrong with me? Oh, that's what's wrong with me. I've been doing this for almost 11 hours. Everyone is relative, absolutely. Everyone's relative to each other in some way, shape, or form. You know, if you go far back enough on a long enough time frame. You know, we all crawled out the same primordial soup, so. Yay, skin glove. Absolutely. It's the latest in orc fashion. Yeah, I might actually just... it'd look a bit odd, but I might just lean into that. They are, after all, bad moons, so they're the flashiest of flash gets. Good soup indeed. Oh, crikey. It's fine. We can work with it. And again, I can always come back and take my time with this at a later date. You know, when I don't have to deal with time constraints. Time for me to go smush, I think. Have a great stream and don't explode. Thank you. Thank you very much for the raid. I intend not to explode. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, night, whatever time of the day it is for you. And if you aren't already following Balefire Forge, please do so. Good night. Right, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes on the prize draws for the giveaway. Apologies if I'm not making a massive amount of sense. It's late. I need food and some sleep. Even with breaks, I think I'm kind of hitting my limits at this point. just saying to whoever's put their name down as Rob in the donation side of things, I do hope you've put like a screen name or a last name or something, because it's going to be very difficult to figure out who you are if you actually win anything. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I might just have to make some executive decisions. We'll see. Right. It's a shame you can't really see this properly on stream at the moment, because of how I've had to sort of jerry-rig the face cam to make it so you can actually even see me paint anything at the moment. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm quite happy with how this skin's coming out. Few changes here and there that need to be made. Mostly just the case of going over it with some secondary layers, but all in all, really quite happy with how it's coming out. This will be the real test though. We've got some orcs here where we need to do a little bit of corrective work. We've had a bit of overspray from the airbrush, which is kind of the yellow contrast paint that we hit over the top just to add a bit more brightness to the skin. It's kind of gone a bit haywire. Should be pretty straightforward to fix though. There we go. Right, I'm going to be closing the giveaway prizes very shortly. Right. Just gonna finish up this orc's arm here, and then we'll take a moment to reorient the camera that I normally use for my face. Right. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to stop there. My legs are actually starting to hurt from being sat down for too long. So, right, let's take a moment just to sort all this stuff out. In all fairness, after what, 11 and a half hours? Pretty much every single model here has at least some amount of paint on it, and in some cases, quite a bit of paint. So, all in all, not bad for a 11, close to 12 hours work. Actually, probably more close to like 10 to 11 hours, if you take into account time for breaks and, as I say, some of the time we lost to trying to sort the airbrush out. Right. Oh. Right. Not the most flattering angle, I know. But actually, there we are. That sort of works. Oh my god, I didn't realize how high I can raise this up. There we go. There we are. That'll do for now. I'm going to do the rest of the stream as little there is left to do. Stood up because I really stretched my legs. So, let's do this. I might have to do the donations a little differently. Right, so let's see here. If I can go into incentives, there we are, rewards. There we are. Not perfect, but it'll do, especially in a pinch. Right, so... Normally what we would do is we would go through each prize individually and draw from them separately. But because of the amount of donations that we've had, what I'm probably going to do instead is we're going to try and work it in such a way that pretty much everyone gets something. So instead, we're going to do the opposite way around. We're going to put the giveaway prizes that are relevant at those different tiers, at those different donation amounts, into the Wheel of Names, and everyone who's donated above that certain amount is going to get something from that wheel, depending what it lands on. It'll be completely at random, so there's going to be no favoritism about it. Like, the guests who've donated, for instance, aren't going to get like their best prizes, but they're going to at least get something, because both JamieDaggers and Supergirl Steph have at least donated tonight, so they're going to come out of this with something. And I think that's only fair. So, let's work our way down the list. I'm very sorry to whoever has gone by the name of Rob. Unless you make yourself known in chat, or ideally, if you make yourself known by some kind of like private message to me, either on my Instagram or in Discord, or in our stream Discord, !dis in chat, I'm probably not going to be able to give you anything, because that really doesn't give me an awful lot to work with. I have no idea who you are. I have no idea who you could possibly be. It's really as simple as that. Noah JB, you're next on the list. So, you donated an amount of £20. That gets you in for the drawing of one of 2 Games Workshop vouchers. So again, there's possibilities here. I'll just shorten it down to GW voucher, GW voucher, Element Games voucher, Element Games voucher, there's more still to come. .3D print goodie bag. Again, I'll shorten that down just to 3D print goodies. Right, next. They donated £20 or more, so they also get the possibility to get some Citadel Paint Swatch caps. They're automatically going to get their name written on one of the orcs anyway, so I'll just have to make a note of that. And Alan Wake Collector's Edition. So, paint pot tops, Alan Wake. Right, okay. So this is everything that you could potentially get if you've donated £20 or more, which is what Noah JB has. Oh, crap. Let's just do that again. Hopefully it's kept all the entries I've put in there. Yeah, it has. Right, fantastic. So, Noah JB, this is what you've won tonight. Congratulations, you've won a £25 gift voucher for Games Workshop. I will get in touch with you after the stream and get your details so I can get that sent out to you. I'm just going to try and make a note of all this somewhere. So, Noah JB, G-Dubs voucher. Right. Okay, so we'll remove one of those. Next up is Supergirl Steph. So she's donated £30. That doesn't get her anything extra, so she's got the same chances of any of these as everyone else. Let's see what she ends up with. She gets an Element Games voucher, same value, £25. And of course she gets her name on an orc. Right, that's one Element Games voucher and one Games Workshop voucher down. Next, we have an anonymous donation of £30. Oh wait, did I get that wrong? Did Supergirl Steph only donate 20? No, Supergirl Steph donated 30. We've got an anonymous donation of £20. Sadly, if you've done it anonymously, I can't offer you anything. JamieDaggers, next up. Also £20. Same again. Spin! Okay, they actually get my Steam key for the Alan Wake Collector's Edition. I did say this is fairly random. Like, there's no cooking the books in this. There's no fixing here. I have no idea if she already has the game or not. I have no idea if she'd even be remotely interested or if she'd like it. But she's won it, so she can do whatever she wants with it. If she wants to, she can re-gift it to a friend. Really, it's up to her. Right. That gets gone. Last up is Dave Hammer 40k. There we go. And you get yourself... Well done! You get yourself a bag of 50 Citadel paint pot tops. That's these quite fantastic little things. They're one of our best-selling items in our 3D print store on Etsy. And you've just won yourself a bag of 50 of them. So I'll be in touch about that. I'll get your details, address and things like that, so we can get those posted out to you as soon as possible. Right. Okay, that's absolutely fantastic. I'm just going to make a separate note for everyone who's getting their name on an orc so far. I'm going to knock off the giveaway prizes there. Because we are going to keep the Tiltify campaign going for the next week for anyone else who wants to donate more, but we won't be offering any more giveaway prizes. That was purely for the end of tonight. All in say is have had your chances. But people have won some stuff, and they've won some awesome stuff. So that's really, really cool. So, people who are getting their names on orcs. Names on orcs with a K. We've got Rob. One of the orcs is going to get named Rob. Fantastic. We've got Supergirl Steph. We've got... You know what? Just for funsies, I am actually going to name one of the orcs Anonymous. Because why the heck not? Noah JB. Almost missed you out. Pretty much everybody's donated at least £20 or more, which is pretty fantastic. JamieDaggers gets their name on Orc, as does Dave Hammer 40k, which I might have to shorten down in some way, shape or form, because that's going to be a pain in the ass to write across the base room of a mini. So, big thank you to everyone who's joined me tonight. This has been absolutely fan-freaking-tastic. I've had such a good time. As I say, we're going to be keeping the... we're going to be keeping the donation link active for at least a week. So if anyone wants to donate just out of the kindness of their heart, go for it. Absolutely go for it. I will, however, keep the milestones in place. So over the course of this week, during my streams, if we hit any of the extra £100 marks, £100 for every £100 we hit, I'll be doing... God, the smell. Oh, God. I'll be doing a Bean Boozled. Mainly because these need using. I'm not keeping these after this week. They are getting chucked in the bin after this. Bit of an expensive waste, I know, but I've made that mistake of keeping a open box of Bean Boozled around for too long. They go bad. They smell horrendous after that length of time. Same with the one chip challenge, though. If we hit our £500 donation goal by the end of the week, so by this time next week, I'll do the one chip challenge on stream. If we don't, then I'll just save it. It'll get used for something else, no, more than likely. But let's close out the night with a bang. Let's do a Bean Boozled. Oh God, that smell. It's awful. So bad. Right. Here we go. That hit off my thumb. Let's do that again. Right. Toasted marshmallow or stink bug. Oh God, okay. Here we go. One of these ones. This is the offender. I'm going to keep my drink to hand just in case I'm going to need this. Stink bug. I don't even know what stink bug could even remotely taste like. Like, that scares me. That legitimately scares me. Toasted marshmallows. It's going to be toasted marshmallows. It's going to taste amazing. It's going to be delicious. Let's do this. Toasted marshmallows. Booyah. Manifest destiny, bitches. Ask and the universe provides. Oh, it's got a weird aftertaste. Like a very artificial aftertaste. That's nice until it's not. Okay. All in all, not bad. Right. I'm going to end the stream on YouTube, but we're going to raid somebody on Twitch. So if you want to stick around for the raid, then fantastic. Please